what's up, everyone? How y'all doing? Welcome to Norm Max Show. Host robnoerr. We got another no prep debate for you. Supposed to start in 15 minutes. Debate series where I do not know my opponent. I do not know the topic. My opponent's been prepping for me, I think, for over a month at this point. I guess I don't know that. I know that Speakeasy's said that he's had guests lined up like 2 months deep. But I guess someone could have dropped out and this could be a fill-in. I don't know. I don't know any of the details. So shout out to Speakeasy, who set these debates up and will moderate. Should be fun tonight. Now, I have to be honest with y'all. I'm going to make an excuse right out of the gate. What do you think? I feel like I got to throw up. What the fuck's going on? But I think I'll be fine once we get going. But I don't know. It's like a queasy type feeling. I didn't feel hungry today, so I didn't really eat dinner. I don't know, maybe that's why. But it don't matter. If I'm throwing up, it'll make me better. I'll make sure I throw up like right on point. Maybe it's because I was disgusted with the extravaganza earlier, and my shitty co-host Mystery and I'm just kidding. Mystery and Jake are great. It was fun extravaganza, but right after it, I was like, I don't know. Feel a little ill. Yeah, it's the effects of post-traumatic Brian Shapiro disorder. Penis gates really get me down. I'll be fine, though. Now, throwing up, it's not like shitting yourself. Like you. Anyways, the debate's supposed to start at 9 o'clock. Your all's job tonight is send in those super chats. I promise I'll read them all by the end of the show. But I'm not going to harp on it or anything. So we'll do the normal rigmarole routine before the show. First thing to let you all know is, of course, I will read all the super chats by the end of the show. And unfortunately, I will probably not be reading your comments during the show. And the reason for that is I kind of try to just pay attention to my opponent and not, what's going on in the chat and all of that stuff. So it's not that I dislike my chat or think that you guys won't have good commentary during the debate. It's literally just I get into the debate. Debate topic. Flower, what was this? Flower gardens have no utility and only vegetables should be grown. Oh. What about medicinal products? Shouldn't they be grown as well? Right? No aloe vera? Come on now. I'm looking forward to this. If it was up to me, I'd debate like every night. I'd do a no prep debate every night. I really would. Love it. Why should you watch me debate? Well, because I think I'm pretty good at it. And I'm especially good at, sort of coming up with arguments on the fly. So I think, I hope I keep it entertaining as well. So, the cereal soup. You people. Jeez Louise. I had an interesting day. I got an opportunity to do the extravaganza. All joking aside, it's always a pleasure to work with Jake, Mystery, Andrew, anyone else on the extravaganza. So you should check that out. It's over on the Crucibles channel, on their Rumble channel. So, I am feeling a little sick, as I said, but it should be fine. I don't anticipate it to bother me whatsoever. I did get, so I've shown the picture on here of my back. Let's see if I can show this again. I'm just stalling. 10 minutes we'll be starting the debate. So, let's see. I've shown this before, but doctor said I'd need a backiotomy. What is this? What's going on? Whatever. Well, I got a bad back. I'm not going to find the picture. Anyways, got my injection today. My back injection. I'm not quite sure what they inject me with. My guy's really cool, though, the doctor. I've been there several times. He's always chatting me up about something or another. I think he's a Pittsburgh Pirate fan. So we were talking a little about the Pirates. I think they lost today, though. But, you know, steroids. That's what I feel strong. I'm going to have a little rage during this debate. Ah! It might have something to do with why I'm not feeling great. I don't know. Which levels am I getting to? Dude, I don't know shit all about it. I got to be honest with you. I just don't know. I went to a doctor who sent me to a back specialist who sent me to these people, and they came up with some amount, and I was like, okay. My only thing with it is that I don't really, I was pretty insistent that I didn't want like any opioid painkillers or anything like that. So basically, they did give me some nerve pill called gabapentin, which I almost never use. Basically, I just take Tylenol or ibuprofen. But, maybe that is it. I didn't even know. Maybe that's why I'm not feeling great. But yeah, it's not great. Feels like I got to throw up. Is what it feels like. But I will say this: it'll make good content if someone someone starts debating me and I'm like, ugh, people are gonna be like, damn, that guy just rocked Rob. He debated Rob so well, beat him in that debate so bad. Rob was throwing up, nervous, fucking sick to his stomach. How poorly he was performing. Get him! Get that son of a bitch, Rob, right? I am going to try something tonight. I'm going to try to not lose my cool, even if it's a rage-invading debate. Even if I keep getting interrupted. So watch for me. I'm capable of doing that. It's not my natural response. My natural response is what you normally see, like, go fuck yourself, you piece of shit, blah, blah, blah. That's naturally how I argue with my friends and shit if they're being unreasonable. But I did debate in college, and you didn't approach it like that, even if someone was being ridiculous. So a lot of times people tell me, if you would just be more controlled, you would be better. So we'll see. We'll see tonight. I'm going to make it a point. Make it a point to do that. So, word of the day. I hadn't thought of it. Word of the day. Okay. I'll write one down. So the game is this. $10 super chat. The first $10 super chat to get the word of the day wins a shout out. Yay! It is a word that I don't normally use that I'll try to use several times in this debate. Let me think. And I'll write it down so you know I'm not cheating. You can't. I'm not going to use something that someone's typing. It makes it harder because now I got to debate and I got to think to insert the word of the day. Just so you know, but I'm capable. Yeah, I know it'll make worse content. I think Israel's committing genocide. I think the name'ems in my chat are. Let's see. Okay. Now, before I write this down, can we set some rules here? Can it be, like, let's say the word was jump. It's not jump. But would that mean that jump and jumped, like the past tense, and jumping would all sort of, as long as you get the base word, that's what would matter, right? Can we all agree on that? It's not like that it has to just be the one tense. Is that fair? Okay. I'll take Gigi's word. The rest of you can fuck off. No. Okay. All right. So it's a word that I don't normally use. I'll try to use it several times throughout the debate. It might be different forms. Maybe not. Maybe it won't. But it might be. So I just want to let you know. I'm late, so I'm going to hop over right now. I'm supposed to be there 5 minutes beforehand, so let's get over there. I promise I'll read all super chats at the end of the show. We'll stay up late if we have to. Mm. Van Halen. Oh, I guess I could start now. Speakeasy's not there.
Good luck, Rob.
Oh, thanks, man. Naughty Germ $5 says, last time I was this early. Thank you as always, my friend. Thanks for the 5. Balder Asgard, thanks again for 20. Always appreciate it. Left-handed assassin, $5. Thank you so much, man. Crit, thanks for the 10. Says word of the day is coom. Like coomer? You know what's embarrassing? I hear people say that all the time. They'd be like, you're a coomer gremlin. I don't even know what it means. I think it just means like perverted. Am I right? I don't know. I'm an old man. I don't know. Gavin Freena, $10 says, show me your penis is the word. Okay, I know that's dumb. I'm just looking for an excuse. Penis gate. Left-handed assassin at $10. Schadenfreude. You have any guesses is the topic today? Oh, John, thanks for the 10. Says word of the day. And boom. I bet I use it a lot too. Any guesses for the topic? I'm waiting for the Israel debate. So it could be Israel. It's going to be this guy. It's going to be this Omar guy. And it's going to be Israel.
I'm waiting for one day it's going to be American Nacho. That's my hope. I don't know. I never know who it is, right?
Which is going to be mustache related.
But I'm just hoping it's American Nacho. Oh, that would be a good one too.
I haven't talked to Nacho in a minute. How's he doing?
He's doing good. He's playing. We were talking about DebateCon, right? And going down to DebateCon.
He's going to be there.
So.
Good.
Well,
good.
He's hopefully it's his work schedule, right? So
right,
that's
right.
what we were. That's
he's
what we were
talking
talking
about.
I like
Nacho.
He's a blue collar, right? So
yeah, of course.
But pretty excited. No prep's one of my favorites. So
I'm excited too.
It's like one of the few because I don't know what's going on. I get why you like it too because back here we have no idea who it is. So it's like from the production side, we're like, yeah.
Doing good, Speak. All right, I'm going to head over here. 1 second. Do you mind if I share screen, Speak? Is that all right? Okay. We can save all of our racial slurs till we're off the air.
Yeah, true.
I got a lot lined up today, too.
Yeah, me too. I've been writing them down. Shit.
I talked to my friends about this. Like, some racial, some are stronger than others. Like, okay, we all know that, like, the American ones, right? But, like, once you start to get into, like, the Vietnamese and shit like that, and you're looking at, like, what our soldiers were called, it's like, some better than others,
Yeah. 100%. 100%. Yeah, I have like because so my dad's Jamaican, my mom's Portuguese, and then where we grew up was like predominantly Portuguese people, and a lot of them were racist as hell, like they the N-word came out like it was saying hello, it was but like, and they used to they even call my mom N lover and shit like that, like that's what they used to that's so like that. Now it's nothing to me because I grew up hearing it so much.
Yeah, for me, the thing is, specifically with the N-word, though it doesn't have to just be that, I never understood giving someone that much power over you. Like, well, there's this one thing you could say to me that'll make me lose my fucking mind. Like,
right.
I remember, there was this kid one time, we were getting in an argument, we ended up fighting, for real. But he's like, whatever you do, don't you say shit about my mom. And I was like, well, what do you think I'm going to say next, you dumb fuck?
Exactly.
We just threw fists at each other, and I'm going to be like, well, of course, sir. I wouldn't,
How
it's
dare I?
It's like, why would you tell someone that?
Yeah.
It's like saying, whatever you do, if we fight, don't hit me in the shoulder. I have a really bad shoulder. It's
right, exactly.
I know where I'm aiming.
Yeah, exactly.
So dumb.
It's just like the F slur. You usually actually never use it for someone who's gay.
Right.
You're actually saying it to hurt somebody because that's bothering some straight dude.
That's exactly it. Yeah, that's exactly it. My favorite, one of my favorite comedians, Doug Stanhope, he had this joke once where he was talking about that slur, and he said it, and he's like, look, if you're gay, I'm not shitting on you. Like, it's just too good of a word to pass up. He's like, and if you're gay and you're mad, I'll blow you after the show. He's like, I'm not going to get into it. I'm not going to be happy about it, but it's too good of a word to give up. It's like,
shit. Too good. All right. We got our mystery debater here in the back. Are you ready to go on your side?
I'm ready. I'm good to go.
All right. I'm gonna start this up. Let's rock and roll.
Warning. The information shared in these conversations and videos are intended for general knowledge and entertainment purposes only. It should not be considered as legal advice or professional guidance. Additionally, any documentation or references to specific content are solely for the purpose of discussion and understanding. It does not imply endorsement, promotion, or support of said content. The views expressed in these videos and/or conversation are those of the individuals involved and do not represent any official stance or opinion. The content you are about to experience may contain strong language, including explicit words and phrases. This language is used for artistic expression and may be integral to the storyline or character development. It is important to note that the use of such language does not endorse or promote offensive behavior. Viewer discretion is advised, and please enjoy the show responsibly. Disclaimer. Copyright disclaimer under Section 107 of the Copyright Act 1976. Allowance is made for fair use for purposes such as criticism, comment, news reporting, teaching, scholarship, education, and research. The Canadian Copyright Act, Section 29, allows an individual to use copyright-protected materials when creating a new work, such as a mashup, and to post the new work online on a site like YouTube. Fair dealing provision for specific purposes like research, private study, education, parody, satire, criticism, review, and news reporting.
No prep, no warning, no time to think. Walking cold, stand your ground, say what you believe. No script, no notes, no place to hide. Redactions drop, the room goes live. No prep. Enter one stance brace. Nowhere prep, nowhere prep, nowhere prep. No topic, no opponent name. Just pressure, just fire, just debate. Nowhere prep, nowhere prep. No warm up, no safety net. You showed up, now defend it. This is nowhere prep debate.
All right. Welcome to Knower Prep Debates. For those just joining us, this is a no prep debate format built around one simple idea. Okay. Robnoerr is walking in completely blind, does not know the topic. He does not know who he is debating until we are going to reveal it live in just a few moments. The other debater, on the other hand, of course, does. They've had time to prepare, built their arguments, and come in ready. All right. There's no pause after the reveal, no research, no notes, and no warm up for Rob. Once we drop the redactions, the debate begins immediately. Okay. We're going to start with a 10-minute opening statement from our mystery debater, followed by a 10-minute response from Rob with no prep, of course. After that, we go into an open floor, no clock, no direction. All right, we let the debate run and see where we can get to. Aim for 2 hours, and at the 2-hour mark, I'm going to check in and see if both sides want to continue or move into closing statements. And then we'll have 5-minute closings from each side. If the time and energy allows, we'll get into super chat questions at the end. But if the debaters can't stay for that portion, I will still go through and read every single super chat at the end myself. Don't worry about that. So that's the format. No safety nets, no excuses, just preparation versus instinct, okay? So let's bring up our mystery debater.
Who's that debater?
Hey, Abe Dinkus. This is Abe Dinkus from Abe Dinkus channel, and I've come to challenge Robnoerr. The debate topic that I've decided to challenge you on tonight, Rob, is empathy should not be used in structuring society.
And you can get right into your opening statement. Thank you for coming, Abe.
Thank you for having me. All right, so just go. All right.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. I'll let you know when you're about 1 minute if you get to the end there.
Is it Okay.
You have 10 minutes. Yeah, you have 10 minutes for
Okay.
your own thing.
Okay. I thought you were saying I have 1 minute. I'm like,
No,
oh,
no.
shoot. Well, that's not going to work.
No, you have 10 minutes, and I'll let you know when you're at your last minute.
Okay. I wrote it all out, so I'll start. All right. My position tonight is pretty clear. Emotional empathy, as we commonly use the term today, is not a reliable foundation for structuring a fair and effective society. While it often functions as a form of virtue signaling, a low-cost way to display moral superiority without the hard work of real solutions, it has been co-opted by manipulative interests because of its very nature. Its serious flaws and abuses are not accidents. They are unavoidable and inevitable. Let's start with the surprising fact. The word empathy is shockingly new. It was coined in English around 1908, and then completely put into the system in 1909 by psychologist Edward Titchener as a translation of the German Einfühlung, literally meaning feeling into. Originally, it had nothing to do with sharing another person's pain or feelings. It was an aesthetic term, projecting your own feelings into a painting, a sculpture, or even a mountain to understand why it feels alive or soaring. It wasn't until the 1930s and 1940s that psychologists began applying it to human emotions. Then, in the 1950s and 1960s, Carl Rogers popularized it through client-centered emotions, client-based therapy. He made accurate empathy, sensing the client's feelings as if they were your own, without losing the as if, the central ingredient for personal growth. From the therapy couch, it spread into self-help culture, education, and eventually politics and public policy, which we saw used in feminism and other similar movements. In other words, this concept we now treat as an ancient, obvious virtue is largely a 20th century invention that was repackaged and sold to the masses. And once it gained popularity, manipulative actors quickly recognized its power and co-opted the concept. Why is empathy such an effective tool for virtue signaling? Because it feels good and costs you almost nothing. You can cry on television, post a black square on social media, declare, "I feel your pain," or demand that others show more empathy, and instantly position yourself as the compassionate one. Actual help, crafting sound policy, spending your own resources, making difficult trade-offs requires real sacrifice and rigorous thinking. Empathy lets people skip the hard part while claiming the moral high ground. This is not harmless performance. Empathy is biased, like a spotlight. It shines brightness on people who are similar to us, who are attractive, or who appear as a single identifiable victim. It grows dim for statistics, distant suffering, or those who don't trigger our emotions. That's why one photogenic child in crisis receives wall-to-wall coverage and massive donations, while thousands or millions suffering in obscurity are largely ignored. Societies guided primarily by empathy become inconsistent, unfair, and prone to misallocated resources. Even worse, the concept of empathy is easily weaponized. We've seen it used to manipulate well-meaning people into supporting policies they would have otherwise rejected on the merits. The phrase, "if you don't support this, you lack empathy," becomes a rhetorical cudgel. It shuts down debate, equates reasonable disagreement with moral failure, and allows activists or politicians to signal their own virtue while dodging serious cost-benefit analysis. And here's the key point. The abuse of empathy is not a bug, it is an unavoidable feature. Its spotlight nature guarantees bias and parochialism. Its intense emotional pull guarantees selective blindness and eventual burnout. Its cheapness guarantees it will be exploited for signaling rather than genuine, effective actions. You cannot build a widespread empathy-based decision-making without these distortions emerging at scale. This is precisely why Yale psychologist Paul Bloom wrote Against Empathy, the Case for Rational Compassion. Bloom argues that we should replace emotional empathy with rational compassion, a steady concern for others, well-being guided by reason, evidence, numbers, and consistent principles, rather than by whoever happens to pull at our heartstrings this week. The concept of empathy, if it exists at all, could have a place. It could strengthen bonds with family or close friends. But for structural laws, justice system, charity, welfare policy, or public institutions that must serve millions impartially, it is unreliable. We need clear foundations, impartial rules, evidence-based analysis, and deliberate rational compassion that asks not, whose pain do I feel right now, but what actually works? Who benefits most in the long term? How do we help the greatest number without favoritism? The conception of empathy feels right up close, but societies are built for scale. I say we choose the wiser path, one rooted in reason and principled caring, so we can create a society that is truly fair and more effective at helping those who need it. Thank you.
All right. Thank you for that opening statement, Abe Dinkus. And robnoerr, whenever you're ready for yours, I will start the timer up back here, and I'll let you know if when you're down to a minute left.
All right, sounds good. Well, first off, thank you so much for being here, Abe. One of my favorite people to talk to. And I did tell my audience, I promise I was going to try to be a little more chilled today. So it should be easier with someone that I respect that, you know, freed the slaves and all that stuff. So good shit. As always, a better hat than me. Damn it. But what can I do? Interesting topic. Now, here's the thing. At first value, I sort of agree with you when I start listening, but the way, when you start to think about it, not only is what you're suggesting not something we should strive for in the totality as you're suggesting, but I also think that it's not even possible. So your statement is, that you're affirming, is that empathy should not be used in structuring society. The flaw is going to be that you might criticize the status quo and say empathy is used too much. And in large part, I agree. Or rather, not really empathy, but playing on people that think they're using empathy. When in reality, I think they're doing something completely different, which is virtue signaling sort of this cultural Marxist. In fact, most of the people that claim to be empathetic for other people, I don't even think they believe that themselves. And even if they do believe it, it's probably not real empathy that they're striving for or experiencing. It's more of a virtue signaling of going after groups that are deemed as oppressors and defending those they view as oppressed because they think that gives them some sort of societal position or power. That's not true empathy in the way that's being explained. However, I also think that the big fundamental problem with what you're suggesting is, even if we would concede that the status quo uses too much empathy, that does not mean that it should not be used at all. In order for you to win your prompt, you would have to win that we should not use empathy at all. After all, your statement is empathy should not be used. Not that it should not be used as much as it currently is. And I think there absolutely is a place for trying to be empathetic in how we structure our society, both in a policy level, but more importantly, in a cultural level, which I think that you fail to differentiate. Even when you cite the Yale professor, I believe it was, that says that we should replace it with rational compassion. First off, that's subjective, the idea of rational compassion, as we could get into. But secondly, it seems that he's talking specifically about there's parts that we could use empathy with our emotions, dealing with person to person and building personal relationships, but that doesn't have a place in a policy discussion. Well, policy discussion is not all that structures society. In fact, most of our society is structured outside of policy. Most of the structure of society is the relationships that we have on a cultural and personal level. For example, society is largely structured from the nuclear family. You would have to concede that being empathetic within your nuclear family, like me being empathetic when my son has to go to the doctor and has to get a shot, why wouldn't that be something that we would strive for? I use that in part to structure the exact activities we'll do, the healthcare, etc. And that is part of structuring society, albeit a small personal one on my level. When you take those millions upon millions of small personal interactions that are using empathy, especially at the family level, you can see how that builds the building blocks for how we structure our culture and society. From there, you may say that it's overused in policy prescriptions. Perhaps we shouldn't be, for example, doling out tax rates based on empathy. And there's an argument that that's probably largely true. But again, I think most of that's not a problem with empathy and more a problem with people that are utilizing what they claim to be empathy, but it's actually personal motivations that they're using instead, where the bulk of these problems will come from. So the first thing we'll need to do is define what empathy is. Now, full disclosure, until a debate on Speakeasy's panel the other day, I'd never heard the sort of history of the word empathy. I would have said that sympathy is just trying to understand and feeling someone and feeling bad for them that something happens to them. So you're like, oh, that sucks. I'm sympathetic towards you. Empathy would have stood out as trying to put yourself in their position. And that's what I would have said was the difference. I largely think that's basically what's going on, but we'll fully concede that you're probably right about your history lesson going back to 1908 and what it stands for. I'll use this definition, and if we need to argue about the definition, that's fine, from the Cambridge Dictionary, which I like, which says empathy is the ability to share someone else's feelings or experiences by imagining what it would be like in that person's situation. Now, full disclosure, will you ever 100% know what someone's feelings are? No, and that might be a problem with the word empathy. It's actually impossible to know exactly what someone else is feeling. So can you ever truly be empathetic and experience their feelings? Literally, no, you can't feel the exact feeling they have. But I think as a concept, we understand what the word's trying to say, which is, instead of just saying, oh, that sucks, that guy got his car vandalized, I feel bad for him, saying, man, how would I feel if my car got vandalized? Boy, that really sucks for that person, is very similar, but two distinct, nuanced concepts. I don't see a problem with this as people try to make it out. In fact, I think the bulk of the criticism that you have and how empathy is weaponized, or at least what people call empathy, is weaponized, and that term's weaponized. Even if we eliminated the term empathy and just went with traditional sympathy, same thing would apply. You could weaponize the idea of having sympathy for the poor refugee or the career criminal, etc. It'd be the same thing. I fail to see how just the concept of saying, wow, doesn't it suck that person's in a bad situation, as opposed to, wow, imagine if you were in that bad situation, can't you see how that sucks, would have that much distinct difference on the criticisms that you're making here. So in that sense, I think that empathy, which is sort of an emotional appeal, is what you're suggesting strongly, is something to be avoided. That's not the case. For example, if we go all the way back to sort of Greek philosophy on communication, Aristotle came up with the concept of ethos, pathos, and logos. And as we know, pathos has to do with a strong emotional appeal. It's one of the three forms of communication, and it's absolutely a legitimate one. People always act like making emotional appeals is something to be avoided. That's not true whatsoever. You shouldn't rely purely on emotional appeals. There should also be logic, and there should be something about the speaker that's going into it as well. But there's no reason to avoid emotional appeals. After all, we're emotional beings. And oftentimes, the things that could change people's lives the most and be the most persuasive to them, not in a shady way, but in good ways, are appeals to that very emotion. How many people have become Christian or have changed their moral philosophy because of some emotional event that happened to them? Sure, that could be weaponized, but the same could be true of logos. The same could be true of ethos. All of these things could be weaponized. I mean, look no further than ethos or logos and how the scientific community's been co-opted. In order to use one of those three and structure society completely on ethos, pathos, or logos, that would be a mistake. But we would never suggest removing one of the three, and that's what you're suggesting, that we should remove the idea of empathy, which is tantamount to removing the idea of emotional appeals and structuring society. I think that would be a terrible, terrible way to go about things. So I'd have three contentions that I'd make here. First is that compassion is responsible in part for all forms of government. So you can't say, well, it's because of government today and how we've weaponized empathy. Again, even though the concept of empathy, as in trying to picture yourself in their feelings, is something that's sort of new since the 1900s, the real criticism of what you're suggesting is making emotional appeals to people and tugging at their heartstrings for sort of structuring society. This has existed in every form of government that I can imagine, from dictatorships to monarchies to oligarchies to sort of religious fundamentalist societies. All of them, to some degree, will rely on the emotional well-being or emotional appeals in order to structure their society. Not only that, I don't know that it's possible. I don't know, unless you were like some sort of like mechanical AI society, how you would be able to remove the idea of emotion from this. Even if you sat down and said, we are going to specifically try to be rationally compassionate, as you've suggested, what does that look like? Are any of us possible to remove our bias? Of course not. We could try to limit them as much as possible, but part of our bias will always be emotional appeals. You talked about how empathy, for example, is wanting to appeal to people that are similar to us. I would argue we don't have enough of that. I think that people that are similar to me and you, and I don't want to speak for you, but I think you're Christian. We're both white, probably of European descent. Who the fuck speaks for us? We're treated like shit in a very country where we're the majority because not enough people speak up for us. In fact, I think that that form of tribalism and sticking up for people that we have an affinity to, largely based on emotions, that's why I do it, is absolutely something that we should strive more for. The problem's not that people are using empathy. The problem is that it's selective, that we're gearing it specifically to groups that we allow the left and the globalists to say are the groups that are actually oppressed. Ironically, then making the very majorities that they consider oppressors oppressed in their own country. For example, whites, minorities when it comes to globally, yet we're treated like shit, like we're responsible for all the ills of the world. What's wrong with me being empathetic with my fellow white rural Americans that are Christian and saying, fuck yes, I care most about us, even if it's not something that's logically rational? And you could say, but Rob, if we just had a purely objective, logos-driven view of this, why would one human be worth more than another? Well, because I give a shit emotionally more about these people because they're more similar. And this is something you concede in your speech, that empathy would be the caring of people that are more similar to us. Exactly. In fact, I would argue that that's the exact opposite of what most of the system that claims to be empathy is now. We've separated into a cultural Marxism where we tell people that they're being empathetic by caring about people that are different than them, but that's not really what's going on. We're just teaching people that they have to virtue signaling, claiming that they're using empathy. This isn't a real use of empathy. It's a fake use of empathy. And we should not punish structuring at least some of society at the policy and definitely at the cultural level by using empathy and trying to put ourselves in other people's shoes just because people that are bastards that are running this system actually want to misuse it and try to bastardize the term to something that it isn't. It's incredibly vexing to see the idea that just because some shithead leaders say, oh, you have to put yourself in the shoes of the Haitians that are actually a net drain on our society, that I all of a sudden can't care and use an emotional appeal or compassion or, in this case, empathy when it comes to people that are like me. I'd also say that the status quo is bad, as I said, for reasons that aren't empathy, and I think you're misallocating where that's at. The last thing I'll say is, the very fact of what this show is sort of represents the idea for why empathy is not necessarily a bad thing. We're engaged a lot of times on Verbal Combat and other speakeasy shows and debates like this in switch side debate. We're willing to try to understand the other side's position. I think that's a great thing and leads to us actually being able to advocate for our societies and civilization better because we're trying to put ourselves in the position of our opponents so we understand the arguments better so that we can convince them and drive society in a better direction. With that, I'll cede my time.
All right. That is going to be the conclusion for the opening statements. We're going to move right into the open floor here, you know, where the debate really takes shape. Okay, we're going to aim for about 2 hours total. I'm going to check in that at that point, see if you guys want to keep going or move into closing statements. As you guys know, I'm going to be staying out of it for the most part. I'm only stepping in if things go, you know, way off the rails or if they're talking over each other. I don't expect that to happen here, though. But, you know, if the audience can't follow, that's when I'll step in. But other than that, it's all yours, boys. You guys go ahead. I'll start the timer up when one of yous jump in, and I'll let you guys know when we're at the 2 hour mark.
Cool. Okay, I'm not sure exactly where I should
Oh, sorry. One more thing. If you guys are watching right now, sub to both robnoerr and Abe Dinkus right now, or you suck. All right, go ahead.
Well, let's see if we could do this. Maybe a good place to start. Just a couple things about the prompt here. One, empathy. The definition. Do you think my definition was acceptable? I don't mean to get semantic. I think we both mean it has something to do with trying to put yourself and understand the feelings of someone by putting yourself, which is different than sympathy, which is just trying to be like, oh, I have compassion. Would you accept that that's basically the?
I think that's fair. Yeah.
Okay. I'm not trying to be tricky with it, but you know, it's important that we have a mutual understanding for the. And then the other thing that I think that maybe there could be some disagreement is what is meant by structuring society. I contend that structuring society is not just politics. I think that would be culturally, religiously, familially. Would you agree with that?
I would agree to some level that is true, because I think the baseline of all society is the nuclear family. I think absent that, you don't even have structure in a society, and you would have just a crumbling thing that can't continue to exist.
So if we accept that, yeah, I'm so sorry. Go ahead.
Go ahead. Yeah.
If we accept that, I concede the nuclear family should be the building blocks of society and how we structure it. Given that, would you really say that a father shouldn't be empathetic to his son?
I don't. Okay, so the problem with the entirety of that situation is I don't believe the way that empathy is presented, used, and conveyed is an impossible thing. Well, so because I believe that it's impossible, I don't believe that the conception we use as empathy is useful or good for our society. I think that it leaves us in pitfalls no matter what we do.
Okay, let's say that hypothetically it's impossible. I'm going to go with this. You're saying it's impossible because, for example, if I say, let's imagine that I had a hat on like Abe and a big beard like Abe. How is he feeling right now? There is literally, even if I think I know, it's impossible for me to really know. Therefore, the concept of true empathy ever being achieved is something that's impossible to achieve. That's why you're saying
for the most part.
Okay.
Yeah.
But that would sort of be irrelevant because the concept of empathy exists. You'll concede that, right?
Yep.
It exists as a term.
Conceptually, it does, yes.
Okay. So then the question is, should we use the concept of empathy to structure society? It may well be that it's impossible for me to ever truly be empathetic. But that's like saying, what's impossible for me to truly get to a 100% egalitarian society? Therefore, we shouldn't use egalitarian principles to try to structure society. I disagree. I think if I could prove that utilizing the concept of empathy, even if it's never achievable, leads to better outcomes, then it's something we should say would have a part in structuring society.
Okay, so with that would be one of my main contentions. One of my main contentions would be that because empathy is, as we see it, the real, true empathy, is an impossibility for the human mind or whatever to experience, then we are better to look towards a sympathy or sympathetic response, and then use rational thought to make decisions. Because we can say, I care for this person, right? I can say, I've noticed there's an issue and I care for them. So now I can rationally try to decide what needs to happen in this situation, rather than saying I'm feeling or trying to be in your shoes, because that's an impossibility, and my perception is going to give me wrong indications, wrong information. And so it's better for me to look at the situation and say, okay, I have care because they're my neighbor, and because I have that care, let me try to figure out what needs to be done, rather than saying, oh, I'm going to initially see the situation and say, oh, I feel for them, I feel with them, and now I'm going to make a decision based on what I think they are feeling.
Okay.
Instead, I can just rationally decide based on I care about them.
Let's table the idea of rational for a second, because I think that there's going to be some disagreement as to whether or not that itself is possible. However, let's go with this, right? How would I, does the term sympathy, which you're suggesting we should use instead of empathy, does that term include any part of trying to imagine what that person's going through?
I would have to look it up again because I haven't looked up sympathy.
We've sort of agreed that's the defining distinction between sympathy and empathy. Sympathy would be like, oh man, your car got vandalized, I feel bad for you. Empathy would be like, I feel bad for you because I'm imagining what it would feel like if my car got vandalized.
So can I just really quick look up?
Yeah,
quickly?
sure.
We can,
No problem.
or you can. Either way it works. I just want to make sure that we're accurate because I think
because to
that's
me,
one of the issues
when
I
we
have
say
with
empathy is
empathy.
not possible, what we're saying is this, right? Like, this is why I think that this is fundamentally a bad argument. The concept of switch side debating, right? Like, imagine that Speakeasy goes, hey, we just got a $5,000 donation, and Rob, they want you to debate Abe's position, and Abe, you debate Rob's position, right? Now,
Yep.
I could do that, but I can't literally, right? Because I literally will never come up with the exact same words or thoughts you would have, right? But I could have a good idea, and there's utility in that. There's utility in me saying, okay, what if I was Abe? What would this argument look like? You agree with that? There's utility in it, right?
There's utility in trying to understand. Is that what you're saying?
Correct. It will make the mere fact of trying as an exercise to argue what your opponent might think and might say makes everyone's argument stronger. If you don't do it, and in fact, we all implicitly do it to some degree, right? Like, when you were coming up with this prompt, you were like, Rob might say this, and this is what I would respond, correct?
Probably.
It doesn't literally matter if you had the exact word or phrasing or the literal exact thought. You're getting a large bulk of it by doing the exercise and trying to think of it. And that provides utility. The same with the concept of empathy. Where it stands different from the concept of sympathy is there is something that's a utility in trying to put myself in your shoes. The question of if I could literally be you with the literal same biological makeup, with the literal same exact thought is irrelevant to the practice. And I think what it is it's just like this hyper-specific literal looking of the definition saying, well, you can't literally experience my feelings. But my point is that's irrelevant. There is still some utility in trying to put yourself in that position. And the easiest example I could give is I take my 5-year-old son and he has to get a shot, right? It's one thing to say, I feel bad you have to get a shot, as I might to you or someone else. It's another thing to say, what was it like when I was 5? Do you remember? Do you remember how scary it was for this guy in this sterile white lab coat and blah, blah, blah? Oh, I see where you're coming from. The latter helps me come up with things to say to my son that would be different if I'm just like, it sucks you have to get a shot. I feel bad for that.
Yeah, but here's the issue with that. So, yeah, I agree that we can say I've been in that situation, so I know how it feels, right? Or I felt pain before, so I understand how pain affects me.
Mm-hmm.
But that's just at that point you're saying because I can rationally understand that thing, I can also share their feelings or emotions. And I think that what has happened is this phrase that's been coined is now not what it is. Like it's a term that is synonymous with virtue in our world. It is not just I feel what they're feeling. It is trademarked as it is virtue. Somebody who has empathy is virtuous, and is a direct through line for this in everything we see. And if it is the case that it's an impossibility, and these people are using it synonymous with virtue, then it means they do nothing but earn the virtue for doing nothing. But long as it seems like they feel it.
Yeah, but I argue that it's not a problem with the concept of empathy. It's a problem with people that are intentionally weaponizing people's feelings. And even if we could have a crystal ball, right? We could have a genie to give us a wish, right? And we could go back and we could eliminate in 1907 them coming up with the term empathy. It wouldn't matter. The exact same things you're talking about manipulating people with their emotional appeal so they could virtue signal would just be done through the concept of sympathy. Be the same thing.
I don't think it can harness the same way because especially, so sympathy, for instance, is a feeling or expression of sincere concern for someone.
Mm-hmm.
Who is experiencing pain or discomfort.
Okay.
So like if that's the case, it's you are feeling something for them from yourself, and then you can take action based on the feelings you have internally. You're like, oh shoot, I care. so I should do something. Not I feel what you're feeling, or I've been through what you've gone through, so I can now understand you greater. Instead, it's saying, because I have this emotional reaction, I understand that I feel uncomfortable for your situation, so I'm going to help you.
But I fail to see
I think
no.
because
I think that you're
I think
whitewashing a
sympathy
lot.
prompts better action.
I
I think sympathy prompts better action from people than
think.
empathy.
I don't think, one, you would have to win that there's no place for empathy ever, which I don't think you'll be able to do. But secondly, I don't even know that that's true, because what's happening is you're like, oh, the literal definition of sympathy, no one would weaponize that because it would be rational. The mere fact that you're thinking would be that's not the way it would work. I could say the same thing if I said, well, the ability to share someone's feelings or experiences by imagining what it would be like to be in that person's situation, that will enable you to come up with a rational response of what to do. Just like having a sincere concern for them would be able to come up with yes, or it could be used manipulatively, right? Let me ask you this. If you were, let's say, I don't know this about you whatsoever, so I'm not making any disparaging remark. You'll see where I'm going. Let's say you're a drug addict, right? And you were addicted to opioids, right? Hypothetically. Who would you rather listen to? Someone who is a recovering drug addict for 10 years and knows exactly what you're going through? Or someone like me that's like, I've never done that. But sure, I'll tell you. Which person do you think would maybe have more insight to the situation?
The person with the experience.
Okay.
The person with the experience, obviously, yeah.
So do you think that person with the experience would be calling upon that experience to try to imagine what that other person's going through?
Sure, but does that require empathy or their own experience from the past?
Well, it would be both. They're literally, right? What they're doing is, like, the idea of empathy could involve you imagining, or it could be, I went through that. Both of those would fall under the concept of empathy. What makes empathy is just you saying, I'm putting myself in your shoes.
No, because you just proved my point then. What you're saying is somebody who has experienced it already is relying on their experience to then give me
Is that empathy or
some
not?
kind of help.
Is that empathy?
That's not empathy.
Of course it is. That's imagining the situation you're in by saying, I have been in a similar situation.
Then you would have to say that all empathy would require the person has experienced the exact thing that you are experiencing in order to feel for you.
But that's not true at all. Why would that be necessary? Why would that be a necessary condition of empathy? In that scenario, that is a form of empathy. Empathy is just this. I'm imagining what it would be like to be you, right? So in the case of the recovering drug addict, I, who am not a recovering opioid addict, as an alcoholic, but I was not an opioid addict, right? I would be like, I don't know. I feel terrible for you, Abe. That sucks. I've heard that there's support groups you could go to. Maybe you should go to a doctor. Maybe there's some sort of medication that can help you with the withdrawal. You should probably disassociate with your friends that have used that. Just sort of surface level shit, right? But when you go to Narcotics Anonymous or someone, right? That's going to be someone that says, welcome. We all are looking at what you're saying and we're like, yes, we imagine that. We imagine ourselves in that situation because we've been there. So we're like, yep, we're imagining I felt that. So whether or not I felt it or not, personally in my life, and even in that situation, they didn't go through the exact same situation as you, right? But the mere fact that they're saying, I've lived this, now I'm imagining if I was you right now, that's empathy. It could be that they've literally lived it, or it could be that they haven't. And I'm just saying, geez, Abe, I'm wondering what it would be like to be, if I hurt my back and then all of a sudden through no drug abuse or whatever, I was put in this medication. And then it led me to this down. Yeah, that fucking sucks, man. I feel bad. I imagine that would be horrible. Both of those are empathy.
Yeah, but isn't it the case, though? What you're saying, though, is it would still be the case that they're relying on their own. It's an internal process for them to then help you or to give you advice.
So what they're doing is
from the exterior,
they're trying to
from the interior.
They're making a hypothesis about how you feel based on their past experiences. And so they're putting themselves in your situation based on their past experience. That's empathy.
The problem is the feeling into, like, how there's no connection between you and that person other than your care for them, which to me seems like sympathy is enough. And then you're making choices based on sympathy. You're not, where is the I'm sharing in with you? Like,
I
haven't
remember what
experienced.
that was like to be puking all night. I remember how vexing it was to like have my old friends call. Yes, I know exactly. That's them imagining what you're going through and putting them in that position. Like that
But I don't think it
sympathy
is.
would just be like, I feel bad for you. Your life experience is irrelevant to sympathy. Imagining what you're going through is irrelevant. That's
The only
irrelevant.
thing that could give you the ability to imagine anything would be your own experience. It would not be an actual imagining. It would be heavily relying on your own life experience.
It is irrelevant in that the key part of the distinction between empathy and sympathy is as follows: the putting yourselves in the shoes of another and imagining what they're feeling. There are multiple ways you could get there. One, let's say this. I could say, I imagine what it feels like to be a Haitian refugee. And I'm like, how would it feel to come into a country? I don't know the language, blah, blah, blah. That's me, robnoerr. I've never been a Haitian refugee, but that would be empathetic, me trying to imagine, right? Put myself in that position. Or there could be a person sitting here who is a literal Haitian refugee that says, I went through that, so I'm imagining what you're going through right now. They might say it this way. They might say, I know what you're going through. But you would say they don't know, right? They're just imagining that they know, right?
Sure, and it's
That's
just imagining.
Empathy. That's the definition of empathy.
Well, that's not useful then. You might as well go talk to them to figure out how they feel rather than imagine how they feel and then try to figure things out based on how you imagine they feel.
No, because you've just said it's impossible to ever know how they feel.
No, but they can convey to you how they feel.
Nonetheless.
You just go to them.
I could be empathetic because someone conveys how I feel, and you would still say, not possible, because your argument for why empathy is impossible is it is quite literally to ever exactly know what's in someone's head. So you can't experience
the same emotion.
What's that?
You can't share in the same emotion with them. You can
Exactly.
only share your representation of the emotion.
That's right. So no matter what, I'll never know your emotion. You could talk to me for 5 days straight. You could talk to me 10 hours a day for 5 days, and I'm still not going to literally know exactly how you feel.
Right. So it's better for me to have sympathy and ask you how you feel.
Why is it? What's the relevant? I could say it would still be impossible. You'll never know how they feel. So there's no need to be sympathetic and ask them how they feel. It'll be impossible.
Because at least then they've expressed it and it's true. Because I know it's coming from them as a representation of them, rather than what I've imagined as a representation of them, and then tried to make decisions based on my imagining.
But based on what they're telling, you're still imagining what they're feeling in your head. You just have more evidence. But at the end of the day, given this, and it sounds like
Which would be more accurate.
Well, it doesn't matter, right? I'll explain why in a minute, right? Because it sounds like I'm being unreasonable, but I'm not. You're being unreasonable, right? And the other people I've heard make this argument are unreasonable, which is technically you could never exactly know someone's feelings. So even if you're their twin and you were in a car wreck one year and then they're in an almost similar wreck the next year, you won't exactly know what they're feeling. Yeah, but that's true no matter what. The problem, or the reason it doesn't matter, what I'm saying here is because you're still going to use empathy when you ask, how are you feeling? The Narcotics Anonymous guy that's gone through it is going to be like, how do you feel? That's what happens. So you go to AA, how are you feeling right now? Tell us your story. Then they're taking that information and they're saying, here was my story. I imagined myself in your situation. So they're still using empathy even after they asked, how are you feeling? As soon as you say, I'm trying to imagine how you feel, that's empathy. That's it.
This is the issue. This is the issue I have with this. Because if you say that them imagining what you're going through is empathy, then it becomes the case anything I imagine is empathy. And then now I need empathy for everything that exists, for any experience of imagining the world. That's all empathy. And I got into an argument recently on this same topic. And what happened was they started asking like all these crazy scenarios that had nothing to do with feeling what other people are feeling and saying that that's empathy, that's empathy, that's empathy. And every single time that comes back to being a virtuous action. Is it more virtuous, Rob, and good for society to have concern for people and take action because you have concern, or to imagine how you believe they feel and then just express that? Because nowhere in empathy does it say it requires some action.
Does sympathy say it requires some action?
No, but it's a feeling that's earnest within one person for other people.
But the problem is, like, you're talking about something outside of it. You're like, because the definition of empathy doesn't require definitionally that you take an action. Therefore, it's something to be avoided. Okay, I could say sympathy should be avoided because there's nothing about having sincere concern for someone that mandates you take action. So therefore, it's just a bunch of people going, oh, I'm sympathetic, but I won't do anything to help people.
Nobody runs around saying that they're virtuous because they have sympathy. They're
sure
only
they are.
virtuous when
Sure
they
there
have
are people
empathy.
that say that. Sure there are. Absolutely. And again, the concept's irrelevant anyways to the point that we're trying to make here, which is you're just talking about people that are using empathy to virtue signal who by definition then really wouldn't be being empathetic, right? What I'm saying is it's impossible, right? Like I've done this. I've been like, man, I wonder what it like. Can you imagine that deer that got hit and suffering on the side of the road? Man, imagine what that'd be like to get hit and suffer there. That's empathy. Now, can I literally know exactly what the deer's thinking? No. And your argument that, well, then everything based on my definition is empathy, that's not true whatsoever. Empathy is basically, colloquially, trying to put yourself in someone else's shoes. That's it. There are things that fall into that concept and there are things that don't. What I'm saying is there are specific times where it's probably beneficial to say, I wonder how I would feel if I was that person. I don't see what the problem with that is. Can it be weaponized? Sure. Does that mean we should never utilize it? Again, I don't even have to win policy. You just said that families, the building blocks of structuring society. Sure. Should a father ever be empathetic to his son?
That's my whole contention is that the empathy that you're talking about isn't a reality. It's just a conflation of things.
Again,
like we imagination. You said it's
okay. So let's go back to this. Do you think there's utility in someone who's experienced a situation like being a drug addict to talk to someone who's currently going through withdrawal for being a drug addict?
Yes.
And there's utility beyond that of someone who didn't go through those symptoms. There could be utility uniquely for the person who's experienced a like situation.
Sorry, say that again.
Do you think that there's a potential utility for someone beyond what someone who hasn't experienced that situation, if there is someone who has? In other words, could it be possible that it's more beneficial to talk to someone as a drug addict that used to be a drug addict than someone who never has? Is it possible that okay. Is it possible for that person who used to be a drug addict to not use their experience to imagine what that other person's going through? Is that even physically possible?
I think it requires them to dig into themselves somehow to equate what could be.
I don't think it's possible. I think the way humans work would be this. Like you say, what are the situations that I've dealt with in my life that could help me understand what this problem is that this person's dealing with? And that, by doing that, by saying it, I think it would be, I don't even know if it is possible. If it is possible, it would be to the point of absurdity that you would have to condition yourself to be like, I refuse to try to imagine myself in that situation, even though I was in this situation 3 years ago. I refuse to even try to imagine it. I don't understand what the utility of that would be.
It's a strange, okay, so for me, it's this strange conflation where it's saying most of our decision making, most of our imagining, as you will, are coming from an internal place anyway. There's no projecting ourselves out into the world in the way that empathy seems to make possible. And because of that, I know how other people feel, or I'm feeling for it, like with you. I'm feeling this emotion with you. It like overlays this weird sheen of woo-woo, of like, I can be in other people's emotions. I can know things about people that isn't that I've just imagined, but I know it because it's imagined. It's the same idea as like a man who believes he knows what it is to be a woman because he has empathy about being a woman, and so somehow he knows how to be that so he can be a woman. It's like this weird overlay of yourself outside of yourself into reality that gives you or makes you privy to information that it's impossible for you to have.
Again, the idea of it being impossible, we already said, would be skewed as to whether or not the concept and trying to utilize the concept would be beneficial. For example, the idea of fairness doesn't exist and yet, or is literally impossible to achieve. to be fair, and yet we say there's utility in trying to be fair in many things. But if you quite literally got down to it, like, well, you can't ever be 100% fair and everything be even because people are biologically and genetically different, which means that someone's going to have some advantage over someone else, so fairness can't exist. We wouldn't say, well, because fairness can't exist, the concept of trying to be fair, for example, in law, is something that should be totally eliminated. We shouldn't even attempt to be it. So
but they're conceptually different.
It's not. Why?
They're conceptually different because fairness isn't the same as a human functioning outside of what a human can function, right? Like, I can be fair in choices that I make. I could say, you both get one. That's it. That's a fair action. I took a fair action.
But again,
I cannot, however, project my emotional state into someone else or allow myself to walk.
Not only can you, it's probably impossible not to. You might not be able to 100% accurately replicate what their emotional state is, but all human beings, from probably even before fucking language existed, were imagining what it was like to be in someone else's shoes. We do this all the time.
That's just concern, is it not?
No, that's not concern. Empathy is imagining that you were in that person's shoes. Sympathy is, I feel bad for what that person's dealing with. Empathy is, what if I was dealing with that? How might I feel? That's the difference. And you're like, well, empathy should be avoided because you can't 100% know exactly how they will feel. So what? Who cares if I could 100%?
Not avoided. That it can't be.
What do you mean?
Like,
yes,
I
agree.
Imagine,
I agree. That's exactly
right.
Why
would we say anything else? Why would we say I have empathy rather than I can imagine what that person's going through?
The term means the same thing.
Well, no, there's connotations to knowing and imagining.
If there's a difference, is any part of sympathy trying to imagine yourself in someone else's shoes?
It's a feeling or expression of sincere concern for someone who is experiencing something difficult or painful.
So nothing about that's imagining yourself in their shoes.
It's expressing concern.
It's
for
nothing
them
about that suggests nothing about that suggests imagining yourself in their shoes. Correct?
No.
Okay.
Not that I can see.
Is there utility ever in trying to say, I wonder how I would feel if I was in their shoes? Is there ever a utility for that?
There is utility for so there is utility in imagining.
Okay, but the question, I had a specific question. Is there ever utility in imagining yourself in someone's shoes? Just saying there's utility in imagining, like I could imagine. Okay, there is. Give me an example of like a scenario where that would be beneficial, where it would be some utility.
I mean, there's multitude, right? You already made one where it's the drug addict. That's a useful for the recovery of an addict, right?
Okay, now given that sympathy doesn't encompass that, why shouldn't we have a term that does? That's what empathy is.
It's so much more than that, though.
People might utilize it in ways that are wrong, but that doesn't mean that the idea of trying to imagine what someone's feeling by putting yourself in their shoes is something that should be eschewed.
No. That's why I tracked it through in my opening statement. It's conceptually, right? It's conceptually feeling into a thing. Then that conceptual believing that you could feel yourself into something then becomes, in the 1920s and 30s, the same thing, but with people. So you can believe into a thing to understand that thing, feel into that thing, right? And then as time has gone on, the feeling into has now been put into the terms of see yourself in their shoes, but that's not the same thing completely as just like feeling the emotions they're feeling in the moment. The idea is that emotions can't be, okay, let me see if I can break this down in a way that makes sense.
Just real quick, you did acknowledge, and like one of the first things you said was not just the 1908 definition, but you said in the way that the term is utilized today. That's what you're seeking to avoid, which we've conceded.
Well, not avoid. I'm trying to show that there's still a connection to its conception right now that is constantly used that is an actual impossibility, and that literal piece is what gives it the virtue that is being used.
No. But you've conceded the definition is the ability to share someone else's feelings and experiences by imagining what it would be like to be in that person's situation. Your argument is you could utilize that in a bad way. You've already conceded that you could utilize that in a good way.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Then why should we avoid empathy?
Because empathy, the use of this construction, empathy, tends towards corruption always.
No. Is this what was the name of that cologne in fucking it works 60% of the time, it works every time. Get the fuck out of here. Sometimes it tends to always doing this. Come on now. That's some more shit. Like
okay.
No.
The issue. No, the issue I have with it is it's like you take sympathy and you go, because I can feel your emotions that you're feeling, I'm going to use this sympathy, and then I'm going to give it extra virtue by saying I'm in your emotions with you.
No, that's it. But even if is that necessarily a bad thing?
It's not virtue.
Okay, so if there's utility, you've already conceded there's utility in doing more than just saying I'm concerned with you, with instead saying let me try to imagine myself in you. You've admitted that there's utility in that. Okay, so it's fake virtue. Great. I don't think it's fake. I think you're adding the concept of virtue as being necessary to what empathy is. I think
I'm saying that.
I can absolutely say I'm imagining what it feels like to be Abe right now with going, that makes me more virtuous. Some asshole might do that, but that doesn't mean that, then because some asshole does that, then Rob, it's bad for you to imagine what Abe's going through. What? That makes no sense.
When did anyone use the term empathy, Rob?
I've used the term empathy all the time.
Okay.
I'm empathetic to the Nigerian scammer that hacked my ex account.
Are you empathetic to them or are you sympathetic to them?
More empathy. I've imagined what it would be like to be 15 years old. I went through exactly on this channel. I said, you know what I did when I was 15? I used to smash people's mailboxes. That cost money. That was fucked up. So I understand what it's like to some degree to be a 15-year-old shithead kid. That's empathy. That's not sympathy.
But do you see where the disconnect here is? It's again, your conception in your internal framework, in your experience.
Correct.
Not theirs.
Correct.
And you're relying on yours,
correct,
not theirs.
Correct.
So you're not sharing.
Correct.
You're relying on
but I'm utilizing the concept.
Understand
we've already got you to concede this. Yes, it might be true that no one person could ever quite literally know the exact emotional state of another person. However, the concept of attempting to do that is still something that can have utility. You said, I agree, such as the drug addict. It is true that no two drug addicts will ever experience 100% the exact same emotional state, and yet there is utility for someone who is a drug addict to seek someone who is a recovering drug addict because they have a better idea of what they're going through based on their lived experiences.
Okay, so can you read the definition for me one more time?
Of empathy?
Yes.
Sure. From Cambridge, it's the ability to share someone else's feelings or experiences by imagining what it would be like to be in that person's situation.
So it's the ability to share in their emotions by...
The ability to share someone else's feelings or experience by imagining what it would be like to be in that person's situation. Now, how am I going to imagine that? What types of things might I call upon to imagine it?
Your experiences.
Correct.
Probably.
Which is exactly why the drug addict... The recovering drug addict 100% fits this definition of empathy. Yes.
I don't feel like there's accuracy in claiming that you're sharing in the emotions by referencing your...
The concept exists and the attempt to do it has utility. Again, this is just semantical. You're like, well, if the definition is the ability to share someone else's feelings or experiences by imagining what it would be like to be that person's situation, although it's immensely beneficial many times to attempt to do that, it's literally impossible to achieve it, and so therefore I reject it. Like, okay, so you might say it's impossible to ever truly be empathetic because you can't 100% experience someone's feelings, but there is utility in attempting.
again, that still comes back to what I said in the beginning, that I believe it makes more sense that you have compassion, which would be sympathy, and then seek to understand based on your internal framework or your rationale.
So just to be clear, you would tell, so I'm a Narcotics Anonymous guy. I've done it for 20 years. 30 years ago, I was a junkie. And you would say, Rob, I know you've had great success being empathetic to people and trying to put yourself in their shoes. Stop immediately. Stop. Don't ever use your lived experience to imagine what they're going through. Don't do that. Instead, you should just say, as someone who's not looking at my previous experiences or imagining what you're going through, I could say it would suck to go through that. That's what you would tell me as the Narcotic Anonymous person. How does that make sense? How is it even possible for me to do that?
You can see some things going on with somebody and feel compassion for them, yes?
Okay, yes, that's possible. Sure.
And then you can reference your internal experience in the world and say, for me, it's been like this. Yes?
Why would I do that? What's the utility of that? Why would I reference, I feel bad for you, and then I'm looking at my internal experience. Why would I do that? Why would I look at my internal
concern?
My concern.
You have concern for them.
Okay, but what's the connection between, for example, if I'm concerned about overfishing in the Atlantic Ocean, so I'm thinking of my internal experience of having an omelet this morning. What's the connection?
I don't see a connection.
Correct. So there has to be, I'm looking at the internal experiences for a reason. That there's some connection from the internal experience that I'm looking at to the external thing that I'm viewing, right?
Well, I would say, generally speaking, it would be concern for your neighbor, for your fellow human being.
But what does that have to do with my internal experience? Okay, the drug addict, right?
It would prompt sympathy within you, and that sympathy would then, because you have concern,
it is
prompt
the reason,
action.
you know it too. The reason that you would look to your internal experience is saying, I'm trying to imagine what they're going through. My internal experience of this. Like, for example, if you lose a dad to cancer, I might say, I lost my dad to cancer. I can imagine how you're feeling right now. It's inevitable. It's not even, I don't even know that it's possible to not do that. How do you demand that a person not use their internal life experiences to imagine themselves in someone else's shoes? And again, you've already conceded that sympathy is different. It has nothing to do with trying to imagine yourself in someone else's shoes. So again, if I'm just saying, sympathetically, pain sucks, so my son has to get a shot, right? I feel bad, pain sucks, as opposed to saying, son, I think I know what you're going through. I remember when my mom took me to the doctor when I was 8 years old, and I had to get a shot. And you know what she used to do for me? She would tell me, afterwards, we're going to go out for popsicles. So you know what we're going to do? We're going to go out for popsicles. That's me utilizing empathy. I'm trying to put myself in my son's shoes and saying, what worked for me? What are the things that would work? That's better in that situation than just being sympathetic and saying, I have concern for the pain you're about to go through.
So you don't have to share in the emotion to actually have empathy.
I think I'm sharing in the emotion. I think that I understand what they're feeling based on how I felt when I went through a similar situation. That's sympathy, or that's empathy. Empathy, the ability to share someone else's feeling experience by imagining what it would be like to be in that person's situation. Oh, you're getting a shot. I've got a shot. I am imagining what you're going through because I've had a similar situation. Here's what worked for me in that similar situation. That's different than going, oh, you're getting a shot. Pain sucks. I feel bad for you. That's sympathy. There's definitely utility in the former and saying, here's possible solutions based on how I would feel if I was in your position. That's empathy. Now, your only argument against this is, yeah, but you can't 100% know what they're feeling. Nonetheless,
well, it's not about the 100%. It's about the conception that you can feel what other people feel, which is incongruous with reality. And
that's that's not true whatsoever. So of course, like
I can know what my anger feels like, right? And you can have anger as well.
Correct.
Right. And I can imagine your anger, but maybe when I'm angry, I get sick to my stomach. And when you're angry, your heart rate increases and your hands ball up and you're ready to hit people. So when I'm imagining your anger, I'm imagining being sick to my stomach and I'm saying, I hope your stomach's okay.
Okay.
And that's empathy, right?
Yes,
I'm
if I've
completely
had
wrong
a
about
sore
what's happening
stomach
with
and I'm
you, but-
imagining, I'm conceptualizing, sure.
But it's not accurate then. At that point, you're just feeling a thing because you think you're feeling that thing that has nothing to do with that person.
I disagree. I think that there is utility in trying to put yourself in this. I think almost the entire of our concept of like how we structure society in the good ways that have built civilization are based on this principle, the golden rule. Do unto others as they would do unto you. Because you're like, how would I feel if someone did this to me? I think that's good. I think Jesus thought as much. Would you have told Jesus, now wait a minute, Jesus, when you're sermoning to people and saying, how would you feel if you were poor and downtrodden and you were starving? Jesus, come on, man, you can't really know how each individual feels, so there's no utility in trying to put yourself in that position.
But that's self-referential again. This is the issue I have with it. You are, this is the same thing. Teriak asked me that same question before. Do unto others as you would have done unto you. You know what you would have done unto you because it's you.
Correct.
It's not because you know what others don't want. It's because you know what you would want. That's
okay.
Self-referential and not outside reference.
Okay, then you instead favor sympathy, which is concern for people.
Yes.
Based what odds is the concern?
What do you mean?
What are you basing the concern on? Why is there even reason to be concerned?
Well, you're noticing something.
What are you noticing?
It depends on what the situation is. If somebody's harmed
I
or
see
hurt in
that
some
this
way,
guy,
you notice
this guy
they're
broke
hurt.
his leg. I'm sympathetic to his broken leg.
You know that he's in pain?
How do I know that? I don't know that. I don't even know what pain is.
What?
I don't know what pain is. How do I know that
screaming?
pain's bad for him? How could I ever really know that? His concept of pain is completely different than my concept of pain.
Again, that's the reason you know is it's self-referential.
So then why would I ever be concerned? I never know what anyone's experiencing because I can't look at my own situation because I know my own situation is unique. So there's no need to be concerned. How do I know that what's going through is negative? Even if he explains the words, all the words that come out of his mouth are subjective interpretations to me. In fact, what the word pain means to me is quite different than what it means to you, correct? So there's no mutual concept of the term pain. How could we ever have a mutual understanding of that term?
Because there's a level of similarity in all things that are human.
So if I say, man, I broke my leg, that sucked. I know how you feel. There's going to be a level of similarity that makes that shared experience worthwhile, even if it's not exact. So the same criticism you have of empathy would apply to sympathy as well. The mere fact that we have concern is because at a foundational level, we say do unto others as they would to you. Or we say, when I'm hurt, it sucks. I'm sympathetic that person's hurt, right? Like that's how we have even a concept of concern because of what happened to us. That's why we do. We say that like all of the things that you could think of that we might be sympathetic to a person for is because at some point when you bring it down, that it's because of how we felt at some point. The difference is, are you actively trying to say, I'm imagining how you're feeling right now? Or are you just saying in the abstract, something bad happened to you and I feel bad for that? So for me, and again, I think that ultimately, this is a semantic discussion, which is sort of boring, but there's actually something that's exciting here. And what that is sort of the idea of the overutilization of compassion in how we structure society. But again, the concept of that would apply to claiming you're empathetic, claiming you're sympathetic, whatever. And I've heard people say this, right? I've heard people say like, in fact, you'll see lefties go out of their way to claim they're not empathetic and instead sympathetic. Oh, I've never gone through what you're going through. I can't imagine. I'm privileged. I'm a white person. I'm privileged. So I don't know what it's like to be a black person. I feel so bad. And that's why I shouldn't even have say in it. Or you'll see some lefty guy going, oh, men should not even have a say in women's reproductive rights. We'll never know what they're going through. That's virtue signaling, structuring society in all the negative ways you're saying, and virtue signaling, I'm not empathetic. In fact, I'm the
no, I'm saying
opposite of
with
empathetic
rationale,
because
right?
I can't even imagine what it's like to be you, and I'm going out of my way to virtue signal that.
Well, I don't want emotionality to dictate the building blocks of society, but it's not just emotionality. It's the fact that there's a feigned understanding of the emotional states of other people around you, which leads people to places that are unrealistic in their imaginings.
Feigning
And so,
implies an intentional deception, right? You're pretending, feigning,
okay,
right?
right.
So there, I agree with you. There are people that do that. I was talking about this in Extravaganza Day. Orwell talks about the road to Wigan Pier. You had all these socialists that were like, oh, these poor downtrodden workers. And Orwell's like, you're right. These workers are downtrodden. It's terrible. But you people don't really give a fuck. You're just pretending to because you want to achieve power. I agree. There's feigned empathy or feigned, in that case, it wasn't even feigned empathy. It was feigned sympathy because these socialites in London weren't claiming, I know what it's like for you to be a blue collar worker and work. They were saying, oh my God, perish the thought that I ever have to do that. It's so terrible. We need to help you. That was feigned sympathy, right? Same problem. The problem what you're pointing to, again, it's more of a problem of feigned emotional appeals, of people that don't really, or the overutilization of emotional appeals. The concept of empathy is outside of it. I could prove it to you. Do you deny my example of biological men that are lefties that say all men should shut the fuck up? We'll never know what it's like to be a woman, and only women should have a say in reproductive rights.
It's stupid.
But they say it though, right?
Yeah.
Okay, you said give me an example. It's only empathy that people are weaponizing emotionally. There's weaponizing sympathy.
Well, no,
just like I told you, they
outwardly virtuous to be empathetic. It's outwardly virtuous and seen as a virtue. It's why when I make this argument, for instance, that empathy is fake and gay or doesn't exist, the first thing I get is that you're a sociopath and you'd probably kill people, and all these things get said immediately after because I must be a non-virtuous person because I don't have empathy. And I'm like, you're just proving the point to me that the moment somebody isn't empathetic, they lack virtue and they're a horrible human being.
Again,
and that's
you can't utilize some assholes doing something to say that ruins the whole concept. I just gave you an example that is 180 degrees opposite of what you're saying, of someone virtue signaling that they're not empathetic. I could never even be empathetic. I could never even imagine what it's like to be a woman. Therefore, me and all men should shut the fuck up. You can't imagine what they're going through. In other words, empathy is bad. How dare you even try to be empathetic? Same argument with black people. You can't imagine what it would be like to be a black person, so shut the fuck up. You can't even imagine it. Of course I could try to put myself in your shoes. Why not? So in this case, I could say, see, the fact that you want to reject empathy, I've heard people make this argument before. Black people that tell me I have to shut the fuck up. How come they do that? See, then we should reject your argument. You go, that's nonsensical, Rob. That's not what I'm saying. Same thing with you. Yes, you talk to a bunch of fuckhead lefties that say if you question the concept of empathy, that you must be a shitty, immoral person. Yeah, fuck those people. They're stupid. We both agree. That's nothing to do with whether or not we should try to put ourselves in other people's shoes.
Well, I think that it's linked to the usage of the word in our world.
I disagree.
And it's.
Do you think? Let me ask you this: do you think that there's utility in a man that's trying to think about abortion policy, of trying to put himself in the shoes of the woman?
There's utility in trying to understand. Yes.
Okay. Okay. So in that instance, and all I have to win is, now listen real quick, all I have to win is that it's sometimes useful. And so you've conceded the debate because your argument is that it should be totally eliminated. The empathy shouldn't be involved at all in structuring society.
But he's incapable.
What's that?
He is, in fact, incapable of.
So then you parrot the lefty's argument because the man's incapable.
I'm saying he should still have the right to have the say.
But again, just because I'm incapable of 100% knowing, I could certainly put myself in your position. I'm capable to imagine.
Which part of pregnancy do you understand, or can you imagine?
I can imagine what it's.
You should still have a say because it's part of.
You're saying humanity. I can't imagine it? Of course I can.
Okay.
You can't?
I mean, I can imagine what I think it might be like.
That's right. Why can't you? So, for example, I could imagine what it would have been like to be a peasant at the time of Genghis Khan when he's raiding. I'll never fully know, but I can imagine that you're working here's what we know historically. You're working these fields, average lifespan 35 years old. It's brutal. People are starving. All of a sudden this warlord comes, right? And actually the cities that he's taking over are doing much better, the communities. But at the same time, you imagine what it would feel like. My God, I would be on pins and needles knowing that if my town's leader disagrees with him, he's going to execute me and my wife and my kids. Wow, fucking brutal. Now, I don't literally know what they were feeling, but I can imagine it. Whether or not I 100% know is irrelevant. Right,
but again, this comes back to my issue with the construction of the word, because literally the idea of empathy doesn't need to exist in the way that we currently do. Like everything you've said, I could literally just be understanding as a human being. I could care. All of these things are just as worthwhile or work, but the conception of empathy has a whole different connotation to it. It's like, because I'm sharing in your emotions by imagining what you're going through, and then you can't actually share in the emotions or the feelings. You're only sharing in what you imagine the feelings to be. So it's like a loop of impossibility built into it.
It doesn't matter. Like, you've already said that even though it's impossible to quite literally feel exactly what someone else feels, there is utility in imagining that you are.
But that's not sharing then.
Sure it is. It's attempting. It's the ability to share someone else's feelings or experience by imagining what it would be like to be in that person's situation. What we said is, even if it's impossible to achieve the concept 100%, there's a utility in thinking that you can. Sympathy doesn't encompass trying to put yourself in what is the term for putting yourself in someone else's shoes, knowing that you could never fully be in their shoes? We have to say that every time? Sympathy doesn't encompass that.
All of that still has breakdowns in it. Like there's conceptual breakdowns in each of these things. So I can't actually share in the emotions. I'm going to imagine that I'm in your shoes. I don't know what it's like to be in your shoes. So my entire conception of what I'm thinking or feeling is completely disconnected from the reality of the situation or the other person. It's all internal at that point. And so all I'm saying is, I imagine that I imagine, so I'm imagining. Like I don't care for others and taking actions based on the care for others because you may have experienced the same before, or you can imagine. I think that from the sharing of emotional and experiences. Like, what if I care about somebody, but I've never experienced what they've experienced, and I don't know how they're feeling?
If I could just step in here for a sec, because we're almost at an hour, and we've been talking a lot about like what empathy is and if it exists or not, right? So like Rob, you're defining it as it's like a imaginative perspective taking, right? That's what it's.
Yeah, sure. Trying to put yourself in someone else's shoes. Yeah.
Right. Yeah, and then what Abe's saying is that because it's not literally real, it all just comes down to
okay, let me do this.
But with definitions noted here, like whether empathy is like a literal emotion sharing or imaginative perspective taking, should that process
that's my argument. And watch, I'll prove it.
Structure, laws, and institutions.
I'll prove it. Empathy doesn't exist, correct, Gabe?
Not in the way that it's described.
It literally doesn't exist, correct?
Sure.
So your entire argument is bullshit because you blamed empathy for a bunch of shit, and you're admitting that it's literally doesn't exist.
Well, I'm blaming the conception of empathy, or the belief
so then
that
if
empathy
I argue
exists.
that the conception of empathy, of trying to put ourselves in people's shoes, has utility, then it doesn't matter if it literally exists. If you could criticize the conception and the ills that it causes in society, why can't I praise the conception and say the utility that it has? On one hand, you're saying I can't talk about the benefits of empathy because it's not literally empathy, because literally empathy can't exist. But on the other hand, you could criticize empathy even though it doesn't literally exist because the conception itself is bad. Why shouldn't it be good for the goose, good for the gander? If your criticism is the conception of empathy, even though it's not possible, leading to bad things, why can't I say, but my praise of it is the conception of empathy, even if it doesn't literally exist? Same thing, right?
Because I think that the outcomes lead to more negative than good, and so
Okay, great. Then all I have to argue is that there are times, because you're saying we should never use empathy. It should not be used in the structuring of society. Right?
it shouldn't be used in the structuring of society.
Okay, you've
That's my
acknowledged
claim.
that things like family relationships are the backbone for the structuring of society.
Yeah.
Okay, are there times when it is useful to put yourself in someone's shoes within your family, to try to put yourself in someone's shoes and try to think what they're thinking, what they're feeling?
I still think that comes down to rational things. It
I
doesn't,
don't- I-
your conceptions, not
I disagree.
actual. My issue is the sharing, Rob. Like, you can't actually.
It doesn't. Okay,
Is the sharing first in order to do the other part.
but
Right?
Abe, your entire argument is empathy bad. I say empathy doesn't exist. You say I agree, but the concept of trying to achieve empathy is bad. I say, okay, here's a situation where the concept of trying to achieve empathy is good. And you're like, yeah, but you can't achieve empathy. Therefore, we can't evaluate that the attempting to achieve it is good. You're literally the exact same thing. You're saying, I'm not criticizing actual empathy because it doesn't exist. It's the same as, let's assume we both concede Martians don't exist, right? It's like Martians don't exist. Okay, then you can't blame shit on Martians, right? But you're like, yeah, but that's not what really is going on. What we're really talking about is people that are acting like empathy exists and attempting to be empathetic. They'll never be able to, and that's what I'm criticizing. And I'm saying, yes, but I'm saying that can be good. Attempting to be empathetic can be good. Now, I ultimately think that if we wanted to, we could argue for 4 hours about semantically whether or not it's possible to share feelings and sort of the conceptual nature of what that means. But I'm just conceding for the sake of argument. Okay, I concede that we could never 100% know what someone else is going through. But if you're allowed to say the attempts at doing that are bad for X, Y, and Z, I should be allowed to say the attempts at doing that are good for A, B, C. And for you to then say, no, because you can't literally do it. I'm not saying literally being empathetic. I'm saying trying to be empathetic. Just like you're saying trying to be empathetic is bad. So is it good to try to be empathetic if you're a Narcotics Anonymous person?
I think it's good to seek to understand other people.
Should we structure society in a part way where you go to people that have shared experiences with you and try to relate to you? Is that part of a good thing to structure society doing?
For the most part, probably yes.
Thanks for the concession. That's the debate. Yeah, I agree. That's empathy. That's attempts at empathy. I totally agree. And so again, there are questions. I'll argue till I'm blue in the face that I agree with you that people overutilize this, but they also overutilize sympathy in the ways that I've said that are ridiculous and say, how dare you even attempt to be empathetic? You'll never know what it's like to be a woman, so don't you even fucking speak on it. How dare you try to put yourself in their shoes? Okay. It's offensive to even attempt. How dare you?
My question then would be, don't you think that seeking to understand people, right? Hold on, I had it in my head and I lost it. Seeking to understand people.
My Nigerian friend hacked it out right out of your brain.
Damn it, hacked my brain through the hat. Damn it, I knew it was going to happen. So I think there's a level here for myself that conceptually I've thought of it, and it's like seeking to understand people because of your concern for their well-being makes more sense than trying to put yourself into other people's shoes and imagining you can understand what they're going through. And I think that there's a level of disconnect built into empathy that over the course of time or when scaled is destructive. And so
I don't think
because of that,
it can be, but the same could be true of sympathy, right? You could be over sympathetic that's concerned.
That's true.
You know?
Yeah.
So I think that, so again, what I would say is like this, right? Like what you're saying, it seems what you got to sort of saying there is like, you could become empathetic because you were at first sympathetic. Oh, that person's hurt. And I have sympathy for people that are hurt. And then the very next thing you might think is, fuck, I remember when I was in that car wreck and I broke my collarbone. And I imagine he's feeling like that. Right? So it started, the like almost instantaneous conception in your brain is it started as sympathy and then moved to empathy. That's possible. Right. And it may be original. Maybe it's the opposite. Maybe you're sympathetic because you intuitively at a moment's notice are a subjective being. And so it's biological subjective beings. We always are putting ourselves through a subjective lens and saying instantaneously, you see the fucking comedy video of the guy getting kicked in the balls and it without even batting an eye, you're like, fuck, I've been hitting the balls. I know how that feels, right? Now I'm sympathetic because of that, right?
Well, I think, see, that's part of my issue. That's actually part of my issue fully because mirror neurons don't require any emotional state. There's an auto reaction inside the human body that absent emotions can mirror the pain response or the things like that. And that is disconnected from the thought part, right? Everything after that comes from self-reference, but your mirror neurons will cause some kind of reaction between you and the other person. So it will elicit the response based on your prior experience.
Yeah, I don't see a problem with that. Okay. For example, I tell my 5-year-old, right? I say this, don't take that toy out of that kid's hand. Why? I want it. How would you feel if they took it away from you? If I say, well, let me give you some lessons on morality, right? Don't you view it subjectively, right? That would be nonsensical. We all know intuitively that, oh, yeah, I would feel bad. Again, I go back to Luke 6:31. Do unto others as it would be done unto you. The entire concept is putting yourself into someone else's shoes. Even as a Christian, that's what goes on. Again, it seems, now I would love to transition, I think you've already conceded the debate, but nonetheless, I would love to transition to the idea of emotion, right? Because when you're talking about rational compassion, and we should use that goes beyond the concept of sympathy or empathy or sympathy, etc. It's just sort of emotional appeals. And should we rely on that when we're structuring society, or should it be more logic driven? And like, listen, we shouldn't be like, well, for example, let me make your argument for you, Steelman. You might say, you know what? It would suck to grow up in the inner city, right? Imagine that you grew up in a community where like 6 of your classmates by 9th grade were shot and killed. Fucking horrible, right? So when you rob that convenience store, we should try to imagine like you were in a fucking shitty situation and maybe have some leniency on you, right? And that's the sort of stuff you're like, that's fucked up. Because what happens is then everybody has a sob story and we're all running out of our ways to say, oh, but think of the poor murder victim. He was assaulted. He was molested as a child. And so we have to be sympathetic. You know, I agree with you. It could be utilized in negative ways that way. But what I'm saying is there certainly is a place for emotion. Because at the end of the day, a lot of how we structure society is through sort of human interaction. Like what society really is us as humans trying to live together. And our sense of morality and what civilization should be, whether it comes from religion or whatever, right? That's what it is. It's us trying to live together, which means that communication is necessary. And one of the effective forms of communication is emotional appeals. It absolutely should be. It's okay. There's a reason why it's okay and good and fucking based for me to get fucking jacked when I see Charlie Kirk assassinated. At the end of the day, logically, it's just one person who was just assassinated by one person. But the emotion of it allows me to take actions that are better for society. You know how many people started going to church? Not because of the logic of one man who happened to be a political activist being killed, but because of the emotion, because of seeing his daughter run to his arms that'll never happen again. Those appeals are beneficial in that sense. It's not that the emotional appeal is bad. It's how do I utilize it that can be bad. Right? That's how I feel. And there's this argument that people want to make. It's like, but you're making emotional appeals. That on itself's not wrong. Now, if I make emotional appeals with no logic, now you're onto something. It's like, now, wait a minute, right? What are you really doing? Are you trying to bamboozle people? But the idea that there's not a place for the emotional appeal, I think is just nonsense. And again, not only is that not true, I don't even think it's possible. I don't think it's possible to communicate without emotion.
Right, and I don't think that that's my argument at all. I think emotions are a natural state of human beings for sure. But some of my biggest issues with empathy is like everything is very self-referential, and there's like it seems to me that it built into empathy is there's this thing where I am choosing to feel and into another person that makes it an impossibility. Like there's a natural state of you feel for others, but you don't feel into them. You can't feel what they're feeling. You feel for them from the outside, and I think that has value.
But there's value of you trying to put yourself in that situation. Are you a father?
Yes.
Okay. Did you experience this? I'm not trying to utilize this just for debate,
sure.
though I am. My worldview on a lot of shit changed after I was a father, because I now imagine, what if that was my son? That's getting to empathy, right? Like, for example, I was more libertarian. Like, you want to smoke weed in a public park? You know, there's a fucking hypodermic needle there. Whatever, I'll step over it. No big deal. Now I'm like, you're goddamn fucking right. I want someone arrested that's doing dope outside my son's fucking bus stop. You're fucking right. And I know that it's emotional. I can feel it in me that it's like, oh, it's because I'm purely putting myself in, what if it was my son?
Right,
how would I feel? That's empathy. Or at least that's what you're criticizing about empathy. Because actually, when did you see this horrible video of this woman had this butcher knife and was slashing at this kid's face in a shopping cart, and the officer had to take her down? It was all over the place here in the past couple days. And of course, the story is, to get to your point, some empathetic piece of shit judge let this woman out of jail 2 years ago, where she doused her dad in lighter fluid and tried to light him on fire. And they said, oh, we're empathetic. She is right. Then she tried. But when I saw that image, you want to know what my first thought was? What if that was my fucking kid?
Yep.
And the empathy is utilized in that sense by a judge, though I don't think it's really empathy. I think there's more going to it. It's a feigned sense of empathy that's the problem. It's the virtue signaling. And so you'd say, but that's bad. And I would say, yeah, but you want to know what the counter to it is? Being empathetic to the victim and saying, what if that was your kid? When you're thinking about it in the abstract, saying, I don't want kids harmed, that's one thing. But if you say, what if it was fucking your kid? You put yourself in that shoes. Now all of a sudden it's like, yes, that makes me want to act more. That makes me want to structure the society, say, fuck yes, lock that woman up forever. Fuck her. What if it was your wife that was Irina Zaratustra? Right? If you just think, we expect in society some people will be murdered. It happens. It's bad. Let's structure society using purely rational thought. Then maybe you don't care as much that the system's fucked. But as soon as you start, that Sam Hyde video that said, this is your daughter, right? This is you. This is your daughter. This is what they want to do with you. That's him using empathy in a positive way. Imagine yourself in this. Can you literally imagine the thought that went through Irina's brain at the end there? No, you will never literally, even if you're victimized in that way, you never literally will. But there is utility to trying to put yourself in those shoes and being empathetic in that moment. So it can lead to good. Absolutely. As I said in my opening statement, it's not the concept of empathy that's wrong. It's how it's weaponized right now. We could actually practically start to chip away with this by utilizing empathy ourselves. We do. You said specifically this. You said it's empathy for people that are similar to us. Exactly.
Where does that lead, though?
What's that?
Where does that lead in the long run?
Tribalism, good.
All the way down the line.
Fuck yes. I want to be tribal for Christians. I want to be tribal for rural Pennsylvanians. I want to be tribal for my family. I don't see the negative. The problem is we're not. We're told that selectively our groups are bad and we shouldn't be empathetic for them. Instead, we should focus on the oppressed. So Christians are oppressors, but all the other groups are oppressed. White people are oppressors. So don't rationalize with them. Don't think of the white guy that got skipped over for a job in Hollywood or journalism or at the power plant. Don't think of that. Instead, what you should try to do is have sympathy for the poor Haitian immigrant. That's what you should do. Not empathy, because you'll never know. How could you even imagine yourself as a Haitian? But you should be sympathetic to their plight. That's what you should do. So for me, I say, fuck that. Let's be empathetic to the white people that are victimized. Let's be empathetic to men that get victimized. How would I feel if my wife divorced me and then took custody of my child? You're goddamn right that influences how I vote and want to change the court systems. If I didn't have a child or a wife, I wouldn't care as much because it's harder for me to try to be empathetic. It is the actual act of trying to put myself in the shoes that spurs me to more action. In my opinion.
I mean, I see where you're coming from with all of that. I just, something internally, when I'm trying to break down how it works in reality, doesn't connect to like care, being able to problem solve through things. Like all of these things are like tangentially linked into what you're saying. And then I don't.
Do you know who?
I'm trying to figure out how.
Someone, Speakeasy, you might know this, or anyone in your chat. What's the name of the guy? I think it's Gary Plauche. I was reading about him again today. There's this viral video, and this is from a long time ago. This guy, his son was heinously molested in the worst way by his karate instructor. So he gets, the guy's being moved, right, by police. Gary Plauche, that's the guy's name. He finds out that this dude's getting off this specific airplane. The media's there. He's pretending he's doing a call, and the payphone turns around, blows this fucking guy's head off. And you know what I thought? Yeah, I put myself in his shoes. I'm like, uh-huh. And you know what the jury thought? The same fucking thing. They were like, yep, if that was my kid, right? They weren't thinking just, oh, I feel bad his kid was molested. They were like, what if that was my kid? What if that was my fucking kid? And that's the story. It's that. Now, will I ever literally know? Even, God forbid, that would happen to my family. I'll never literally know his exact emotional state, but I have a pretty fucking good idea. And as someone who hopefully never has to go through it, it allows me to structure society and think what society should be by saying, if that was me. And again, I think that when it comes right down to it, even biblically, this makes sense. Do unto others as they would do unto you, right? And it's like, you're like, we as humans, even God recognizes this, that we are subjective beings. There is objective truth, of course, right? But God in his wisdom, to explain it to us, Jesus in his wisdom, he's like, let me break it down for you, right? Let's make it more simple for you, who may not be a biblical scholar and may, right, not fully be able to comprehend the objective word of God. Here's something that you can understand. Do you like it when that guy steals your sheep? No. How would you feel then? You shouldn't steal his. Oh, yeah. Empathy. Put yourself in their shoes. Makes sense. Would it make more sense if Jesus could say, now let me objectively explain to you the concepts of theft and the 10 Commandments and what my Father has outlined as the objective truth in the cosmos? Of course, if you could, but we're stupid humans. We are emotional beings. We are subjective. And so Jesus says, let me outline this for you. Yeah, Gary Plauche. There we go. Yeah, Jeffrey Dosett. That was the piece of shit that got exactly what he deserved,
But do you see any action or care built into empathy, or do you see, like, it
can spur you to action, and oftentimes it does. Sometimes not, but oftentimes it does, right? Just being empathetic would spur you to action more than just being sympathetic, right?
Well, there has to be a care, right? Absent care, what is going to spur action?
Well, yes, but what's more, I totally agree. What's more likely to bring care? Trying to visualize that happening to you or not? The care would be more likely of you trying to visualize it. Of course. So would I be more likely to take an interest in sentencing procedures of people that abuse children if I don't have a child and don't even attempt to put myself in that situation, or if I do have a child and attempt to say, I know what Gary Plauche was going through. I imagine what it would have been like to be him. It's the latter. The latter makes me more likely to care. So if the issue is, well, we need care, then empathy is more likely to lead to care. The problem
both of those,
go ahead.
Both of those are self-referential, right? Because the person without the kids, who he may have empathy for the guy because he doesn't have kids. The person who has kids says, well, I have kids and if that happened to my kid, then I'd do this thing. Like
Yeah, you're right. It's not going to
still-
be the same for each person, but ask yourself if you had to guess, who do you think would be more interested in these things? People that are trying to be empathetic and say, I have kids, I'm trying to put myself in their shoes, or people that don't? And you know the answer, right? It's one of the reasons that we say, like, one of the big problems with the left is none of them want to have kids, and then they want these disastrous policies that's going to fuck our kids over. But they don't give a shit. They're not going to be here. They can't even imagine what it would be like to be our kids. That's why they can so flippantly be like, we're against inheritance. Let's tax their inheritance. Because they've never sat down and said, what if it was me? What if it was my kid? They don't do that. Again, you're correct. There are people that beat their chest and say, I'm empathetic. I'm the most empathetic person. And they push disastrous bullshit. Open borders, fucking bail, cashless bail, all this shit. You're right. Those people suck. But I don't even think, and I think you believe this as well, they're not even really empathetic. And well, of course you believe that because you don't believe empathy exists. They're not even attempting to be empathetic, right? They're doing something else entirely. They're virtue signaling. That's not attempting to be empathetic. That's attempting to weaponize the appearance you're being empathetic to achieve power. That's different completely. We both agree that's bullshit. But that's not empathy or a legitimate attempt at empathy.
But how? That I think that's part of the problem too. Is like, how do you make that claim for them because you can't ever connect to the representational model? Maybe they inherently feel like they are being empathetic and they are feeling with those people, or they're taking this action because they feel with those people. There's no.
Let's put it this way. Again, yes, it's impossible to know someone's feelings, but I find this argument to be nonsensical. And here's why. Well, not nonsensical, that's to be tiresome, put it this way. I could use the preponderance of evidence of what I know about the person and the actions they're illustrating in order to make that judgment. And although I can never 100% be true, I think it's worth being able to discuss this. For example, how many times someone will call into my show and go, I'm not really a lefty. And it's like, oh, fuck yourself, right? But you don't really know what's in my head, do you? You don't really, technically, I guess you're right? Or you can see this all the time when you're talking about like corruption in the system. For example, I'll talk about like, I think James Comey, former head of the FBI, was corrupt and hated Donald Trump and took these actions for political bias. But you don't really know what he was thinking. How could you 100% know what was going on in his head? Yeah, I guess. But we still make judgments based on the prevailing evidence that we see. And what I would say is the person, just like George Orwell said, these fucking socialists paying me aren't empathetic to these fucking workers. They're full of shit. He technically didn't know what was in their head, yet me and you will accept like, yeah, you're probably right, based on the actions they're taking. Same thing here. If, for example, if you were really empathetic about the homeless, wouldn't you be out there helping them? But instead, you're going to claim that you're empathetic towards them and then not do a goddamn thing. Or if you're really empathetic to victims of sexual assault, right? Wouldn't you then be speaking up for groups that can't get any justice, such as the grooming scandals, because it was occurring to Muslims where the police covered it up, but they're not saying anything. So it allows us to the judgment of you're not really attempting to be empathetic. You're being selective. You've chosen groups that you view as oppressed. Or let's say it this way. You're intentionally choosing to performatively be selectively empathetic. How about that? So even if you do have a goodness feeling of trying to put yourself in someone's shoes, you're intentionally being selective in that process. And you're not looking at the other side.
Right, but if empathy is a natural cause within humans, if empathy exists and it's a natural thing that happens within a human being, then regardless of whether or not it's selective or not, it's still empathy. Even if it is done wrong in the way that you're saying, then it still falls within that range. And
not necessarily.
Is it used for good more often than it's used for bad?
Not necessarily, though I will concede that could certainly be the case at times. But you would concede you could pretend to be empathetic.
Absolutely. You
right. And I think that most of these people,
too.
I think most of these people are pretending to be empathetic. But there might be some that are legitimately, but they're just being selective in it. Let me ask you this. Let me ask you this. Let's take the word empathy and table it for a second. Just humor me, right? Do you think we should avoid tribalism?
No.
Okay. Do you think tribalism is inevitable?
Probably, yeah.
And do you think that the people...
Most likely.
Now, I'm not going to... this isn't a trick or anything. Let's, just so the audience knows, I think politically we probably agree on 95% of shit, if not more, right? So
Probably
I'll
more.
ask you that, under that assumption, would you agree that the people we despise utilize tribalism?
Absolutely.
And do you acknowledge that us utilizing tribalism could be one of the most effective tools to fight back against that?
Absolutely.
Now insert empathy. Same concept. If they weaponize empathy so that they could push for societal structure that benefits the groups they want, why shouldn't we do the same?
I mean, if it is the case that empathy is in existence and is possible, then
the attempts at it, forget about whether or not it's possible, the attempts at empathy. You've already acknowledged throughout your entire opening speech that our enemies, and I'm just saying this, listen, for the chat, like, we're just, me and Abe aren't arguing about, we agree with each other politically mostly. That's why I say this. So the people we disagree with politically, forget enemies, right? They are attempting to utilize or pretending to utilize the concept of empathy to have all this bad shit in society. If we could do the same, attempt to use the concept of empathy for good shit, why shouldn't we?
I think that we should, and it would be good if it could do good. But what I'm saying is, I think that in most cases we've seen throughout time, most of the movements have utilized them and built structures from them have caused immense destruction.
I don't think so. I think what we see is because most of the people in positions of leadership have been destructive. Like, for example, right? Do you think the Crusades were good?
Yeah.
Do you think they used empathy to inspire people to join the Crusades? Of course. Imagine that it was your family that was ransacked by these heathens. Yes, I'll pick up my sword, right? So you could say I think all governments, all political and cultural movements have used empathy, right? The question is right now, right? Like, again, Charlie Kirk's the best example I could give. Should we have said, imagine your wife grieving, Abe, because let's say, like, and God willing, this happens. Abe blows up. All of a sudden, he becomes the next leader of Turning Point, right? And you're killing it. You get mentioned on Joe Rogan, like I did one time. Now that you get, you're on Joe Rogan, you're crushing it, right? And all of a sudden, some fucking lunatic takes you out. And I don't know if you're married. I'll assume you are, right? And all of a sudden, they're fucking attacking your wife. They're attacking your children. They're putting. Imagine what that would be like. That to me, that's one of the things. I mean, that was one of the initial reactions we had. We're setting up DebateCon, right? Andrew calls me. He's like, "Did you see this clip?" Yes. And we take, it's selfish. I'll admit it. The empathy was selfish. But for a minute, you're like, holy fuck. What would my wife do?
Even in that case, Rob, I didn't think about putting myself in that position initially. Initially, it was rage without cause.
But it was rage. No. I think it was rage because intuitively you put yourself in that situation.
So it's not a choice. There's no...
That might be true. That's part of my argument. That it's inevitable. That inevitably we attempt to be empathetic. It's impossible to avoid that. I do think that's true of humans. That's how we interact with the world. We're like...
Undecided, unprompted, emotional reaction is good for building society.
To a degree, it's a part of the structure, of course. Right. There's a reason that we have a visceral reaction to child assault. Yes. We shouldn't have to sit here. So much of it, because imagine what happens elsewise. If that's not the case, right? And we're like, source, please. Source. Why is it wrong to give hormone blockers to children? Look what the American Medical Association says. Look what this group says. Look what that group says. Right? Now all of a sudden we have to rely on our ability to win debates and be persuasive instead of just saying, we all fucking know it's disgusting and wrong. And not only is it not a bad thing, it can be bad, but not only is it not always a bad thing, it can spur even greater interest in action. And more importantly, it's inevitable.
But then aren't you hinging on more people being of good moral virtue than bad? And then looking at the world, do we see that being true?
One, it's irrelevant because it's inevitable. And so I would turn it to you and say, why should we be the only people to eschew the power of that when our enemies won't do as much? If it's inevitable that everyone does it and you're like, yes, but you should attempt not to, where our enemies willingly weaponize these emotional pills, why shouldn't we do the same? So it's irrelevant if most people are good or bad. We see that the bad people are all doing it. So why shouldn't we do the same, particularly when it could be effective? We already see the fruits of this, right?
But you've also just made the claim that you think theirs is false.
I think there's what is false?
Their empathy.
I think large times it is. Yeah. So
why should we use real empathy or fake empathy?
We should use real. I've never suggest lying.
Okay.
But there's the reason that, right? Why did they say, let me ask you this. Why did they harp about kids in cages, for example?
Because it was politically advantageous.
Because viscerally, people are like, yeah, that does suck, right? Viscerally. Now, if you logically think through it, you're like,
why didn't we?
What's that?
Why didn't we?
We did. I did.
You freaked out about kids in cages?
I freaked out when Joe Biden had.
Or did you rationally go try to search if it was true?
I did both. I pointed out like why it was tragic but necessary given what the Ninth Circuit Court of Appeals said. And secondly, I said, look, there are 2 times more kids in cages now under Joe Biden. Imagine if I had said, well, I won't make that emotional appeal. Right? That doesn't really have to do with the logic of the situation. And so if I think the Ninth Circuit Court of Appeals, right, made this situation tragic but necessary, then the same would be true of the Biden administration, and I won't use this as a weapon against them. Of course not.
So you suspended your emotional reaction of empathy for a rational choice judgment of it's
no, I utilized both. It was inevitable that I had an emotional appeal. But sometimes you override emotional appeals for things that are necessary. For example, I have an emotional appeal when I see any war situation, anyone die in war. That sucks. As a human, I don't want to see another human die in an act of violence, right? Right? But I also understand the necessity, right? So my argument, again, I go back to this, going back to the ethos, pathos, logos. I'm not arguing that we structure society purely based on emotion. I'm saying there is definitely part of emotion that should be involved in the structuring of society. Not only should it, but it's inevitable. It's impossible to not have that be the case. And the same is true of concepts of empathy. It's and again, and I know what the audience is going to say. Sure. Be empathetic, but that's not involved. Why should we use that to structure society? Well, again, as you've already conceded, structuring society is not just what should the law be on speeding. Structuring society is more than just the law or politics. It's also culture. It's also the family, which is the building blocks of culture. So if we say you should structure a family as the man being the head of the household, right, and doing labor, and the woman being the caretaker and raising children, right? That would also say that's how we should structure society, because society should stem then from the family. So the building blocks.
Then scale becomes a problem, right?
What's that?
Scale then becomes a problem, though. Because at the foundation, you're right. I agree with you. There's a level of care that needs to be given because of their positions and trying to understand each other. But the moment that you step outside of that and you start looking at like municipal, or you go into state level, or you go to federal level, well, there becomes a point where it's unscalable after a certain point to continue with the same kind of emotional reaction you would have within a small group of like a family.
Yes.
And I would say that psychology has shown us that the moment we do step into that scaling issue, that empathy becomes a huge issue because there's no congruence of empathy across the board.
Again, one, I don't think you could eliminate an empathy anyway, so it would be impossible regardless. But second, of course, you're right? You don't, based on scale, you approach things differently, like based on the different scale of what you're dealing with. However, we've conceded that the most important way of structuring society is the nuclear family. So if empathy is important to it, which we've conceded, then that means that we would certainly negate the proposition here and say if the core building block of the structuring of society, empathy is important to it, then we would certainly say that empathy is important in structuring society. Does that mean in every building block of society and how we structure it, we should prioritize empathy? Of course not. But there's certainly a place for it, which is my argument. If you utilize solely empathy, for example, like voting rights, right? Oh, empathetically, what about this poor gentleman that had the flu on election day, right? And he was in the hospital for a week and a half. Shouldn't he be allowed to vote? I feel bad. I've been sick, right? No, we should not change voting laws based on that. We say that sucks. Shit happens. But we can't have a legal system that's purely based on like empathetic situations like that. And yet, empathy certainly influences why we vote on particular laws or vote for politicians that craft particular laws. And it's inevitable, and that's not necessarily a bad thing. It's okay for me to want to vote for people that are hard on crime because I'm empathetic to people whose children have been killed by illegal immigrants. That's okay. That's not something that I should avoid, particularly when my opponents are going to do it.
I feel like it maybe I don't feel like it. Like when I try to put this together, right? It makes the place where something called empathy resides in a spot that it's so massive, it just engulfs everything. That's part of the issue that I've had with it the whole time. Like
It's
everything
overutilized.
that's imagined falls into it.
But that doesn't mean it shouldn't be used in the structure. You could say, I currently feel that it's overutilized. Okay.
Well, it stops making sense to me.
But you would not say that the building. Okay, imagine this.
Right?
Imagine if we both said this. We feel that the way you should structure your household is for the man to work, to have children, and the wife to stay home and raise children, right? You agree with that in general?
Yes, I do. Yeah.
Okay. And what if I said this? But some women can't have children. And so if you made it a law that said that women can't work and they must stay home and raise children, that would be terrible. And you'd say, well, yes, of course. I'm not suggesting that at the broad scope, we take that concept and enshrine it into law. I'm saying, of course, there'll be exceptions, but this is how things would be prioritized in structuring society that would make it the most beneficial. It's the exact same thing here. Yes, you're right. If we take this idea of, as a father, it's good to be empathetic to your child. There are certain times where it's good to put yourself in position of other people in order to suggest what sort of laws or what you would like done culturally or politically in this country. That doesn't mean that you do that every single time. I agree. Is it weaponized? Yes. But again, like it's inevitable, right? It's not necessarily a bad thing, but we should limit the way that our opponents are using it now. And not just our opponents, ourselves too, if it becomes gets to the point where it's like, being harmful. But I don't think that there's nothing uniquely negative about the concept of using empathy to help structure society. You could say, but it's been overused. It can be used for wrong. Agreed. All that I agree with. You want me to respond to this? Mo Buttle? Sure. Can you bring it back up? I can try. I didn't catch the last
you
sentence.
didn't have to, but yeah. Sure.
The left weaponized not holding their own accountable. Should we do the same? Forget the woo-woo snake language, right? Like, the woo-woo snake portion of it is you had a bunch of assholes, right, apparently in 1907 that were trying to say that you could exactly feel like other people or some shit like that. I don't know, right? Should we hold our own accountable? Sure. But we should do it in the context of what accountability really means. I'm not suggesting just because our opponents do things that we should exactly mirror them. That's not what I'm suggesting. But there's nothing... Christ said, do unto others as they would do to you. So it's not as if I'm saying we should use sin for our advantage. I'm not suggesting that. I'm pointing straight to morality, where my morality comes from. So it's not a matter of not holding accountable. It's if our opponents weaponize and say, imagine how you would feel if you were broke and black and lived in this neighborhood and crime was there and blah, blah, blah. And so we have to have compassion and let you out of jail. Why can't I say, imagine how you would feel if you're on the train and someone slices your daughter's fucking throat and says, I got another white one? How would you feel? Why can't I say that? What's immoral about that? What's wrong about trying to structure society in that way? About saying, yes, that absolutely should motivate us to say, get out there and fucking vote. Vote these motherfuckers out that are soft on crime. What's wrong with it? I think we could use more empathy of victims, is another way of saying it. Society, this Soros-appointed DA say, no, we should have empathy for criminals. What's the saying? Like, compassion for criminals is, there's a saying, compassion for criminals is, hatred towards victims or something to that effect. Same thing. And again, the concept of this, it's not unique to empathy. Again, you could apply it to sympathy, as we've already said. So I think that I've won, as you've conceded, that there are times that empathy is important when it comes to family situations. Second, it could be important when it comes to motivating people for cultural and political things. Third, the problems you're isolating aren't unique to empathy. They'd also be applied to sympathy. Fourth, there are exact 180 degrees that people say you can't even be empathetic, and they weaponize against that.
I would say not unique to empathy, but empathy was created with certain things in mind and has been used for them since its inception. That's part of the issue that I have with, at the very least, the conception of it.
So 1908, they come up with this concept. Go ahead. You explain it a little more. It's cruelty to innocence. That was the claim. Yeah.
So, well, okay, you've got the initial believing into something, right? So you can feel what oak trees feel. You can feel what mountains feel. You can feel those things, right?
Mm-hmm.
Woo-woo things don't even make sense.
Okay.
Prior to that, what would we have called empathy?
Prior to thinking I could think what a mountain thinks?
Yeah.
Put yourself in someone's shoes. How would you feel if this happened to you?
Okay. So then it gets flipped from believing you can be inanimate objects into a psychological framework, believing you can feel what others feel.
Okay.
Right? And if we go for one for one, the belief that you could feel what a tree feels, you're feeling what that tree feels, not like your conception, but what that tree feels.
Mm-hmm.
Then it moved from there to believing you could feel what humans feel, that person's feeling. And then in the exam room, because that's where it went next, is Carl Jung, I think Carl Jung grabbed it up from there. Prior to Carl Jung, though, it was still being used all through the 20s and 30s during women's suffrage, during all of the civil rights movements, all of that. And then it was used to get people onto the side of women's suffrage, onto the side of different movements throughout the time that it was being used. And then it gets to Carl Jung, and he turns it into unique patient care of understanding the inner workings of a person.
We'll get to Carl Jung in a second. Did they use the concept of sympathy to help with women's suffrage?
I'm sure it's possible.
Should we get rid of the concept of sympathy? Is sympathy bad then?
I think that sympathy has utility.
So is imagine yourself in someone else's shoes.
Right. I don't know. I think the difference is partially the conception and usage throughout time and the continued use for similar.
I would argue right, that the concept of trying to put yourself in someone else's shoes or imagining how you would feel if you were going through it predates the term empathy. That's why the Bible says, do unto others as they would do unto you.
Well, also because that's morally right.
Correct. Imagine if this happened to you. You wouldn't like that, so don't do that to other people.
Do you have to have...
Sure, why not have a term?
You have to have... No, I'm saying, do you have to have... Does knowing what is right and wrong require empathy?
Not necessarily.
Okay.
But it helps. It helps. Like, you're right. You could make the claim that every Christian should intuitively know in every situation what is right and wrong without using their subjective experience. Hypothetically true. But then why would Jesus say that? Right? The reason is because Jesus also understands that humans are fallible. Right? And that humans are subjective and that it's easier for humans to understand, right? Like Jesus didn't just come down and say like, here's this is the word of God. And I'm not going to try to relate to you as a person. I'm just going to like a professor, like a textbook. Here you go. Here's a textbook. See you later. He was relying on emotion. He was relying on charisma and stuff as well as logic and literally logic, like the truth, right? And so when Jesus says, he's like, here's a way that it's easy for you to understand, like with the concept, you don't want to do things to people that you wouldn't want them to do to you. Oh, right? And so to then be like, well, because theoretically you should know based on the 10 commandments that stealing's wrong, right? Therefore, you should never try to imagine how it would feel like if someone stole from you. I mean, no, I don't think that necessarily follows. It is true that you could understand the concept of stealing being wrong without that, but if it helps articulate the point and convince more people, oh, I get it, why not?
But I think that's kind of still partially broken. For me, that's still partially broken because the do unto others as you would have them do to you only requires you to know what you want people to do to you.
Correct.
It doesn't require you to understand anyone else or be in their representation. All it requires is I know what I want done to me and I know how I want to be treated.
Correct.
And then I have to do that for others. It doesn't require you to know anything about them. It doesn't require you to be inside of their or share with their emotions or imagine how they feel. All that requires is for you to know and understand how you feel and to treat others as you want to be treated.
But it seems to be the same foundational building block that you're saying, I understand the world through my subjective experiences, correct?
Yeah.
Okay. So then if I'm trying to understand you, why wouldn't I utilize my subjective experiences?
You would.
So I would try to imagine if you're going through something, how I would feel if I'm going through that.
No, I'm saying you wouldn't have to imagine that.
No, that's how I would
do.
That's how I would do that. If you're going through something, I'm going to be like, if I was going through that, how would I feel? Oh, that's empathy. It heavily suggests that the concept of do unto others is they have them do unto you implies that we as humans view things through a subjective lens. It's easiest for us to understand that way, right? And so if I'm like, should I steal from Abe? How would I feel if I was stolen from? Not good. Therefore, I shouldn't do it. Or I wonder how Abe is feeling now that that car ran over his foot. Well, that car ran over my foot once. So this is how I imagine he's feeling. It intuitively makes sense that we shouldn't reject the latter if the former is true. If it's true that we should never try to put ourselves, imagine, like, why would Jesus ever say do unto others if they do to you if he was against sort of the attempting to put yourself as the subject in understanding of the world? He would have never said that. And once we accept that, yes, even God himself realizes that we as humans are inherently subjective and that's how we understand things, then why wouldn't I try to understand the world through that lens? Like I'm trying to make sense of what Abe's going through. How can I do that? Well, what if it was me in that position? How would I feel? There's nothing inherently wrong with that. And in fact, it's biologically built into us. I don't even know if it would be possible to force yourself to not do that. I just don't. And again, we're sort of beating a dead horse. We already said there's utility in trying to do it at times. So, for me, I think I don't know how much more time we have, but let me say this. If I could get to I think I've said what I want on this. Let me get to brass tacks. I ultimately think that what happens is this. I think that there's something happens like this. We see a bunch of these fucking assholes that utilize a term like this or something like diversity, right? Diversity is our strength, diversity is our strength, diversity is our strength. And then what happens is there are people that correctly are like, man, fuck all that, right? Fuck this. This shit's being weaponized and it's horse shit, right? But the problem is sometimes people become, in my opinion, just too semantic and anal about it, right? And it's like, well, technically, can you ever actually be diverse? Technically, like, diversity will never be acceptable or good in any situation. It's like, now, come on. I don't know about that. And I think that's what's happening. I ultimately think that this is another one of those things that it's like, we spend our time sort of intellectually masturbating about the concept of empathy versus sympathy and blah, blah, blah. And it's like, at the end of the day, it's just like, I don't know. It seems like it seems like someone that's like, well, let me pontificate on, and I'm like, I don't know. I guess it sort of vexes me at times when I think there's a lot of excellent debates to have, and like the semantical thing of this, it's like, I don't know. And I'm not saying that to you. I thought this debate was very good, but I've heard this concept oftentimes on Verbal Combat, which leads me to believe it's like, someone said this somewhere, and everyone's like, yes, very, very intelligent point there, empathy,
okay. So I would say there's a core to this that I left separated out because it's just a personal thing.
Sure.
there's a certain level internally that I see where it's an aggrandizement of self-projection and putting yourself in a God seat where because I understand what's inside of other people, I can dictate what should happen in the world and in the lives of people around me. And I think that it's used that way often. And it's sickening and I think it leads to even more levels of self-worship when it's really, really embraced in the way that we see it in popular culture, in the way we see it on the left, like you've already kind of codified, where it's like there's a level of I know how everyone feels because I have empathy, and then that just aggrandizes that person more and more. And then because they've shown this, the people around them then jump on that bandwagon of that person's so virtuous and so good, but they didn't have to do anything to be virtuous. They just claimed or did even feel for others.
But I would say that you could make, it's certainly true, again, that people could weaponize this concept or do so in a way that they claim virtue that they haven't earned. But it's not necessity to utilizing empathy. And I'd say you could make the exact opposite claim for the total rejection of empathy. You could say if you never even attempt to think of what other people feel, then all of a sudden you're just like, yeah, fuck it, pillage their community. What do I give a fuck? And we have a history of that, like through the barbarism of like humans first starting as budding civilizations. Fuck it, might makes right. Do whatever the fuck you want, right? Now, you could say, yes, but Christianity, right? Sure, right? But not everyone's going to be Christian, right? And if one way that we could utilize the people to try to build society in a beneficial way is like, hey man, how would you feel if that dude did that to your daughter? Ooh, yeah, that would be bad. Great, then don't do that to that dude's daughter. If there's utility in that, it's something we should do. It doesn't make you virtuous. And again,
right,
like,
but
go ahead.
That's the separation. That's the separation for me, right? Because internally, in the definition or in the usage of empathy, nowhere in there is good action based on that thing. And so, from a subjective worldview, if you have no baseline in a religious foundation, right? You don't believe in God. You don't believe in anything. There's no call for good based on empathy. It's just the.
But I can counter that.
There's
nothing in the definition of empathy says that you're virtuous.
That's exactly what I'm saying.
Okay, so then how could you criticize the concept of empathy by saying because it makes people feel virtuous? If you say, well, that's the logical entailment of what happens, I say, well, the logical entailment that happens when you try to get empathy is that you're more likely to not engage in bad behavior to them. Why shouldn't I be allowed to do that? And you say, because it doesn't say in the definition that you have to act.
No, because absent actual virtue, empathy is worthless.
Okay.
And so is virtue.
Can you say that about, is there any idea that you could, absent actual virtue, sympathy is worthless?
If it doesn't have any moral grounding or moral virtue to it, yeah.
Okay, so we can say that about any sort of behavior like it. Sure, right. That's not a reason to reject the concept, to say, well, the concept's valueless if you're not virtuous. Cool. We can say that about everything. Yeah, okay. Bravery. Without virtue, it's worthless. Okay. So we reject the concept of bravery then? You see what I mean?
No, I would say that if your society has a higher number of unvirtuous people, then it's a worthless thing that should not be used because they're going to use it to ill effect in order to build a system.
Okay, sympathy. Do we have the in both this
it would still be the same.
Okay, so we should reject sympathy.
No. I'm saying as it stands, if absent morality, these are worthless.
Okay. Our society, your argument is now we have more bad people.
No, but I'm not making it my argument. I'm saying that is the case.
Okay, right now in society, we have more unvirtuous people than virtuous people.
I think it's possible.
Okay.
So at least the way that we've trended.
Well, you have to think so, or else your entire argument falls flat. If you think that there's more virtuous than unvirtuous, then we should be empathetic, based on your own rationale.
No.
You just said that it is a concept with utility as long as you're virtuous.
Yes.
And then you said, but we should reject it because the majority of people are unvirtuous. And now you're saying,
no,
but I'm not saying...
I'm not saying we should reject it.
It's your stance that the majority of people in society that are structuring society now are virtuous or unvirtuous?
Well, I can't know that technically.
Okay,
I'm
if
saying
they
that
are virtuous, should
why
we
I
use
said
empathy?
it was an internal thing.
If you are virtuous,
Um,
should you use empathy?
If empathy is real.
By the
way,
about
you're
if it's
saying
real.
it, because
Forget about if it's real. Should you attempt to use the concept of empathy if you're virtuous?
This is a two-edged sword because I know what's, if I say yes, then that's a complete concession. I get that.
Right.
But my issue is the part I said earlier, where there's a level of belief that one can understand the inner workings of another that I think is a dangerous thing for
But we all do that. We all do that. It's inevitable, and there's utility in attempting that. Like I mean, again, so you would say, for example, we should never try to figure out someone's intent when it comes to the legal system, because truly we could never know someone's intent. We could never really know what a person's thinking.
I'm saying you should utilize other tools other than your internal representation alone, or in greater significance, right? If the way that I judge everything is just solely based on how I think or feel that thing is, rather than suspending that and doing work of knowing it, then I'm going to make poorer decisions than I would if I went and spent the time to research, to look into, to communicate.
But again, this gets back to like concepts of ethos, pathos, logos. Yes, if you utilize only one of the three exclusively, major problem. Same's true of logos, right? If you somehow make yourself autistic to the, like, you know, all the stories like Skynet wipes us all out and like, you know, all the fucking right? That's because they have no emotion. It's pure logically driven. Why? Why should humans be prior? They're harming the earth, and so therefore the best way to stop humans from killing themselves logically is to eliminate humans. Pure logic. There's a problem with that, right?
Yes.
Okay, so yes, you've said we should not solely rely on empathy to structure society. Concede, but it could certainly be part of it. That's so when your argument's like, but I'm just saying if you only use empathy and if you say, I know so much what other people are thinking that I don't even have to worry about logic. I just know. Yeah, that's a problem. No one's suggesting that, seriously, though. At least not on this side of the debate. I'm not suggesting that. I'm suggesting that it is beneficial sometimes to say, what if that was me? What if that was my kid? How is that person feeling right now? Oh, I get it. You know, how'd Gary Plauche feel? Yeah. So I'm on the jury. The law says find this guy guilty. I say, but what if that was my kid? Not guilty. That could be a double-edged sword. Obviously, that could be used poorly, right? But I'm saying it's inevitable. You can't change it. People are going to do that. And if we try to say we should avoid that, there's utility in us utilizing that. And the other side's certainly going to use it because it's inevitable. So, empathy's... Yes, empathy.
You don't got to read those yet. I'm just highlighting.
Okay, I'm sorry. But it's not just, again, right? Like, no one is suggesting that you shouldn't use, like, I'm not the fucking biggest Aristotle fan, by the way. But the concept is, right, that you have, like, ethos, pathos, and logos. Like, the credibility of the person that's giving the communication, the emotional appeals of the communication, and the logic of the communication. Your message falls flat if you say, I'm only going to utilize one of the three. Or it ends up in bad outcomes. The same is true of just logic. If you just say, I will be devoid of any and all emotion, I'll be devoid of any and all credibility, right? And I'll just logically give the facts. How do you think that message goes over? Most humans are going to be like, I'm not interested. Humans aren't automatons. They're not just robots that go, right? Like, it's so, like, I don't even want to make this. Do you ever notice?
Is there no...
Go ahead.
Sorry, go ahead.
No. I was going to make an interface argument. It was going to fall flat. Don't worry about it. I was just going to say, you know how, like for me, like something like StreamYard, I like it, even though it has less features than OBS, because it's easier to use, right? It's like, like it's got the bell. It looks good, right? You could be like, but logically, Rob, OBS is so much better. And if you just learn to do that, sure. right? It's the same thing here. Just pure logic without charisma, without etc. Without backing up your actions by showing that you're not a hypocrite and you believe in what you're saying. Like the message falls flat, and it could lead to bad outcomes. Like logically, would it be better for society for like the most base, fucking intelligent, muscular people to father all the children? 2 generations from now, you might say, yeah, losers like Rob, why would he have kids? Let's just get the Chads. Let's get the top 10% genetically. Let's have them impregnate all the women, right? Logically, that makes sense. Emotionally, though, fuck no, right?
But wouldn't that also fall to the same tribalism if that was the case?
What do you mean?
Couldn't you utilize what you've conceived empathy as in tribalism to do that?
Sure. You could do all kinds of shit that's bad under tribalism, but you could also do things that are good, and it's inevitable. So it doesn't matter anyways. You will never convince me that I should care as much about your kids as I care about mine.
No.
And I don't think you should. And I think God intends
where's
it
your
that
empathy?
way. I could be empathetic and say, oh, I understand what Abe's going through because his kid's sick right now. I remember when my kid was sick. But that doesn't mean that the necessary result of that is I say, therefore, I care about Abe's kid just as much as mine. So I'm not going to pay my mortgage this month because I'm giving all my money to you and now my kid suffers. That's not the necessary entailment. I'm still using empathy. I'm saying, I imagine how Abe's feeling. And maybe it does influence my actions. Maybe I'd say, hey, Abe, man, is there anything I could do? Can I send you like $50 or some shit like that? Whereas if I didn't have a kid, maybe that thought never crosses my mind. And I say, shit, I feel bad for Abe. But it doesn't cross my mind because it's not as real to me. Because I'm not trying to envision myself in that position. Right? So, I mean, for me, it's like this concept, like, it's so weird. I think this is the tribalism conversation is actually more interesting to me because there's this like, well, tribalism's bad, right? Like, that's like what we feel. We probably agree on this, so there's not a debate here. But it's like, for me, it's like, what the fuck are you talking about? We're all tribal and it's good, right? Like, it's okay. It's okay to be tribal.
Nature, I think.
Yeah, like, if I gave a shit about my neighbor's kids as much as mine, like, and for that matter, my entire town's kids as much as mine. You know what happened? I would dilute my resources equally to all of them, and then my family would be shit out of luck. So we all understand, and I think that we structure society in this way in a positive way, right? Because my assumption is the president of the United States and the politicians of the United States, and this is just politics. There's more to it. There's culture and all. But my assumption is they should give a shit about the people of the United States, the citizens of the United States. But you want to know what the best thing is? Canada, they should give a shit about Canadians. And Koreans should give a shit about Koreans. We all accept that. That doesn't mean that we're enemies. We could say, hey, this is mutually beneficial to the people of America and the people of Canada. Great, right? But the idea that as an American, that I have to accept like, oh, well, we can't be tribal. We have to view every life as equally important. So send billions of dollars to USAID in Africa and blah, 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 blah. Now, fuck all that. Not while people here are suffering. Fuck you. No. If I choose of my own volition to do that, fine. That concept of like, well, we shouldn't be tribal, that's bullshit. Because where we go from you shouldn't be tribals to you shouldn't be nationalists. Fuck that. Yes. The U.S. is the best. Fuck you. Doesn't mean I'm suggesting invading. In fact, I'm a non-interventionist, or mostly non-interventionist. But that's a different conversation. But I think the empathy conversation is tangential to that.
Yeah, right? Because wouldn't that become a super limiter of empathy? You're saying that you would have to have empathy for the people of your tribal group, but what about all the other people in that case? So, in the case of like national emergency or something like that, then you're going to pick your people over the other people. Correct. You have to suspend all empathy for them.
It's not suspending
and keep empathy for yours.
No. See, here's the disconnect. It's not that I'm suspending empathy. The empathy's inevitable. Right now, I'm thinking like, fuck, what would it be like to be an Iranian? Like when I hear that those bombs hit that school, I was like, imagine that was my time. I can't help that. That thought popped into my head, right? It did, right? How I act after that empathy, I could control, right? So I might say, yeah, man, I understand. I've been there. In my life, I've been on food stamps. So when I see that woman on TV crying, oh my God, I can't get soda with my food stamps anymore. I'm like, well, imagine remember when I was on food stamps? I remember how that felt. And yet I say, yes, no soda.
Yep.
Sorry. I utilize the empathy and say, I imagine how I would feel if I was in that situation, and still say, and yet, that what I'm prescribing, now it might help influence the decision, but it's not the end all be all. I am, like, for example, like, there are all sorts of law. I've known people in my life that I'm empathetic, but being a former alcoholic. Now, I'll be honest, people are going to say I'm full of shit. I truly mean this, though. I was not a big drunk driver. I was always like, I live in a small enough town, we walked everywhere, or we would have DDs. Like, we were pretty cool about it. But I have friends that have gotten DUIs. And I'm empathetic. I'm like, fuck, I've been blackout drunk. What if I'd have got behind the wheel of the car? And yet, yes, those laws should exist. Sorry, dude. I don't know what to say. Like, I feel bad. I'm empathetic. And yet, at the same time, I'm like, but that's the way it's got to be. So this shit happens. It's what you're saying is, I think part of what you're saying, one of your arguments is, but you can't just solely, like, because empathetic, I would say, let's say I had a DUI, right? So that's an apples to apples comparison. So someone else gets a DUI and I say, I'm empathetic because I'm imagining I was in those shoes. Therefore, this person shouldn't be punished because I didn't like being punished. Right, there's a problem with that. Because I'm just using an emotional appeal and not logic and not like all the other things that we think of when we're trying to structure society. Totally get it. You're right. We shouldn't solely utilize that. But does it play a place in structuring society? Yes. Particularly, like, the law is supposed to be more sterile and less emotional, though even it has emotion built into it. But when we're talking about the real building blocks of society, much of which are more important than the law, like how we structure our families, how we structure our culture, our towns, our cultures, I think empathy clearly plays an important role in that. For me, one of the most important moments of my life is I remember being like 11, and we would every Thanksgiving, my dad would go out and buy Thanksgiving dinner, like turkey and some shit like that, potatoes and whatever, and we'd drop it off at like someone we knew's porch because my dad remembered not being able to eat Thanksgiving. He put himself in that shoes. And I remember I said, oh, I can't wait to tell, my cousin we got you that Thanksgiving dinner. My dad was like, shut your fucking mouth. The point is you don't celebrate the charity or say it. You just do it. You don't fucking never tell anyone, right? That's not the point. Now I'm telling people. But hey, Cody, I hope you enjoyed that Thanksgiving 33 years ago.
Well, it's because it doesn't have the same effect now.
Abe,
right?
you're getting the robot. Your antenna is infecting your mic. No. Just a real quick, we just actually hit 2 hours. So I just want to check in and see where you guys want to take it from here. If you guys are both good to keep going, we can let the open floor continue, or you feel like you've made your
I'll
point,
be honest, I could
closing.
talk all night, right? But I would almost rather talk about, I don't know how much further we have to go with this discussion. Like, if you wanted to talk about, we can if you want. I don't mind. But maybe reading super chats will spur it on. It could. So I'm cool with doing closing statements and then super chats. Okay. If whatever you think, though, Abe. I'm not I'm here for a while. It's not. I'm not suggesting I got to go or anything. I just think maybe that would be an easier way.
No, I think it's good.
Okay.
I think we could try to spur it along with super chats.
Yeah. Okay,
yeah, no problem. All right, so let's bring it into closing statements. We'll do 5 minutes each, no interruptions, obviously. And then we started with Abe, so we're gonna start with Abe again and give Rob the last word. So Abe, whenever you're ready, I got a timer back here, and I'll let you know if you go past I'll let you know the last minute.
Okay.
I'll give 6 minutes, so then by the last minutes it's 5 you've had. All right.
Okay.
Good.
Yep.
All right. So yeah, whenever you're ready, I'll start the timer.
Okay. So I think in this debate that there is some level of disconnect between putting yourself in other people's shoes and the sharing of the emotional states. I do understand where Rob is coming from in this in the statement that we automatically do some level of connection. I think that the biggest issue I have is there's so much built into the idea of empathy that it makes it this huge thing that almost anything can fall into, and then because you have it, you're automatically virtuous. And I think that, like I said in the opening, there's a whole bunch of inherent dangers. While I can agree with Rob that anything could be used that way, you could say any emotional state or belief could be used for ill effect. I think that most of what we've seen with empathy as it's used today is used more on a manipulative basis. Like, I could have these feelings for others. I can exhibit a need to put myself in somebody else's shoes, but that would still be a self-referential thing. And so it shouldn't be externalized to the degree that we see it all of the time. As far as it structuring society, I still think that rational choice making is our best bet. But like Rob said, the underpinnings of that would be a level of empathetic response, and then we would make a rational choice based on the empathy. I still fail to see how we can share in the emotions and the experiences of others absent the experience within ourselves. And maybe it's a lack of my understanding of it, but I think it's conceptually impossible. I think it's scientifically and psychologically impossible as well. And I think there's a level of because I think I understand this thing, I'm going to make choices based on what I think I understand. And I don't know that that's a good building block for the society. I think that I would rather that we choose based on a moral structure, and then everything else follows from that. If there's a logical way to do what is good, we should do what is good based within that paradigm. I understand that because we're subjective beings, there's a level of trying to project ourselves into other people's shoes in order to try to understand them better. But I think that because that's impossible, we're going to fail at it, and then we may make decisions that are immoral based on those references. Whereas if we just structure it solely on the moral principle and the logical outcomes from it, that we'd be better off. So that's why I think that empathy isn't what should be used to build societies or structure societies. I think that's it.
All right. Thank you for that closing statement. We'll give the mic over to Rob. And Rob, I'll let you know when we're at the last minute there. We'll put 6 minutes on the clock.
All right, thanks. Yeah, it was a fun debate. I really enjoyed it. And I think that these concepts are interesting to get into. And I share Abe, like, again, it's interesting to have these debates because if you knew me and Abe outside the scope of this, you'd know that we're probably going to identify many of the same outcomes that we disagree with. So it's sort of a matter of what tools to utilize that have led to those bad outcomes or could lead to good outcomes, etc. Also, this challenging debate because I think at a surface level, it's easy to agree with the prompt as written. And I'll bet if we took a poll before the prompt and you didn't know who was arguing which side of this, my guess is 80% of this audience would agree with the prompt that empathy should not be used in structuring society. However, I think there were some key problems specifically with this prompt and the way that this debate went. The first problem is that it is a universal proposition. In other words, it's not that empathy is used too much, something that I would probably largely agree with, though it's tough, because I think in other ways it's not used enough when it comes to, is the way he identified empathy, which is with the people that are similar to us. One of the big problems I think that I have in society is the people that are similar to me aren't tribal and aren't empathetic to the people like us. For example, European descendant people seem to be the most try to be sympathetic to other people in the world and don't be empathetic to people similar to you. We seem to be the only cultures that do that. Hence, we're overran without any sort of violence, or without any military conquest whatsoever. I see that with Christians. I see that with men. I see that with white people, etc. For me, this isn't a problem with empathy. It's a problem with cultural Marxism and things of that nature. So I think we could afford to be more empathetic towards our own groups, is the argument that I would make there. But ultimately, I think that what it comes down to is the concession that the structuring of society is more than just laws or politics, but it also has to do with culture. And in fact, the building block and the most base structure of society is the family unit. And the concession that, yes, there is a tool in building the family unit for empathy. The situation I gave with a son that's going to a doctor. There's also tools that we would utilize with empathy, i.e., trying to put yourself in the shoes of other people when it comes to trying to understand people that are like us, with trying to get help with certain illnesses, with certain addictions, etc. These things would be building blocks used to structure society. Most people read the prompt and think, oh, we're talking laws. We structure society through how much we should give social welfare programs, or what our legal system should be when it comes to how many years you get for, a particular crime, robbery or something like that. But I think in many ways, those things are less important to the structuring of society. Or rather, it's like the politics is downstream from the culture. And so the building blocks culturally, and the core building block is the family unit, our religious beliefs, etc. I think that empathy is part of that. And so because of that, I think that I do win with that concession that, yes, clearly we should use empathy to structure society. Remember, it's not about whether or not empathy should be the only thing that it's used, whether or not empathy is overused, whether or not empathy could be used in grotesque ways, in illogical ways. All of those things could be true. The question is there any role for it? And I think the answer is a clear yes there. I also then utilized it to talk about how I think it's inevitable. I just don't know. And maybe we should have delved more into this. Has there ever been a society ever that didn't utilize empathy in the attempts to structure society? I don't know that it's possible. I think as humans, there's something inevitable that it's impossible for us to not try to put ourselves in other people's shoes. Abe makes the argument that, well, it's impossible to actually achieve empathy. I didn't really want to get into this. There are several definitions of empathy we could have used. It's not necessary in all of those definitions that you actually experience the feelings of another person, more that you are trying to imagine what that is. That's the core part of empathy. But I just conceded because I thought that sounded like a boring debate. It's like, why even get into that? But even if we concede that it's impossible to actually achieve empathy, Abe's criticisms then would fly out the window of all the problems with empathy if he's conceding it doesn't exist. Rather, his criticisms are attempts at achieving empathy. And my praising of why sometimes empathy is good is the attempts at achieving empathy and why it could be good. Is it ever good to try to ask yourself, hey, should I put myself in that person's shoes? Yes. If so, then that has some part in structuring society, because your interactions with people, whether it be your family, your community, your church, etc., are part of the building blocks in how we structure society. So if you think that there's ever a time that it is beneficial to try to put yourself in someone else's shoes and there could be utility, then you have to negate the resolution, because we would say, yes, empathy can at times, even if it's overutilized, be used in structuring society. I would also say, because he says it's impossible to achieve empathy, which is why we should embrace this, I say because it's impossible to not attempt to utilize empathy, which it is impossible. I don't know how you could tell the former drug addict, don't look at your life experience and try to put yourself in their shoes. I don't think it's possible. So for that reason, you should also reject the prompt, because it's literally not possible. It doesn't matter if it should not be, if it's impossible. Your prompt might as well be, humans should not have to breathe oxygen to live. Okay? It's impossible, right? So I also think that it's good because switch side debate and trying to understand other people leads to things. And remember, the problems that he is isolating would also be true of sympathy and other things. It's not the concept of empathy, sympathy, etc. It is bad people that are utilizing these concepts for power. It's Marxist, it's globalist that are using power games, largely pretending to give a shit about these aggrieved groups, while they're telling you that you shouldn't be tribal and look at the very groups and use empathy for the groups that isolate you. So for those reasons, I think, although I agree with Abe with the problems in society and it could be overutilized, certainly that still means that there is a place for empathy to be used at some level in the structuring of our family units in society.
All right. Thank you for that closing statement. So you said that you guys are good to stick around for some questions?
Sure.
Yeah.
Okay, awesome. So chat, this is what I'm going to do, because I'm sure they don't want to stick around and listen to me read a bunch of names. So I'm going to go through the questions here, and then after all the ones that were just like sent in with blank, with nothing there, I'll read those ones off on my own after, because I like to show you guys love for sending it in, but I'm sure they don't want to sit here and listen to a bunch of names right off. So let me get into the first one here. Let me just start right here, actually. Peaches for 5 sends in, how does Islam utilize empathy in structuring society? You said every culture ever has done that. Love you, Rob.
Yeah, certainly. Even in Islam, it might say this is the word of the prophet and that's the end. But even that, the Quran is utilizing putting yourself in other people's shoes to some degree. It's not about, remember, it's not just about the laws, right? It is almost impossible. How would you as a person, and you're not that different, well, I don't want to put it that way. You're a human and you share things in connection with other humans. And unless there is something abnormal about you, like almost at a biological level, I don't know how you could look at life and not view it through some sort of a subjective lens. When you see someone get kicked in the balls, you're like, oh, man, you think of your lived experiences and how that would make you feel about that. So even in Islam, so for example, you might say in Islam, how would I feel if my wife didn't have her hijab on? When they're abusing that woman, they still utilize that as a tool, and they utilize emotional appeals.
Did you want to say something, Abe?
No,
Okay.
I don't think they structure their society via that, though. I think that the dictates supersede all attempts at empathy, because they will choose the word, the word of the Quran over their empathy in order to structure their society. I don't think that it is allowed to play the role because the governing dictates are written.
It's not that simple. But even if I accepted that, right? Even if I accepted that, structuring society is more than just the laws that are written, right? For example, does the Quran, it believes like the Old Testament, right? And in fact, it believes parts of the New Testament. It just doesn't believe Christ is the Son of God. It believes he's a prophet. So like the literal stories of what Christ is saying is good, not the I'm the Messiah part, but the most of the lessons he's saying, right?
I don't know. I think a chunk of them, at least.
It's not just as if this isn't Islamic society. Literally, it's just the word of the Quran, and everyone's just automatons walking around saying the Quran says this. That's it. That's not it. They're still appealing to people emotionally. They're still saying, like, you don't think, for example, that there aren't Islamic leaders right now, mullahs saying, how would you feel if you were Iranian and that school was bombed? You don't think? You don't think they're saying that to convince their people of the great Satan of America or Netanyahu being bad? Of course they are. So it's biologically, I don't understand how how you would have a person that doesn't intuitively try to put themselves in other people's shoes when they see something. And given that, if that's biologically in people, I don't necessarily know how that doesn't influence how societies is structured, which is made up of interactions amongst people. I even if you tried to write it out, I don't think it'd be possible for people to do
it. All right. Next one. Let me see here. Elder Lion, member for 17 months. Thank you for that, Elder Lion. One of the problems with empathy is that it makes the trans argument true, and that's what it was invented for.
It does not make the trans argument true. Objectively, a man can't be a woman. A man could imagine what it feels like to be a woman. That doesn't mean that he's a woman, right? That doesn't mean that his imagination's correct, by the way, right? So no, it just doesn't. Like, no more than if I said I could imagine what it would feel like to have a family that was lost in Hiroshima, family members that was lost in Hiroshima. That doesn't mean that I then get to say, and therefore I've had family members lost in Hiroshima. You'd say, well, no, that's fucking nonsensical. You can imagine it, but that doesn't mean that you are that.
Wouldn't it be the case though that if empathy can allow them to imagine what it is to be a woman, that identifying as a woman because they legitimately feel they're a woman, wouldn't that fall within that purview though?
Can you imagine what it's like to feel like a 5-year-old?
Not because I've been a 5-year-old, yes.
Okay, so does that mean you're now 5 years old?
No.
Okay, so you can
But I've
imagine
actually
what it might
done that
feel like to
thing.
be a woman, but that doesn't make you a woman. Okay, let me ask you this. Can you imagine what it feels like to be 80? You've never been 80? So if you
Not
can imagine,
really.
does that mean that you are 80? Of course you could imagine it. You might be wrong, but you're capable of imagining it.
Well, I mean, I can imagine hurting more or things
Sure,
like that, but
that doesn't make you 80. You could imagine what it's like to be a woman. You could say, if I was a woman, I might feel like this, blah, blah, blah. Doesn't mean you are one. Like, if the counterexample to this would be, well, then you can't imagine what it's like to have your child murdered. You can't because
Right.
if you do, then that means men could be women. What?
No, I think it's calling out the fact that we can be inaccurate in our conception of what we think is being felt.
That's true. No one denies that. But the same could be true of any concept, not just empathy, right? It doesn't mean that we can't, that the tool itself is used. And this just gets back to the base argument. Okay, then one, if we say, fine, empathy doesn't exist, so Abe's entire argument's bullshit because empathy doesn't exist. You'll say, no, I'm not talking about whether or not empathy exists. I'm talking about whether or not bad things happen because people try to utilize the concept of empathy. My argument is, fine, I'll concede that empathy doesn't literally exist. You could never, in any situation ever, fully know what another human being thinks, ever. Physically impossible. So therefore, we could say, by the technical definition, empathy doesn't exist. And yet, do attempts to utilize it lead to good things? Sure. And if you say, okay, but the attempts of utilizing it means that men could be women, bullshit. No, it doesn't. Any more than attempts to utilize it mean that I could claim that I'm a Gold Star family member because I could imagine what it would be like if my son was killed in service. No, it doesn't make me a Gold Star family member.
All right. Next one we got here is from Peaches as well, $5. Or wait, let me give you this one because Peaches, I see, has a follow-up as well from the last one there.
Sure.
Don't worry, Peaches. I'll get your other one there too. Can you give me an example of how Jesus uses empathy to structure society versus truth, logic, and obedience to God? He says not to trust our feelings.
Do unto others as they would do unto you. Is it subjective how you want people to do things to you? Do you want the exact things done to you as I want done to me? Then that would be subjective, right?
All right. And then, yeah, what Peaches had earlier there was empathy is subjective. You must use logic and truth. Otherwise, you end up with a progressive, unaliving society.
It is not that you solely use empathy. If you only use logic devoid of compassion and emotion, you will also run into problems. Human beings don't operate like that. We're not monotone automatons. We're just not. And so it's, yes, empathy is subjective, right? But so is almost all of our experience. The only objective is like the word of God, the truth. But the word of God doesn't tell us in each and every, like, okay, right? It's actually a question I want to ask someone who's more theological. If we accept that God gives the truth, maybe one of you two can answer this. Like, if we accept that the word of God is the truth, does that mean there is only one answer to every single thing in life? So there is a literal answer as what the tax rate should be? Like, literally. It's exactly 3.2%. God wills it. Or is it like, well, no. God lays moral precipices and says, this is the truth. And then within that, you could take actions that fall in line with that morality, right? So, for example, it might be moral to be charitable, right? But I have limited funds. So do I give Abe, whose car broke down, the money? Or do I give my neighbor, whose mother's in the hospital, money? I can only give to one. Is there an answer? Or is it God like, no, you attempted to do the moral thing. That's virtuous, that's good, etc. It's not like there's a literal, I'm sorry, Rob, you made the wrong choice, right? Like, I don't think that's how it is, right? And so in that realm, it's sort of room for subjectivity within the truth that's been outlined, right? And that's how humans operate. Like, you can't, like, is it not virtuous for me to try to affect outcomes on this planet that are morally virtuous and in line with the precepts that God outlines? Is that not good? I shouldn't do it at the expense of my own virtue. For example, I shouldn't lie or sin in order to have outcomes that are beneficial, but I certainly should utilize within what is moral to try to have better outcomes for this world. And if appealing to emotion and telling people, like, imagine that you were in this position, help do that, why shouldn't we utilize it? And it's clear that it does. We understand it with children. A child doesn't understand the philosophical concept of, like, but God willed it, right? You're coveting. If I tried to tell my 5-year-old, no, do not covet, right? That's hard. That's a difficult concept for him to understand. But if I say, would you like it if they took your toy? He'd be like, oh, that makes more sense. So in that sense, I think that you can see that there is a place for this. You're absolutely correct. If we do not utilize empathy with truth or with logic, then it certainly could run afoul. And people do that, which is part of the argument Abe's making. But I don't think that it means that because we need use truth and logic that there's no room for compassion or emotional appeals. I don't think that's what's going on.
All right. Oh, sorry. Were you going to say something there, Abe?
No, I'm just thinking through.
Oh, okay. Fucking button for $10 says Canada is empathy in praxis. Horrible example of letting virtue signaling terrible ideas take the wheel with willful ignorance in the seat. Don't be like Canada, although they do kill depression.
Now, I don't disagree, but let me ask you, maybe this is sort of tangentially going off there. I've talked to people that do not believe in punishment. They believe in rehabilitation. So I talked to this guy that would call to my show, and he would say, even the most heinous crime you can imagine, there should be zero part of punishment as humans. Let God punish, not our role as humans. Instead, we should focus solely on rehabilitation. Because if you looked in a utilitarian calculus, right, that's what we're really interested in, right? What's best for society. So if you have a serial killer and you're 100% guaranteed that you put him in this program for 3 months, then you let him back out in the street. No room for punishment. Do you agree with that?
No.
But logically, if it leads to the better utilitarian outcome, why wouldn't we accept that?
I think, for me at least, even if we look biblically, like in Romans, it talks about God giving the sword to the governing party to bring justice. So I think that punishment is actually laid down by us to us for what is right.
It seems that, I agree with that, right? I do. But I think even if you could quibble about that and say, yeah, but ultimately, God's justice is what's most important, right? I still think that there is an argument to be had that the emotion of it matters. Fuck you. You murdered people. Fuck you. You deserve to be punished. And it's not always 100% logical. It's not. There are parts of it that's emotional. And I think that that's totally warranted. And even if you say no, that's not the case, okay. But if we don't appeal to those emotional appeals, and if we don't, like, for example, in Canada, how are we trying to reverse course in Canada? We say things like this. Imagine what your kids are going to go through because you imported all these fucking people. Imagine what your kids are going to go through because you had all these socialist policies and now your standard of living is going down, right? We try to make these appeals for people to subjectively say, how will this affect me? Now, that might suck, and you might say, but that's not how humans should be. Humans should be dispassionate. They should be automatons. They should just be robots that aren't interested. Politics shouldn't be about what benefits you. It should be about what benefits society as a whole. Right, and I should be 6'7" and fucking handsome. This is not the reality, right? And so, like, at some point, you have to appeal to these people. And I agree. It's fucking ludicrous. Like, there are times when it's like, I can't believe I have to say this. I do this all the time. I try to appeal to left-wingers, and I'm like, okay, let's look at how you'll be fucked up. For example, here's an argument I make all the time, right? Did you know that, like, according to human rights organizations, 1/3 of women that come into the country illegally in the United States are sexually assaulted? 1 out of every 3 by coyotes and shit like that are coming through. Now, they don't care about you, Abe. They don't care about me. They don't care about speakeasy. Fuck us. White dudes, fuck you. You guys suck, right? But they care about those women, or at least they pretend to. So you have to draw the appeal like that. They don't care about us or border policy, so you say something like, Biden had 2 times more kids in cages. Look how bad Biden was for the black community, right? Now, at the end of the day, you'd say, Rob, why would you say that? What is special about the black community? From a purely objective, non-emotional stance, right? Wouldn't it make sense to just be like, here's the exact numbers, blah, blah, blah. But it's not appealing to people. And even me and you, we're not above that. We also are emotional beings. Yeah, I care more about my community getting fucked than the inner city. It's true. I feel bad for the inner city. Don't get me wrong. I try to put myself in that position. I do. But at the end of the day, I still care about here. I care about my family. I care about my community the most, right? And so the idea that, yes, you can absolutely see how people claiming to be empathetic have led to disastrous socialist policies, etc. Again, I would go back to George Orwell. I think many of those people aren't actually empathetic. They don't really give a fuck about these poor people and all the people they're talking about. They have their own things to consolidate power. But yeah, that's my response to that. I agree. And this is what I'm saying. It's a challenging debate for me because I think that most of our audiences, and I think Abe and Speakeasy, I think this is fair. I think a lot of our audience overlaps. So I don't feel like, so when I say our audience, I really mean that. I think probably the majority of our audience would say, yeah, fuck empathy. But I'm telling you, like, you don't want to leave that in the table. That's a useful tool. It really is. And it's inevitable. And it's not necessarily bad. It's just we're so used to these virtue signaling sacks of shit standing on their soapbox telling us how they're more moral than us that we're like, fuck that. Facts don't care about your feelings, right? Like, that's sort of a mantra that you've heard people like Ben Shapiro say. But the truth is, there is room for emotional appeal. It's inevitable that we try to envision ourselves subjectively in other people's shoes, and that's not necessarily a bad thing. It's a little inside baseball, but I think people that watch me could agree with this. I, to this day, try to remind people every fucking night to be enraged by what happened to Charlie Kirk and to try to put yourself in that position. I try almost on a monthly basis to go back and talk about COVID and to put yourself in the situations of the people that I dealt with whose lives were fucking ruined, who lost their small business, or the autistic dudes that I took care of whose mom died in a fucking nursing home that they couldn't see for 3 years and shit like that. That's what I'm doing. That's the best way to appeal people. Imagine if it was you. How would you feel? You know, and I think if more people did that and got enraged like me, we would lead to better cultural and political outcomes. But if I just said, well, there's no place for that. Don't even try to imagine. Oh, you didn't lose your business? You can feel bad for the people that lost their business, but don't even try to imagine yourself in that position. I think you're underutilizing, and I'm not saying this, don't get it twisted. I'm not saying, oh, you should be fake, right? Make shit up, right? I'm not saying that. All of it's totally truthful. But to not try to be like, we're above that. We don't have to do that. It's just about truth and logic for us. I think it's a big mistake, you know?
All right. Next one we see here is, let me see. Well, Buddha Custom sends in 5 just to say, Rob didn't say it right. It's God bless the USA and nobody else.
That was a good movie.
Fucking Canadian.
Thank you, Buddha. Then we got Fuck It Button here for 5 says, when does morality not at least equalize or outweigh the assumption of what someone else feels?
Well, it does. In a sense, it's sort of disconnected. And here's what I mean. Let's say I feel that I understand what it's like to be... Abe falls on tough times. His job, he loses his job, whatever. He's got a family, nice dude, wife, kid. Fucking sucks, man. I feel terrible, right? So when I read in the paper, Abe got caught shoplifting, right? I'm like, I put myself in that position, and I'm like, who knows what I would do if it was my family? If I think about it, maybe that's, you know, that has nothing to do with the morality of it. Because I still say, it's immoral. He should still go to jail. He should still pay the fine. Right? The morality of it is inconsequential than the attempt. I also understand my attempt to think what I would feel like if I was Abe in that situation may be wrong. Maybe Abe's a total fucking sociopath. And he's like, actually, I was stealing because I wanted to go to jail to get away from my wife. Like, and so he's thinking of it completely possible, right? I don't know. But there's utility in attempting to think through, what if it was me? What if I was in that situation? How may I feel? If doing that leads you to making immoral decisions, then it's bad. If it helps you in making moral decisions, then it could be good. So the question of, the question of like it's sort of like a ship passing. It's like, I'm not saying that attempting to think about someone else is more important than morality. Far from it. Morality would be more important, I guess, but it's not connected in that way, the way I see it.
Well, if it is the case that some kind of empathetic response is inbuilt, like you've said, Rob, then it would be the case that morality has to be the baseline, because otherwise, the empathetic response would lead you to poorer outcomes.
But that's true of anything. Same true of sympathy, right?
Right. I'm kind of just piggybacking onto what you just said, because there is a disconnection, but that disconnection is in the other direction is a must. The morality has to come before.
Yeah,
empathetic response.
I agree. Like, I'm hard pressed to think of a situation where morality wouldn't come first. We could disagree on what the morality would be. And I know, like, this isn't a popular thing to say amongst maybe our audience as well, because they might say word of God, morality, end of story. Yeah, but I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about, think how this plays out. Should we deport every illegal in this country? Is it immoral to not do it? Is it immoral to do it? Can we make, if Abe says everyone but these people, right? Like, what about these 500 people? And you know why we shouldn't deport them? Because, yeah, they came illegally, but they did scam the system and register to fight for our military. And they went over and they saved our boys, right, in Afghanistan. And so we'll make an exception for that. Is that immoral? Is it moral? I don't know. These are difficult, right? These nuanced questions become difficult, right? So it's not just as simple of moral, that's the answer, check. That's it. Move on. It's not that simple. Things get lost in the sauce. And then that's even beyond getting, not everyone shares our code of morality. Not everyone's a Christian, or even people that are Christian interpret it in different ways and such. So yes, I would say that every action you take should be moral, right? And always, right? The problem is people have a subjective interpretation on each individual action and whether or not it is moral or not. But if you're intentionally taking actions you know are immoral for any reason, including because you're trying to be empathetic, then fuck you. You're wrong. It's that simple.
All right. Next one here. He at Riot just says, "Give me a hell yeah."
Oh, little Stone Cold.
Yeah.
That reminds me. Did you ever see the Stone Cold E.T.? It's one of my favorite fucking things in the world.
No.
Oh,
Stone Cold E.T.
Abe, have you seen that? It's
What's
from
the-
like 12 years ago. It's this guy in an ET mask, and he's like, goes through like Burger King or McDonald's or something. He's like, "Give me a double cheeseburger and a hell yeah." Like, it's the funniest. I don't know why that made me.
I'm gonna have to go watch it now.
Oh, it's great. Stone Cold ET.
Yeah, I'm gonna go look for it now. Yeah.
Yeah. Someone in the Speakeasy's audience knows what I'm talking about, right? I hope.
I'm sure they do.
I'm sure.
Pseudo Master Chef for 5 said, "Tony Montana ran all of Miami and never was empathetic to shit. So why should we use it?"
Tony Montana.
I wonder if this guy watched The Crucible today, or the Extravaganza, because we were talking about that. Like, I think I could say this. I don't think it'll harm any of our channels. I remember watching like Scarface when I was maybe like 13 or 14, and right at the beginning, he goes into like customs, like all the Cubans are trying to flood into America.
Mhm.
And the one customs officer is like smoking a cigarette or something. He's like, "How'd you get a scar like that? Eating pussy?" And I remember being like 14, and me and my dad like, "Ha!"
Exactly.
Yeah, I guess if
That's
Tony
funny.
Montana did it, there's the beacon of
The beacon of light.
Mm.
He can do it.
Oh my
Anyone
God.
can. Thank you, Pseudo Master Chef. Mo Rebuttal for 5 says empathy is real. Trans women can't know what it feels like to be something they are not. P and not P contradiction.
Empathy is No, I disagree, and here's why. Right? The idea of empathy being real depends on how you define it. If you're saying empathy is literally absolutely 100% experiencing what someone else experienced or knowing their exact feelings, I don't believe that's possible, save like some miraculous intervention by God, right? Perhaps, like, again, I'm not a theologian, but perhaps you could say, like, some of the, a certain person who's writing a book of the Bible was allowed through miraculous intervention to experience some out of body thing of someone else. Maybe. Other than that, we'll table that. Sure. Okay, you can't exactly know. Again, though, one, I don't think that that's necessary for what empathy is, that you are literally experiencing their feelings. I think that it's the attempt to experience their feelings and think how that would feel, right? But even if I don't say, if we concede that's not the case, the whole debate's been about the attempts to utilize it, right? I could try to imagine what it's like to be a woman that's pregnant. Like, I could try to imagine, I could say, I've taken a big shit and it didn't feel good. I was constipated. So when my wife was pregnant, if she was constipated while she's pregnant, I imagine how that felt, right? Now, that doesn't mean that and you could say, yeah, okay, I can see that. Therefore, I'm a woman. No, it's not. Imagining how it may feel to be something is different than claiming you are that. I can imagine how it felt to have the nuclear bomb dropped on Hiroshima and lose family there. That doesn't mean that that occurred to me. It doesn't. So I if I'm reading Mo's comment here, I disagree. It's not P and not P. There's a problem with that, right?
So for me, I kind of go a different direction. I see like the only true empathy that can exist is God, right? He can know exactly how we feel. He can know exactly in us what function is happening. As far as the feeling the exact thing of another person, I think that's the biggest hang up is mentally for myself, is that like my representational model is the only way, my perception is the only way that I can imagine other people's feelings. And so it's incongruent with their feelings in reality, which means there's a level of assuming and guesswork, and maybe that's true. And so generally in my own life, I act as though I can't actually know how you feel, but I have a simulacrum of maybes, and I'm going to seek to understand through asking and letting you inform me rather than me assuming I know.
I would only say that although it's not apples to apples, and I think if I gave Abe a chance, he could pick this apart, which is why I bring it up now. I think that it's similar to the concept of intent, right? The same sort of rationale that Mo's pointing to here would be like, well, then we could never attempt to derive people's intent because it's quite literally impossible. We could never fully know the entire intents, beliefs, etc. of another human being. And yet we operate as if that's not the case. We say you're going to jail. You meet the burden for your intent being X. How do you know? You can't read my mind. You don't exactly. Right, but there is a reasonable interpretation that there's enough of an overlap that we feel morally justified as a society punishing you for this or rewarding. There are times we reward people for what we think their intent are. The truth is we'll never fully know. We just don't. And so, again, we wouldn't say, well, because we say there are certain crimes that if your intent was X and there's no way to really know your intent, P and not P, therefore men could be women. We wouldn't say that. We'd say, no. Oh, but then you have to concede we can't know someone's intent. I mean, I guess, but we could know enough, close enough to it, that we're able to make practical judgments in our world. It is how I view it, you know? Now, again, I fully concede it's not an apples to apples because I could think of argument, but you see the idea. Like I totally agree. If if the definition of empathy is quite literally, I'm like, Abe stubs his toe and I say, I feel Abe's throbbing toe right now. Yeah, I don't. And if you're like, therefore not empathy, And if you say you can feel Abe's throbbing toe, then you can be a woman. Yeah, but no one's saying that. And if anyone who says that's a fucking lunatic, right? Like, that's not what I'm saying. And I would say, okay, then yeah, sure, empathy doesn't exist, but there's still attempts to be empathetic, and that's what I'm talking about. So,
well, that's why you have huge swaths of women out there that believe they're empaths and they can actually feel the emotions of people when they walk in the rooms and all kinds of stuff.
Put them in the crystal,
right?
You know, fuck them.
Right?
we don't give it. Yeah, I shouldn't. And now I'm getting shit for saying throbbing. Fuck.
Shit. You forgot to say pause. You fucked it up. Peaches comes in with 5. Says Deuteronomy 23:19-20 says, you shall not charge interest on loans to your brother, interest on money, food, interest on anything that is lent for interest.
I don't know. I don't see the.
It's because you. It's
because you said earlier is there a literal thing about morality. Taxes? That's
taxes.
I think, yeah.
Oh, he's being a smart ass.
Well, yeah, okay. That's
saying there is actually a reason.
Well,
yeah, we all know.
But Jesus also said pay unto Caesar. Like, Jesus clearly didn't say it's immoral to tax, right? He didn't say that. But I do think that a lot of the this actually matters given recent events. Did you see Tucker Carlson had this dude on that was like, capitalism has no place in Christianity, and actually it's more socialist. It's like, well, no, I don't recall Jesus. I recall Jesus being like, you should be charitable. You of your own kindness should sacrifice and give to people. Not that you should take from one neighbor and give to another. I don't recall that. I don't recall Jesus saying it. On the other hand, Jesus didn't say taxation on its face is immoral. To my knowledge, I don't think he said that, which is sort of where the pay unto Caesar, which is Caesar's. So then it becomes a question of like, okay, given those two concepts, what would the moral tax rate be? And I think there's an argument to be had. We would disagree on the nuance of it, but I think you would agree with this too. I think most people in the chat would agree. I don't know. I'm a neophyte when it comes to Christianity, but my guess would be that most Christians would say there comes a point where it'd be like, yeah, that's immoral to take 99% of someone's wealth for taxation. That's too much. That becomes immoral. That becomes theft. But maybe 5% isn't. And then we could debate what is the moral number that would be allowed. I don't know. That's beyond my concept. I really, you want to know who I want to ask about this is Jay Dyer. I'm going to be talking to him soon, and because I'm very much interested in this. It may well be that there's an interpretation that's like, no, there is a right answer. God's forgiving. He's not going to punish you because it's like, actually the correct tax rate was 2% and you said 3%, so have fun in that lake of fire. I don't think that anyone believes that. But it may well be that it's like, no, there's a right answer. And you should try to get to that right answer, but you were wrong. I don't think so, though. I think that the reasonable interpretation I have is that there are these there is moral values and virtues, right, that we should embrace. And through those, if we are using the intent to embrace those virtues and we're making decisions that we are trying to fall in line with those, then there's a wide range of things, maybe not wide, but there's a range of things that fall within those guidelines, is how I interpret it. But again, please do not listen to me for Christian ethics, because I'm admitting I don't know.
It's funny you say that, because now I want to know what Jay Dyer thinks of empathy, actually.
I bet he would agree with you. I bet. If I talk to him, supposedly I'm going to be talking to him soon, so I will ask him. I think it's an interesting question. I would say he would probably disagree with me quoting the golden rule.
My chat's asking who you were talking about, with that interview or that. He said, was Rob talking about Josiah Trenum?
It might be the guy. I just saw, he looks dirty. I don't mean that as rude. Like, he's like tanned. He look like he's like, my boys, like, as they're working outside road crews all day. But yeah, he was on maybe last week. If anyone who's interested, let me plug myself a little. If you go to my YouTube, one of the shorts like 2 or 3 days ago on my YouTube channel is literally that quote and me being like, whoa, I don't think that's the case. So you'll see the guy I'm talking about, but I do not recall his name.
All right.
Okay.
My audience is saying Brian Shapiro. I don't think it was Brian Shapiro.
Oh my God, Brian Shapiro.
Jack of Blades comes in for 20, says Spartacus, what up now? DX Chop. If you know, you know. Good debate, guys. Love y'all showing support.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah,
Thank you, Jack.
it was a great one. And thank you for that, Jack. I appreciate that big time. Fuck It Button comes in for 10, says if empathy had any value, we would have thought it would suck to be shot for trying to take over the colonies and not have the societal structure we know. We ought speak Brit Bong to our livestock.
If empathy, we would have thought. No, that's not true whatsoever. Again, the mistake people are making is if you try to envision how someone else feels, then that means it dictates your action, right? And so in this would be like, oh, if I'm getting this correct, it's worded a little weird, but oh man, if I put myself in the shoes of the people, our founding fathers revolting against the king, it would suck to get shot. Therefore, we shouldn't revolt against the king. Well, no, I think that the argument would be, and yet still, it is the moral and virtuous thing to do, and the most practical and utilitarian thing for us to do. So I don't think that. I think there's again a disconnect, and the fact that like this is how people are viewing empathy. Oh, empathy's just being like, let criminals do whatever they want and constantly cower and never sacrifice or do anything hard because we always have to imagine like, oh, everyone has reasons for doing anything. No, that's not all. That's how some people might utilize empathy. Empathy's saying, imagine how you would feel if Irina Zarathustra was your daughter. That's empathy as well. That's
Right.
a 180-degree different policy and cultural reaction to what they're saying. So no, it's not just, it dictates a one action, which is always the pussy action. I don't think that's the case.
I think that part of the issue is that the inception, popularization, and creation of the term is through the psychological community, which is then dictating why we should release these people and allow these things to happen currently. And so there's a direct correlation between its current usage and its inception that is negative in society.
Yeah, well, I think that the same could be said of sympathy. For example, I gave the exact example of how anti-empathy is weaponized. You can't know how it feels to be a black person, and therefore shut your fucking mouth. You can't know how it feels to be a woman, so therefore you get no say. You can't know how it feels to be a Native American, so shut the fuck up and give the land back. All of that is weaponized anti-empathy, right?
Right.
And again,
I think
okay.
I think there's an issue there though too, because there becomes a separation. Is this a chosen action or is this an inherent non-chosen reaction? Like, does it happen automatically within you, or are you choosing it? Because it can't be both at the same time. It kind of has to be one or the other. And if it is the case that it's one, then it changes everything.
Well, I think that it is both at the same time. I think that it's almost impossible not to utilize it, but you could focus on it intentionally more. Like, I think that it's very. I suppose there are situations that if you have a complete disconnect to, that it wouldn't be there. But anything that's sort of at least somewhat connected to the human experience that's almost universal, like the idea of pain, there's going to be a gut reaction almost immediately to be like, what if I was, oh shit. Like you watch the video of the guy getting kicked in the balls and you're like, oh, like you kind of, you that immediate reaction is like, oh fuck, that would hurt, right? And like it's because you know that because subjectively you've been hurt before. But like, let's say, for example,
my wife winced at me getting hit in the nuts
Right.
by the dog.
Yeah,
my
exactly.
wife was like, "Oh, like she had." I was like, "Wait."
So it's so, but yes, you could choose to be like, oh fuck that, like, and try to separate from that totally, or you could try to focus on it more, I suppose. But again, in my opinion, right, it isn't like I don't know, like I just don't know, like just at the base level, Rob. Don't even remotely try to think what your son's going through because you were that age one. Don't do it. You can't do it. It's bad to even do it. I'd be like, how the fuck do I will myself to not do that? And again, for the people in the chat, it is absolutely like let me try to make this as clear as possible. Let me concede. 100% empathy is impossible. Doesn't exist. It's impossible. Rob, stick to the definition of empathy. You must stick to the definition of empathy. Stick to it. Stick to the definition. Empathy is impossible. Okay, then one of two things is true. All of Abe's argument is bullshit. There's nothing bad about empathy because empathy doesn't exist. It's like saying, you know what the problem with the United States is? And you're like, what? And you're like, that doesn't exist. That's made up. Oh, okay. Then I guess you're wrong, Rob. If empathy doesn't exist, then there's nothing bad about empathy. You'll say, but it's the attempts, the claims to utilize empathy. The attempts to utilize empathy, that's what's bad. Great. Then it's the attempts to utilize empathy that could be good. It's the attempts to utilize empathy that is inevitable. Same argument. So it doesn't matter. You're staunchly like, empathy doesn't exist. It doesn't exist. It's impossible. You've had cramps, but you can't know what it's like to be pregnant. You can't. It's impossible. You can't do it. Therefore, empathy doesn't exist. Okay, but still, even though there are situations that I could never fully experience, there is utility in trying to be like, okay, how would I feel if I'm in that situation? For example, the exact mentality that you're utilizing by saying stick to the definition, every single lefty would agree with you. You're right. That's why you need to shut up about abortion. You'll never know what it's like to be a woman. Therefore, you shouldn't have a voice. You'll never know what it's like to be a black person. Therefore, you shouldn't have a voice. Anti-empathy being weaponized.
Well, but isn't it the case that you could create a conception that is an untrue thing, but you can codify it in some way? You can show us that it may be a thing, and then you can use that thing as a tool to manipulate.
Sure. But you could do that. You could do the same as sympathy.
I agree. There's plenty of ways you could do it.
Yes, obviously.
But the difference, there's a difference. There's an inherent difference. And the inherent difference is with sympathy, I feel something about something. Mm-hmm. That's an internal response. Just me. And most of the time, it doesn't matter outside of myself if I have sympathy for that thing. It's just I feel sympathy for that thing. The difference is with empathy, there's a claim of understanding the other person's plight based on yourself. And so it has a whole different ramification in the world, right? Just because I feel for somebody, right? I'm like, shit, man, that really sucks for that person. Now I can do whatever. I can make a choice. I can act on that feeling or not act on that feeling. That's fine. Empathy.
Seems true of empathy. You can choose to act however you want afterwards.
But there's an external source in the empathetic claim that I can feel with that person, in that person, whatever it is. And I know this is not, I'm not claiming the 100% right now. I'm just saying it actually has an outward facing reality rather than just an internal response reality.
There is a slight difference that I don't think ultimately matters in a practical application. And here's why. If we accept that and say, there's a difference, then the logical entailment would be, then we need to avoid attempts at empathy, which means that the former drug addict has no business whatsoever being someone that the current drug addict goes to. Period. Because that former drug addict has no more insight into what's going on with the current drug addict than me or you. All of us have equal potential insight, which is nothing. We can never really know what they're going through. Therefore, there's no utility whatsoever in trying to imagine what they're going through because we could never know. Because theoretically, we could weaponize it and we could do so maliciously or we could be inaccurate and do so. Therefore, there's no utility. None of us would agree with that. There's no utility in me trying to imagine what my son's thinking if I was him when he goes to get that shot. No utility whatsoever. Because I could do so erroneously and therefore make a bad outcome. I think clearly that's not true. We clearly see that there's utility in those sorts of actions.
Right. There's a certain level of like, and I've heard this repeatedly when I have any discussions about empathy specifically. When I'm talking about sympathy, which is like, again, we read it earlier, it's caring, having, what is it? I have to read it again because...
Having concern for something to do with like
a feeling or expression of sincere concern for someone who is experiencing something difficult or painful, right? So you could
How do you know they're experiencing something difficult or painful?
By witness.
How would you know? Show me, am I experiencing something difficult or painful right now?
I have no idea.
How would you know? What would you possibly look for?
Well, that would be a claim of knowing absent seeking.
But
to
the
know.
definition of sympathy says that it's someone who's actually going through it, correct?
A feeling or expression of sincere concern for someone who is experiencing something
Who
difficult.
is experiencing, but you can't know what they're experiencing.
Well, do you have sensory perception? Can you see they're howling or that they're crying or that they're...
Does everyone that experiences certain difficult things react the same
Well,
way? Can people fake
are you
that?
Sure, but are you going to express...
Then you don't know. At the end of the day, you don't know, right?
Sure.
How could you ever really know?
Sure.
Okay, so then the concept of sympathy is subjective. At the end of the day, it's impossible. You could never really know. So sympathy doesn't exist because you could never really know.
But that isn't my point.
Well, that
my
maybe
point
so,
is,
but you see the problem.
Sure, but you could say that for everything. Nothing actually exists. We're just perceiving it.
Well, not everything, but yes, many things. You're correct.
But the claim that I'm making is different. So in many conversations that I've had, the immediate response to sympathy is that that's pity and you don't care about the person. That almost intrinsically across the board, when I talk to people, their immediate response to sympathy is it's somebody who doesn't actually care. They're just acting like it. But when I talk about empathy, there's an odd, like this is across many conversations on the internet,
lefties,
many conversations even in real life.
Lefties. You hang out with fucked up lefties. They're going to say what?
That sympathy is this shit response. But when you talk to people about empathy, there's an inherent level of value there. Like the virtue is built into the terminology.
Robot Abe.
Again, it's because people misutilize something or you're selectively talking to people. I could say the same thing. The people that I talk to about empathy, they tell me I'm bad for empathy. I'll never know what it's like to be a woman. I never know what it's like to be a black person. Those are I've had conversation. I used to debate almost every tournament I debated in college. Well, not every, but most tournaments. I'd have at least one round that says, why haven't you acknowledged your privilege as a white man? You'll never know what we go through. You won't know. You don't know about blackness. I say, what's blackness? Oh, it's a lack of power, disenfranchisement, police interactions, lack of money. I've had police. I'd spend a night in a drunk tank. I've had family go to prison. I drive a fucking Chevy Cavalier. $500. Motherfucker breaks down every time I try to take it into town. I go to the cheapest state school. Doesn't matter. You'll never know what blackness is about. How dare you even attempt? How dare you? Okay. Right? So, again, the fact that you have had bad interactions with people that are misutilizing this, irrelevant to whether or not the concept of trying to put yourself in other people's positions is good or bad. It is. It can be, again, can it be bad? Of course. But that wasn't your prompt. Your prompt was it has zero place. And that's the point that I'm trying to make. There is clearly a place for this sort of thing. Do I want, just our politicians or our cultural leaders to just be out there being like, all life is about is imagining yourself in other people's shoes and forget the law? Of course not. But I think that, there are times and places for it, and I think that we absolutely should see that to counter what we see so much of the people that we view as opposition, that we should, in your words, quote, people who identify as similar traits to us, trying to imagine ourselves in their position. That's what I do. I imagine myself, I'm not a good redneck. I'm a bad redneck. I'm not a fucking handyman. All my friends are. They work 9 to 5s. They bust their fucking ass. I'm here to try to imagine that I'm in their position and they're treated like shit and told that they're in flyover country and how that fucking feels to be people that are the salt of this earth and are the backbone of this country that get treated like shit. Do I really know how they feel? I don't know. Probably not. I have a good idea. I try to put myself in that position. I tried to imagine what it would be like to own a restaurant and then get fucked over during COVID and then try to sit there with a smile on your face as the life goes on and people move on, but you're still devastated. I try to imagine that. It helps me. It helps keep me in mind to be like, this is why it's important to keep fighting for this shit. I don't know what to say because some asshole lefty you talk to is like, oh, well, you're only sympathetic, not empathetic. Fuck you. Then I should be like, never mind, Goob, my friend Goob that owned this. Fuck you, man. Never mind. I no longer try to imagine myself in that position because my buddy Abe had some asshole say something to him. It doesn't make sense to me in that sense.
I'm being fair. I've asked that question on BK, and across the board, when sympathy came up, it was you just pity people. So I wouldn't say it's just leftist, but I get where you're coming from with that. That's just an anecdotal. Some people said it to you, so it doesn't make any sense. So my question to you would be, Rob, is empathy to you just sympathy plus?
No, it could stand outside it. It could be empathy to me is attempting to imagine yourself in someone's situation. I could try to empathize and not be sympathetic for someone, right? Right. So, for example, I could be like, the George Floyd, try to put myself in his position. I could try that and try to be empathetic and say, but fuck him. Yeah, you got what was coming, right? That's possible. Right? Wouldn't it be? One is trying to put myself in their shoes and what they were feeling, and the other is saying,
I don't know.
Am I concerned for them? I'm not concerned. Fuck you, George Floyd. I feel bad for George Floyd's family, and a lot of that has to do with empathy because I'm like, what if it was my brother? Hypothetically, if I had a brother that had substance problems and this happened to him, how would I feel? I'd be devastated, right? But so they're not necessarily entailed. Now, I think most of the time they would be. Most of the time that you would imagine yourself in that position, which could lead to sympathy, which would lead you to have concern. But I think that they're mutually exclusive.
Need to be a motivating factor of some kind to lead you to, right?
I mean, let me give you an example. We talked about, it wasn't me and you. I'm sorry to get my shows confused. It's been a long day. On the extravaganza, we were talking a lot about Jordan Peterson today. One of my favorite original Jordan Peterson clips was when he did Joe Rogan in like 2017 or something, a long time ago. And he talks about this fucking book. Let me think of the name of it. Ordinary Men. Have you ever heard of this book? It's about these.
I've heard of it. I haven't read it.
I think it's about Polish police officers. I could be wrong about the nationality. I think it's Polish. Basically, the gist of it is Jordan Peterson's telling this story. This book's about these dudes that were, by all accounts, moral men, good men. They're these Polish police officers, and then obviously, that mustachioed man comes through and whatever, takes over Poland. And so these cops sort of ended up working with them. And they were good people, and by the end of it, they were taking pregnant Jewish women out in the field and executing them. And when they asked them why, the most common response they gave was like, because I didn't want someone else to have to do it. They weren't pressured. They were told, you can quit. You don't have to do it. And yet, step by step by step. And Peterson says, the fucked up thing is when you realize you probably would have been a Nazi if you were there. That's the fucked up part, right? When you're like, you're not so special. We're like, oh, man, if I was alive and like, I would have never accepted slavery. If I was alive, yeah, you probably would have. Yeah, if you were in Germany back then, you probably would have. Right? That's the truth. Are you sympathetic? You don't have to be. You can say, nonetheless, you try to imagine, why would you do this? Put yourself in those shoes. Fuck, I mean, we have entire careers like FBI profilers. That's what they're doing. They're trying to put themselves in the shoes. They don't have to be sympathetic. They may be. It may lead to sympathy, and you could argue whether or not that would be good, but certainly I don't think it's a necessary entailment that you have to have concern, legitimate, sincere concern for someone because you're trying to put yourself in their shoes. You could put yourself in someone's shoes and say, fuck them. I'm glad I did that. Now, maybe I formerly had sympathy and now I don't because I'm like, you know what? Now that I think about it now, Sure,
but don't you think that like the mustache man and the following were utilizing empathy for their movement then?
Of course, every movement has. All. The people fighting. You don't think the Americans fighting them or the British fighting them weren't using empathy? Is Israel using empathy? Yes. Is Palestine using empathy? Yes. Is the U.S. using empathy right now? Yes. Is Iran? Yes. Yeah, of course. They're utilizing as many persuasion techniques as they can, propaganda, true things, false things. Yes. If you're trying to convince human beings of something, you're going to appeal to their subjective, what they know, right? And one way to persuade people would be like, what if it was you? And it doesn't even have to be crazy shit. What if your property tax went up 5%, right? Oh yeah, that would suck, right?
Yeah.
All right. Let me see here if we have any more that are questions. Not. Oh well, this is not a question, but it just Peaches wants to say, if I was a defendant, I would want Rob to do my closing statement. He is so good at convincing people of his side, even if I don't believe it.
Yeah, but I'd throw out a bunch of slurs and then it would screw you over in the end. So.
Oh,
Thank you. I appreciate it. I do, by the way, I do believe what I'm saying here. I also could have argued the other side of it because I think a lot of time, this happens on Verbal Combat a lot, right? The problem is so many of us that hang around Speakeasy's community have a large overlap in what our morality is, what our political beliefs. So oftentimes we're arguing on nuance or fringe issues. The big issues, we're probably going to agree on most things. And so when it comes to nuance issues, oftentimes it's very difficult. And there's truth on both sides that you can honestly believe. And then the question is, how do you evaluate that? If it's, I 51% believe this, but 49 this. In this question, you know, I'll be honest, when Abe started talking, I was like, well, fuck, I largely agree with this, right? But then I thought about it, and I was like, okay, for the sake of argument, to make it, because if I truly couldn't make an argument, I'd say, Abe, can you pick a different topic or something, right? But I was like thinking about it, and I'm like, okay, well, what does it mean? What does it mean to structure society? Well, that doesn't mean just law, and that was my first impression. Should Congress just be using empathy to pass law? No. Okay.
I shouldn't have given you the family. I should not
Well,
have done
and then
it.
I was like-
knew, but I agreed enough.
That's how
like,
I structure. When I structure society, if I was king and I was structuring society and could make, I would say, here's how I'm going to structure it. The family unit. That's it. That's the first thing. Does it make sense then for the father to be empathetic? Of course. Could a husband say, I can imagine, I try to put myself in the position. For example, I've done this, and I don't literally know what my wife feels. There was a point in time when I was broke, and we bought a house. And this house was so fucking dilapidated. We paid $6,000 for it. This woman lived in there with her mom, and her mom passed away. She was a big drug addict. And so the house, it was terrible. We had to rip the subfloor off. There was not even a shower here. I was 2 blocks away from my parents. I do block shifts. I'd be at work 4 days in a row, 24/7, right? We only had one car. My wife would be stuck at this fucking house without a shower, with the subfloor ripped up, with basically just the living room done. We slept in the fucking couch, and she'd have to go to my mom's to shower, right? Which I love my mom. Sue, you're the best, but I don't know if I'm my wife that I want to be there every day to shower. I tried to put myself in my wife's position to say, I need to fucking work hard, you know, but I don't literally know how she felt, right? But that's, and so I'm like, oh, for me, it is a moral thing as a husband, as a father, to try to put myself in the position of those people that I am tasked with providing for. That's my job. That morally, that's how I view it. It's my job to make sure they're safe. It's my job to make sure they're provided for, taken care of, right? And so I, from time to time, in trying to do that, I say, what if I put myself in my wife's position? I'm assuming my wife does the same. Now, we're not orthodox, and it's not as like what you listen to like Andrew talk about his role and what his marriage. It's not as clearly written as that. And yet, intuitively, that's what we've done. My wife, when I left my job to stream, I asked my wife, and my wife, we talked it through, and my wife said, I trust you. You'll make the right decision for this family. That's it. I tried to put myself in her position. What must it feel like to be? Again, I can't say that I 100% emulated it, but I tried to be empathetic and think about those things. So once I start thinking about that, I'm like, oh, yeah, I think that's a fine way to structure society. But at the same time, I mean, my goodness, if me and Abe were arguing on the same side against 2 other people, we'd, you know, it'd be like, are you fucking kidding? Like, these Soros fucking DAs that are like, oh, we have to feel bad for these criminals. Imagine if you grew up in their family, blah, blah, blah. Fuck that. No, that's destroying this country, right? I totally agree. So I think that I am on the truthful side of this prompt, but certainly there are heavy arguments to make that it's gone too far. If the prompt was, although empathy can be used to structure society, it should be far more limited than what it's used today, then I'm fucking boned. I don't know what I would say. I would try to say we need to weaponize empathy on the other side, but that's a
I
tough
tried to
prompt.
decide if I was going to go with structure society or in governmental structures, and I wanted to go a little bit hardcore on the like the absolute claim, basically.
Yeah,
that
well,
it shouldn't be used at all because
yeah.
then it's interesting at least.
Correct. It's once you start to get like prompts that are like, you know, like not an absolute claim alone, then oftentimes you're like, well, how much is empathy being used? And what would the right amount be? And now we're having a debate of like, should we use it 5% less? Should we use it 10% more? And it's like, yeah, that's kind of boring, right? It's like, there's no definitive answer. It's going to be like, so I respect that. If I was making a prompt, I would draw a line in the sand too. But the truth is, I think largely your concerns are completely true and right. And like you're also correct. Although I do find it not you. I don't know. I'm trying to be polite here.
You can just say it.
No, it's
fine. I'm not going to be hurt.
Sometimes you do these. Like I'm not a philosophical debater, right? And like sometimes it's just like things get in the weeds, and I'm just like, I don't know, man. It's like I just feel like everyone's like trying to put on I read this philosophy 101 book, and let me tell you, truth claims and blah blah blah. There are people that do that and do it well, and then there are people that are trying to emulate it. And like so, like a lot of times when I hear a claim like this, it's like, well, actually, if you look at like sort of the I'm so stupid, I don't even know the word. What's it got? Etymology, is that the word? The etymology of the where
the word came from.
If you look at the etymology of the word, actually in 1906, Professor so and so, blah blah blah. I'm like, go fuck yourself. Like, come on, like it matters though. The criticism of my point, like I used to bitch at people that would be like, it's not a democracy, it's democratic republic. I'm like, yeah, okay, like what the fuck ever. But then it's like, well, actually, it does matter, right? Because not just for reasons you think, but also because actually the founding fathers kind of hated democracy. It's not just that it's like, well, it's just another form of democracy. It's like, no, they were kind of like, we'd be happy if only like 2% of the people had a voice in this shit. Like so I get it,
We can agree like words matter, right?
Yeah.
So for me, with this one specifically, there's a huge connotation in that share. That's not like you shared a piece of pizza from a pizza. It's the share that's into, which means it's the same. It'd be like you're sharing the same bite of pizza.
Right.
And it's like that's incongruent with reality to me. So when you look into the psychology paperwork on empathy specifically, empathy as a colloquial thing of putting yourself in someone's shoes can make sense. But as it's written and as it's been used throughout the time that it's existed was an into claim. Like you're actually sharing in the same emotion as the person is using in their internal representational model. And so for me, that's an impossibility, which makes empathy a false claim. Now, in colloquial usage, the way you're saying it, just imagining that you are in that position, that makes more sense. But I hate that there is a term that has this heavy meaning that's been used to manipulate through its usage for 100 years to a, hey, you're just trying to imagine what it's like.
Yeah, the literal, like, I would say though, it's the concept of like, can you ever be egalitarian? Can you ever be fair? Not literally, but you could still do what you might think you're fair, even if you're not, but it's still worth working towards it. And like, so I would say that about when I'm thinking about empathy, I guess in general, and like, listen, everybody's good at debating different things, and there's every level of debate's important, right? Like, for me, you could boil everything down to just ethics, everything. And it's something that you see people do very well, like Andrew and Jay Dyer, right? Where it's like, who should we vote for? Kamala or Trump? Well, what do you mean should? How do we determine what we ought to do? What are your what is your framework? That's an 8-hour debate, right? That you could have just on that. And me, I'm like, let's just skip past that part, right? Now, the problem is if you try to skip past the part, oftentimes you're fucking shit up. Like this was what happened with me and Brian Shapiro. He debates Andrew about the ethics of can you support Trump ethically, right? He messages me, says, I don't want to talk about ethics. I want to talk about Trump's policies. Great. I'm not one to talk about ethics that much. Is it good to have tariffs? Great. I'm up for that debate. Sounds great. First thing he asked me, how could you ethically support Trump? And you roll your eyes. You're like, well, now we have to have the debate. Because how can I say if tariffs are good if our definition of good is different? But to me, it's like, that's not the style debate. I frame it this way. I've said it many times. Some people are the type of people that it's like, There's a stump in the yard. Ought I remove it? And they might have them and their friends might sit around like Plato and fucking Socrates for 5 days, like, what is an ought claim? Blah, blah, blah.
Yeah.
And meanwhile, I'm just grabbing a shovel, like, yeah, get this fucking stump out of here. Like, I don't
Giving
know.
you all the logical entailments.
Right. All the levels of that debate are important, though. They all are. And we're all operating, we all have different interests and we all have different specialties. And it's all important. It really is. It's just oftentimes what I find is that a lot of times it becomes disinteresting to me because it's like we could always boil things down to the most reductive language and the most reductive claims of like ethics and things like that. And the debates all become the same. So for example, like an ethical claim, like I would say this, it's like, let's assume that, let's assume for a second I'm not Christian. Yep, my ethics are totally subjective, right? Totally. Oh, you're right. You're subjective, I'm subjective, who gives a shit? Well, I'm here not to convince you, but the audience. How about that? Mm-hmm. So, yeah, you can make the claim of objective truth. Great. Does the audience agree with you? I think we should elect Trump. And you can say, where are your ethics? You're right, they're subjective. But here's why I think in a utilitarian calculus or a practical real-world calculus why it would matter. And if I convince the most people, the practical outcome of that is they go vote. My guy wins. So you could say, but objectively, you didn't have a grounding for your claims of truth. Sure, but yeah, my guy won. That's the truth, right? Yeah. And so there's different ways to operate. And so like a lot of times I think, not you, I thought you did a fine job, but a lot of times what people will try to do is they'll see someone that they like. They'll see a Jay Dyer and be like, I'm going to argue like that, right? And then sometimes it gets frustrating because Jay's fucking amazing. Jay blew me out of the water in a debate. And I'm sorry if you're listening, but like Teriak, like I'm having this conversation with him and it's like, I don't know that you know what you're talking about, man. Like you're like, I'm like a 4 out of 10 on a philosophy debate, right? Jay's like a 9 or a 10, right? So yeah, there's a huge skill difference there. Totally get it. Or Andrew's up there. It's a skill difference, right? But it's like when you're like, well, objective morality and a subjective framing and shit like that. And I'm just like, are we just sitting around pretending to sound smart? Because that's what it feels like to me. Because I feel pretty fucking dumb having this conversation, if I'm honest. And it's nothing against anyone. So that's where I come on a lot of these, like sort of, it's no shitting. I know there's people watching right now, like how arrogant of Rob. No, quite the opposite. I'm saying I'm a fucking idiot. That's clearly what I'm saying. I'm sort of not qualified to have a lot of these philosophical discussions. This debate's different. It's not philosophical. But you see what I'm saying? And there's no wrong way. It's not like, oh, this is the input. Even like, I think Jay and them would say, of course you have to have ethical foundation or nothing else matters. But they would also say, but I understand in a practical sense, wanting to move the literal political needle in a direction. And if I go to, a college campus, I'm like, here's why you should vote for Trump. And I start off like, well, let's talk about epistemology. People are going to be like, what the fuck are you talking about?
Just walk away.
The people, my dad, when my dad worked at a factory, they're going to be like, who's this fucking nerd? Get this fucking guy out of here. What's he talking about? So.
Fair enough. I also have to say, just because I forget the name of the person. There was somebody in your chat that was like, what? Easy doesn't even know Rob. He doesn't know that he's on the opposite side of this. Because when you were in your chat, you said, I kind of agree with this.
Yeah,
right?
That's what I said.
And I was like, listen to me, okay? Just watch what happens by the end of this. Rob's gonna say he doesn't agree. Watch, and then
and I truly
forget who it was, the name, but I'm rubbing it in your face. Right?
Honest to goodness opinion. I'm giving my honest to goodness opinion on this. I do think if without the context of a debate, if we're just talking, I'd say, of course, empathy has some role. It's overutilized, but it definitely has a role in structuring society.
Based. All right, so that looks like it's it for questions. The rest is just random ones.
Just call me fat and Abe ugly. Fuckers.
Oh no, none of that.
I mean, if it's true, it's true, right? I mean,
to roast everybody. But all right, so then that means, okay, that's going to wrap it up for tonight's Nowhere Prep debate. I want to say a big thank you to both debaters, of course, for coming in, staying in it. Rob walking in blind, and our mystery debater, Abe Dinkus, coming in prepared. That's what it's all about. If you guys enjoyed the debate, make sure you go and subscribe to Rob and also to the opponent of the night, Abe Dinkus. Okay, they both came on and gave you guys a good show. And thank you to everyone in the chat for watching, engaging, and supporting the show. All right. Special thank you to everyone who sent in the super chat questions to keep them engaged for y'all. All right. And if you think you can take on Rob in a Knower prep debate, all right, make sure you join the Discord. It's discord.gg/bearcave, and reach out to either me or Tiny directly, and we'll get you set up. All right. We run them twice a month on Thursdays. So thank you again for everyone, and we'll see you next time, and good night to everyone.
Thank you, Rob.
Thanks, Abe. It was fun. All right. Oh, I like Abe a lot, and I did have fun with the debate. But, you know, and I am honest. I stand by what I said, but I feel like, how do I put this? Like, there's definitely utility in pointing out how empathy as a concept is weaponized. Completely agree. To me, it's not, the key point of that is not that it's empathy. The key point of it is that it's the idea of compassion, right, that matters, and people that are weaponizing it in this sort of cultural Marxist framework of oppressor versus oppressed, right? That's the key point. The literal definition of empathy means very little to me, right? And so it's like, can you literally know someone else's feelings? No. Well, if the definition of empathy is you literally experience someone else's feelings by trying to imagine real hard, it's like, okay. So in that sense, it's like, I agree it's a stupid fucking word, right? And I also agree that the idea of it in the framing of like, oh, we have to be empathetic, we have to be compassionate, or we have to be sympathetic, that it's fucking ludicrous the way that so many of the people in our culture use it. So my gut feeling at the beginning of the debate is like, fuck, you know? But then I started to think during the opening statement, and I'm like, well, what does it mean to construct society? It's not just politics. How would I want to construct my family? And shouldn't my family be the building blocks of society? Shouldn't we structure society that way? Sure. Okay. Is there a role for empathy in my... The key distinction being, even if it's not possible to completely be empathetic, is reaching towards it or attempting to be empathetic, does it have benefit? Of course. Who said this? That empathy is useless, consideration is enough. Disagree. It's two different things. And empathy, the idea of trying to put yourself in someone else's shoes, oftentimes has utility on its own. I guess if I had to break it down, the two examples I would give the best, I think, are Charlie Kirk. Let me show you something. I'm going to play a little video and I'll stop it at the relevant point.
Only in America is it possible to say, you know what, I don't like the way the country is going, and to do something about it. Take that risk. Take that leap of faith. Stay involved. Trust God and act obediently. Romans 12:2 verse. That God will use all things for good for those who love him. It's bigger than you. I want you to remember.
What if that was my kid? In the abstract, I feel bad for a daughter that grows up without a father. But in reality, I'm like, I'm no Charlie, but I kind of do what he does, just at a very lower level. What if they killed me? How would my kid grow up? And that influences how I act and how I think we should structure society. To go after these motherfucking lefties and understand how much the stakes are. Just consideration doesn't achieve that level of interest for me. The other thing that I would use is the incident of the reformed drug addict versus the person, right, that's going through trying to, recover, who's an addict, right? It's intuitive that you seek that out because you want someone that you think is close to the experience you're going through. And you might say, well, that's not empathy. That's you seeking someone. Yes, but it's intuitive that that person is going to respond to you by looking at their lived experience and then imagining themselves where you're at based on the situation they've gone through. They may fully admit, I can't fully know, but that's what they're doing. But again, what is, okay, but how much weight does a word hold when the left abuse emotionally charged terms? I don't understand the question. Because the left has weaponized what they claim is empathy, there's no utility in me trying to inspire people to take positive actions by saying, imagine yourself in Charlie's shoes. It no longer holds weight because the left has abused that emotionally charged term. Disagree. It doesn't make people act like women. I think just consideration of how someone feels actually makes you act like a woman. That's what I feel. You don't use masculinity. You don't become aggressive. You don't use force. You sit around and go, oh, well, someone else will deal with it. That's how we've gotten this situation. That's why no one's been held accountable over COVID, for example. That's why no one's held accountable for all the corruption we see. Because people haven't motivated themselves emotionally enough. They didn't come for me. No big deal. No, it's not just emotional appeal. Trying to imagine yourself in someone else's position. Why do FBI profilers try to imagine themselves in the position of a serial killer? Why? Why don't they just consider? They say, what would I do if I was running from the police? Where would I hide? Oh, I would do this. Up. Again, the idea of empathy, the key distinction is trying to put yourself in someone else's shoes, imagining what you would feel like if you're that person. And I think there's utility in that. If you're like, no, that's not the definition. The definition is imagining what it's like to be in someone else's shoes and assuming that you 100% know what their feelings are. It's like, okay, yeah, I guess that's not true. Just like we could never fully know someone's intent. And yet, the attempts to reach there, even though you could never get to that goal, so the attempts to utilize empathy, which doesn't exist, is still something that could be positive. All right, let me read some super chats. How'd we do tonight? $108. Kind of shitty. I don't give a fuck. I had fun. I hope you guys did as well. Where'd we leave off? Left-handed assassin, $10, says Schadenfreude. That was not the word of the day. John, $10, says word of the day, and that was not. Thank you for the 10. King of all pixels, $5 says Daffy Duck's better than Bugs Bunny. Changed my mind. It's been a while, but probably. Caleb, $2 says, you got this, Rob. Thank you. John Rock, 19 months. What? Thank you so much, man. Says Rob 1, 2026 dime only has arrows, no olive branch. There we go. Thank you. Speakeasy. Thanks, man. Thanks for hosting. And the 20. Shout out to the neurons. Thanks for being here tonight. Thank you. Left-handed assassin, $5. Thank you. And then another 5. Thanks so much, man. It means a lot. Sniper for 5 says, Rob, show me your NES. I'm ashamed to admit I no longer own an NES. At one point, I owned one, but left-handed assassin, $10. Thank you again, man. Affit Button, $10 says, at this point, I'm not sure if you believe anything you've been saying or not. Either way, you did a damn good job, Mr. Robowitz. Thank you. I do believe what I was saying, though. Thank you. And then Typer, $5 says, that hat looks shootable. I assume you were talking about Abe's top hat. Though maybe this one. Sure. Go to robnoerr.shop. You too could get a fancy hat like this, maybe for target practice. I mean, don't be thinking of me, but there you go. Got a little mannequin, put it on. Over on Rumble. Wixavion says, I agree some empathy should be used. When politicians are adding a new tax, they should try to understand what this tax will do to others with less. Yeah, I mean, I agree. How would you feel if you had to pay this? So much of what the politicians do is they just view themselves as complete. They don't even attempt to imagine what it's like. Right? They're so disconnected. Ban all guns. Yeah, but dude, we don't have armed security. They don't even try to put themselves in our position and go, oh yeah, that would suck. They don't try. Yeah, I thought that it was a Lee Harvey Oswald. Oops. John Wilkes Booth joke. Yeah. Whatever. They all have 3 names, right? Now, would I have preferred having a debate with some fucking lefty? Of course. But I like Abe a lot, and I was happy to debate with him. I really was. It's fucking brutal, though, when you're debating a topic that you know that... Does anyone disagree with me that 80% of the audience... I think that if we didn't say, if that show started off with just Speakeasy saying, okay, one person will say that we should use empathy to help structure society, and one will say that we shouldn't, I'll bet 80% would have said shouldn't. Does anyone disagree with me? I think that would have likely been the outcome. So I'm like, all right, motherfuckers. I get it. Maybe that's... The problem is, though, if you did that, you would have to sequester me. Because otherwise I know the topic before the person announces it. Which is possible, though. Affit Button, $5 says empathy could just as easily justify tax the rich as it could justify feeling what someone worse off feels. Results are never in the worse off's favor. Possibly. Of course. Empathy itself is not a tool for whether or not a moral action happens. Oftentimes, it's a tool to help you decide what a moral action would be. You know? Like, let me give you an example. Here's something reasonable, right? I'm empathetic. Let's say you're an illegal immigrant. And you have a family and you're from some fucking country that you couldn't provide for no fault of your own. You just were born there. You're born in like Ecuador or some shit. So you're like, you know what? I want to bust my ass and work to provide for my family. And you come into the United States illegally. I have empathy. I think about it and I'm like, yeah, I might do the same. And yeah, see ya. Sorry, gotta go. Sorry. Now, it helps me. It helps me to try to understand, why are people coming? If I just said, I refuse to even try to put myself in those shoes, I'm not even thinking about it that way, that would lead me to be less knowledgeable about the situation. My attempts to put myself in their shoes and see what they're thinking has some input on what I think the decision should be. And yet, I find the most practical and moral situation still is, despite that, they gotta go. What does it matter? Well, whether or not it matters or not would be irrelevant. It's inevitable that I'll do that. But it matters because it helps me understand why they're coming in the first place. No, empathy might... It's not just consideration. It can't consider... How do I do this? Morality, consideration. See, these are bubbles. Whoop, morality, consideration. Empathy. You could be empathetic and it be moral. You could be empathetic and be considerate. You could be empathetic and it's not considerate. You could be empathetic and it's not moral. They are not the same. You could become considerate because you were empathetic. I tried to put myself in your position and that has made me considerate. You could be considerate without being empathetic. I'm considering what you're thinking. What makes an attempt at empathy is the attempt to put yourself in their shoes to think what they're thinking. You may do that and say, I'm trying to put myself in the shoes of Ted Bundy. I think he's a monster that deserved the death penalty. I don't feel bad. I don't feel considerate for him. I don't feel sympathetic for him. That's true. I don't have a chalkboard. I got to get... Scott Adams used to have the whiteboard. I love the whiteboard. Maybe I should get a whiteboard. Consider it's like taking their feelings into account is how I would define considerate, basically. Okay. Well, how do you know what their feelings are? Well, you might guess. You might say, well, I think I know what their feelings are because if it was me, I would feel this way. Wrongfully, $5 as if a rock had feelings. Would you empathize it with it more than with your debate opponents? I know The Rock, but I don't know. Thanks, man. Devin Hanna, $10 says, I haven't left California because I'd feel no better than an illegal immigrant running from their problems in their own country. But man, does it suck here, yeah? What are you trying? F it button if it... It's hard to argue with it when I would only use 2 factors and you had a third, which if how you feel someone else feels. Well, this is the idea with sympathy as well. Like, this is what I mean where I think that empathy is inevitable, right? Because it's like, how do I know that someone's in pain? Well, maybe it's because they tell me. Couldn't they lie? Do I really know they're in pain? If I just said to you right now, I'm in incredible pain, am I? Is it maybe I'm bullshitting you. You might say, no, wait a minute. Let's look at other factors to see. Does Rob look? Is he grimacing? Right? Has he done things that, has he talked about a history of pain? I've seen Rob in pain before. How did he look then? Well, how did you know I was in pain before? Well, I guess I don't know. He told me he was in pain. So one of the things that probably you're going to do just intuitively is say, oh, when I'm in pain, this is how I look, feel, act, talk, blah, blah, blah. That looks similar to what Rob's doing. So, see? Empathetic. So it's like, Cryptic, thanks so much for being a member. Can I provide the distinction between empathy and sympathy? Yeah, this was a key part of the debate. I could look it up, but why do it when we have Rob? The definition, like empathy, the definition that I had was like experiencing someone's feelings by trying to imagine yourself in their situation. That's empathy. Sympathy was having a sincere concern for someone with an actual problem. But the problem was, if you're like, well, empathy's not possible because you could never 100% fully know how someone feels. Same's true of sympathy. How do you 100% know if someone has an actual problem? Define it. Problem's subjective. How do you know? Sympathy is basically being concerned for someone. I feel bad for you. Empathy's like, man, if I was in your position, this is how I would feel. That's basically the gist of it. Yeah, that's close. Sympathy is feeling bad because someone feels bad. Empathy is feeling bad because you imagine the bad thing happening to you. Close. If you say, I feel that, that's empathy. Maybe. It depends on what you mean by it. But I think that one of the ways we try to evaluate the world is we put ourselves in. We have subjective lived experience, and we can't help but use that when we evaluate things, right? And we all should understand that the very subjective nature of it means that it's not a universal truth. So would empathy be bad and sympathy be good if stoicism is the moral position? To be honest, I'm not going to sit here and bullshit you and know that I understand the philosophy of stoicism, but I would say that probably not. That your interpretation is incorrect because it's universal. That one is good and one is bad, and I would say that's not the case. Empathy would be a tool that one could use to try to evaluate someone's sincere feelings. That tool could be used as a positive or negative. What's up, Beauty? How you doing, man? How do I know to be sympathetic towards a person? What would be required for me to be sympathetic? I'd have to feel bad for something that happened to them. How would I know if I should feel bad? Tell me. I stubbed my toe. Should you be sympathetic? And you say, sure, because it hurts. How do you know? You can have all kinds of reasons. Well, because neurologically, we've studied 5,000 people that stubbed a toe and this fires, blah, blah. One of the things you might say is because I've stubbed my toe and I know it hurt. Why is that a bad thing? Why would we put that as something that is good or bad? That'd be like, is asking someone how they feel good or bad? If you're trying to understand them, you'd be like, I guess it could be both. Generally, it'd probably be good. Same thing. It's just a tool. It's not a moral claim. Empathy isn't a moral claim. Just like sympathy. Is sympathy good or bad? I don't know. Could be both, right? I can make the same claim. Because you're sympathetic about the criminal, then you want to go easy. You feel bad. Now you want to go easy on the criminal. That's bad, right? Who's this Berg? Now, anyways, it's interesting debate. I had fun with it. Tomorrow, I might do a daytime show. I don't know. If so, maybe it'll be a call-in show. If that happens, I don't know what time it'll start. I got shit to do. We'll see what's up. But if it is a call-in show, I'll start off as a normal show on all of my platforms, and then I'll turn off YouTube, and it'll just be calling on Rumble and Kick. But anyways, that's gonna be a night. Of course, this is the time of night where we do stupid whip songs. Guess what? And no whip songs tonight. No one donated $100, so no problem. That's okay. Who is streaming? Let us see. Speakeasy's still streaming. And then we raid Speakeasy. How's that? I can't thank Speakeasy enough, though. You can see a bunch of metal bands tomorrow. Where you going, man? That's great. I have I'm very excited this weekend. Colorado, $2. So where there's a whip. No way tonight. I have a baby shower. I'm not going to the baby shower. My wife's going to a baby shower with the woman who's having the baby. I will be hanging out with the guys and the husband. I'm very excited. As I've said, I think that one of the best things that you could do is get married, have kids. So I'm very excited to see my friends doing that. This will be their first child, and I'm super excited. So it'll be nice. It's nice just to hang out anyways, but it's nice to celebrate something that I think is very cool. I can imagine what it would be like to be having a kid. See, I'm empathetic. Oh, Cryptic, thanks for the $5. Well, I hope I didn't let you down. Thanks, man. I appreciate the congrats. Yeah, he's a good dude. And she's a good lady. They're going to be excellent parents, and they're going to be very happy. I'm very excited for them. I hope I didn't let you all down. I hope you appreciated, even if you disagreed with me, you appreciated the performance. Shout out to Abe Dinkus for being a game opponent. I very much enjoyed it. By the way, no one put a super chat in for the word of the day. Does anybody know what it was? I think it was pretty obvious. I thought I saw someone in the chat get it. But I'm not going to scroll and see if I can find it. And the game was he had to put a super chat for it to count. Cal Ranamo nails it. It was vex. It was not empathy. It was vex and vexing. Yes. It was not single parent. It wasn't literally. So, look, it's not easy sometimes to come up with this shit on the fly. Particularly on a topic like that that's sort of nuanced and tough. So it was not throbbing. It should have been throbbing. I fucked that up. Throbbing too. It's like, yeah, don't use the word throbbing. Not good. Vex, upset, angered, vexed. It was not poop. So, yeah, maybe I'll do the stream tomorrow. Maybe not. I do not know. Reverse massage wins. It was Vex. Thanks for the $5. And then Evan Button, $10 says, I feel like I would feel good if I debated a bunch of bullshit so successfully. Clap my ass. We don't agree, but love you and great job nonetheless. Thank you. I don't pick the topics. For me, I'm more of a policy debater, more of a politics debater, but I find myself in these philosophical discussions. I I like Abe. I had fun with it. And, to be honest, these discussions help keep me well-rounded. And so I appreciate it. I do. It's always nice to come out of my wheelhouse. I have $50 away from a whip song if someone donates 50. But, I want to debate politics. I'm waiting for someone to be like fucking Iran war. Now, of course, it's tough because a lot of the people in the community that's going to go on Speakeasy's show are right wing. They're probably going to agree with me on most political issues. So, yeah, absolutes are easier to refute. I could have argued even in a non-absolute with this. I think that we should use empathy on our side to push for issues on our side. Imagine the pain that baby goes through when they abort it. Well, the debate will be left up, Wi-Fi, so you can go back and watch it. No problem. It was not as vexing as most of them. How can you when they say it's not a baby? That is what they'll say. But it motivates your side. This comes down, the idea of stoicism. This is why I brought up the idea of ethos, pathos, logos, things like that. Oh, shit, Muddy Waters. Thanks so much. There is a place for emotional appeals. Like the idea of being stoic and everything is logic. I don't know that stoicism says no place for emotion. I don't know that. There is nothing inherently wrong or unjust or duplicitous about appealing to emotion in argumentation. If you exclusively appeal to emotion, or if you appeal to emotion intentionally to deceive, yes, those are problems. But appealing to emotion is an effective way of persuasion. And if done in a moral way, there is nothing wrong with it at all. The great Muddy Waters, absolute legend that he is, based Chad of the evening, $100. What an absolute madman. Thank you so much. Says, you don't get off that easy, Law. Thank you. Before I play, that's 2 whip songs. 100 gets one, and then by passing $200, we get a second. I want to talk. I've mentioned this before, but it's something so weird to me. The counterintuitive nature of this. The more content I do that people like, the less donations I get on that evening. Isn't that weird? So, let's say tonight that I would have debated Dean Withers or Parker, right? Yeah, that's how he would have looked. My audience would be like, yeah! I'd have had 700 people watching. They'd been like, yes! But no one would have donated. I'd get a $5, $10 donation. But if I do a show where it's hey, I do a regular show for an hour and a half, and I'm like, okay, we'll play whip songs, then I'll get $400 or $500. Because I'm not talking to the chat, and there's no prompts to donate, and people are interested. And here's the thing. I don't give a fuck at all. I'm perfectly fine with it. For multiple reasons, right? One, my audience is so fucking generous, I feel bad for not giving you all enough good content. And so if you like the debates and stuff, I want to do that even more because I think you all are already incredibly generous. So that's perfectly fine. Secondly, because it also benefits me because it means more people want to come back. So it doesn't bother me, but it is it is humorous. It seems counterintuitive, but I get it now. It makes sense. Call them freeloading prey. It's not in me. Not tonight. I'm in a good mood tonight. Got my back injection. By the way, I told people at the beginning that I felt like I had to throw up. by the time the debate started, I was coughing, and I thought I was going to throw up coughing during the opening statement of Abe. But then by my opening statement, I felt good. Like I was like, all right, I was good. So, but it is funny, isn't it? Anyways, they have 2 whip songs. If we get to the way it works is $100 plays a whip wheel. $150 you could choose the song you want to play, and then also every time we get over an even 100 mark, so at this point over 300 would be a song. So if you donate $50, that'd be a whip wheel song. If you donate $100 right now, you get 1 whip wheel for getting over 300 and 1 for donating 100. That's 2. Whoopee! So I owe 2 because Muddy Water is based Chad. I do not remember this one.
We don't wanna go to war today, but the Lord of the Land says, nay, 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 we'll march all day, all day, all day, all day. Where there's a way, where there's a way, where there's a way, where there's a way, where there's a way. On the back says we're gonna fight, we're gonna march all day and night and more. For we are the slaves of the Dark Lord's war. Where there's a way.
We did it! Pocket Button $5 says, oh my gosh, this would be so, now this would sound so good through the speakers of my new Tacoma. Thanks, Coach Mim. By the way, on that note, guess who messaged me today? Yes, my Nigerian hacker friend messaged me and was like, hey, sorry, I fell asleep. Can you send me $50? And I blocked him. Fuck him. You hacked me. Made a monkey out of me once. Then he lied. Said he would come on an interview. Fuck him. No more interaction from me. He had his chance. And I was taking heat. Sort of defending the guy. Sort of. Not anymore. Fuck off. See ya. I didn't talk to him. He messaged me like 4 times and I just blocked the number. I was like, fuck you. So, there you go. Not doing it. All right. What's it gonna be? Something miserable, I'm sure. I don't know.
Where there's a whip, there's a way. Where there's a whip, there's a way. Where there's a whip, there's a way. Where's a whip, there's a way. Where's a whip, there's a way. We don't wanna go to war today, but the Lord of the Land says, nay, nay, nay. We're gonna march all day, all day, all day. Where there's a whip, there's a way. 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 There's a whip, there's a way. There's a whip, there's a way. Left, right, left, right, left, right, left, right, left, right, left. There's a left. Where there's a whip, there's a way. There's a whip, there's a way. Left, right. A crack on the back says we're gonna fight. We're gonna march all day and night and more. For we are the slaves of the Dark Lord's war.
Whee!
Where there's a whip, there's a way. Where there's a whip, there's a way. Where there's a whip, there's a whip.
Now, yay. Yay! We did it. We did it. All right. So, just to let you know, I am taking steps to ensure that I have more debates coming up, not just the no prep debates, but others. I've reached out to several platforms, etc., hoping to do more political debates. You'd think everybody hates Trump. You think the lefties be chomping at the fucking bit, right? You think? Where are they? It's all right, though. That's all right. Life's good, though, isn't it? Yeah, I will be at DebateCon. Yeah, I'll be there. That's coming up here. Because I did the extravaganza. My wife took my son to her parents and for dinner, so I missed it. And I did the extravaganza, and they didn't get back until 8:00, and my son's bedtime's 8:30. And we hung around for a half hour. There's nothing like it in the world. There's just nothing. My wife and my son, nothing like it. Just hanging out with them is just so immensely awesome. I'm just the luckiest person in the world. Man, I'm coming up here and I'm like, fuck, I love debate. I really do. But I'm like, man, I kind of just, I mean, my son was going to bed anyway. So it's like, but I can't wait. He's coming with us. He plays this game called, we bought him this, it's called Yeti and My Spaghetti. So you get this, it's like a board game, but you get this big red plastic bowl. And then you got these curvy plastic, they look like spaghetti, right? But they're curved and weird shaped and bent. And then you have a toy Yeti. And you put the noodles, the plastic noodles, over the bowl. So they're wide enough that they reach from past one end of the bowl to the other. Then you put the Yeti down, then you take turns pulling the spaghetti. And when the Yeti falls into the bowl, you lose. So we played this game yesterday. Now, one of my wife's friends, whose house we're going to be staying at here this weekend, my son cut a wrestling promo on her because he is taking the game Yeti and My Spaghetti, and he's going to crush her. And he was just like, I won't say her name, but he's like, hey, Aunt so-and-so, I'm going to kick your butt at Yeti and My Spaghetti. And then he made like a mean face. It's the greatest thing I've ever seen. I was like, oh my goodness. My son's going to be like the Bobby Heenan of, the elementary school. I can't wait. I'm so pumped. He's so damn awesome. It's really amazing. So I just want to let you guys know I'm in a damn good mood. It was a damn good day. I hope you guys appreciated the debate. I really enjoyed it. So I know not everyone's cup of tea as far as the topics and stuff like that, but I try to put on a show for you. I appreciate Abe immensely, appreciate Speakeasy immensely. So we're going to raid over to Speakeasy if he's still there. Thank you so much to Avarice. Thanks to my editor, Black Elk. Thank you to all of my wonderful mods. You guys are great. I don't know if I will be streaming tomorrow. I do not know. If so, it'll be during the day. Look, maybe around 11 a.m. And it'll maybe be a call-in show, but it might not. I don't know. Here's the question. We're picking up one friend from a different town. We're taking, and so it just depends on where I have to drive about. So chances are probably won't stream, but I may. So it's just a real crapshoot. So thanks, Emmett. I appreciate it, man. Good to see you. Shh. Quiet you. I told this story before. When I qualified for the national debate tournament, it was like a big deal. It was in the local papers and all this shit. And, stupid fucking redneck, one of the top 70 teams in the country. And I come back. My parents are wonderful. They're great. They don't give two fucks about debate. It's just something. I might as well have been like, I'm the top Jenga player in the county. They'd have been like, that's great. Awesome. That's how debate was. It's like, yeah, whatever. Great. Our son does it. Awesome. And, they're just humoring me. Whoa, that's amazing. Blah, blah, blah. We're having dinner. And my mom's like, well, what was the last round you had? The round you had to win. Oh, happy birthday, Emmett. Awesome. What was the round you had to win? And I was like, oh, I think it had to do with missile defense. I can't remember. But it was something. So it's super boring. No one gives a fuck, I'm like, well, my opponents were arguing this, and this. And then me and my partner said this, blah, blah, blah. And my mom's like listening, and my dad's just like watching TV. And he's like, I'd have just told him to suck my dick. That's what my dad said. I was like, Surprisingly, those sorts of arguments don't fly very well in policy debate in college. Yeah. So it's right up there with, it's fake and gay. It's like, my dad would be like, sold. I'll take that argument, Oh, Emmett's birthday. Wow. It's Emmett's birthday, everyone. Are We Not Men didn't just make that up. It's totally true. Good work. Happy birthday, Emmett. All right, we're raiding over to Speakeasy. Thanks, guys, so much. Maybe I'll see you tomorrow. If I don't see you tomorrow, you'll see me Sunday. Taking the old Friday, Saturday off. Save your moldy money, and you can donate it to me Sunday, where we'll be doing our next episode of I'm Speaking Now. Black women sharing their truth in 101 stories of love, courage, and hope. And I have to say, I have a special surprise for this week's episode of I'm Speaking Now. So make sure you're tuning in Sunday night, 10 p.m. My goodness, it's going to be a good show. The Nigerian hacker claimed he fell asleep. I blocked him. All right. Take a moment and use some empathy to put yourself in the position of Charlie Kirk. Don't just sympathize. Don't just consider. But really think about what the left would do to you because you share political positions of Charlie Kirk. How they assassinated him, how they mocked him, how they attacked his family. So just take a moment and remember what the stakes are. And say a prayer for Charlie and his family. Thanks so much, everyone. We'll talk to you all soon, maybe tomorrow. As always, have a good one.
Only in America is it possible to say, you know what, I don't like the way the country is going, and to do something about it. Take that risk. Take that leap of faith. Stay involved. Trust God and act obediently. Romans 12:2 verse. That God will use all things for good for those who love him. It's bigger than you. I want you to remember that. It is bigger than you. It's bigger than me. You are here to make somebody else's life better, the pursuit of liberty and freedom. You know what gives me strength? The hundreds of thousands of you that say, Charlie, keep going.
1 Corinthians 5 and 15. So that's all pretty amazing evidence, not just intra-biblical evidence, but extra-biblical evidence that Jesus Christ was a real person. He lived a perfect life. He was crucified, died, and rose on the third day, and he is Lord and God of all.